Everyone, welcome to Proxima What If. On these channels, we reimagine the Harry Potter in way you have never seen before. I hope you enjoy the today magical story.
Hello guys, welcome to Proxima What If. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry Potter was adopted by the Greengrass family and raised as the neutral Lord of Slytherin? If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Serpent's Gambit. The cold bit through Sirius Greengrass's warming charms like they were paper. November in Surrey wasn't supposed to be this bitter, but magic had a way of changing the weather when momentous things happened, and tonight, well. Tonight the Dark Lord had fallen, and all of Britain shivered with the aftershock. He stood in the shadows of a oak tree across from number 4, Privet Drive, watching the old man in ridiculous robes place a bundle on the doorstep. Even from this distance, Sirius could feel the magic radiating from that bundle, wild, untrained, impossibly powerful for an infant. The Potter boy. The one who'd done what armies couldn't. Dumbledore lingered. Said something to the cat that had been watching the house, Minerva McGonagall, unless Sirius missed his guess. Sentimental of her, coming to see where her lion's cub would be raised. Less sentimental was leaving said cub on a doorstep in November with nothing but a letter for protection. The tabby transformed, and Sirius heard the sharp edges of an argument carried on the wind. McGonagall's Scottish brogue cut through the night, the worst sort of muggles imaginable. It is not for us to choose the easy path, Dumbledore replied, his voice carrying that particular weight of certainty that made Sirius's teeth ache. The blood wards will protect him better than any fortress. His mother's sacrifice, damn the blood wards, Albus. He's a child, not a, he is the only one who can defeat Tom when he returns. The silence that followed was heavy with implications. Sirius filed away the confirmation of what he'd suspected. Dumbledore believed the Dark Lord would return. More importantly, Dumbledore believed Harry Potter was the key to stopping him. Which meant the old man would shape the boy into a weapon, keep him isolated and ignorant, and when the time came. Well. Weapons didn't tend to survive their final use. McGonagall left first, disapparating with a crack that echoed like a gunshot. Dumbledore remained a moment longer, looking down at the bundle on the step with an expression Sirius couldn't quite read. Regret, perhaps. Or anticipation. With Dumbledore, it was hard to tell where one ended and the other began. Another crack, and the street was empty save for the sleeping child. Sirius waited. Counted to 100. Cast detection charms so subtle they'd slide off most wards like water off glass. Dumbledore had left protections, of course, monitoring spells tied to the blood wards, alerts that would trigger if certain magics were performed nearby. Clever work. The kind of paranoid thoroughness that had kept Dumbledore alive through 2 Dark Lords and 70 years of political knifework. But Sirius hadn't survived the same period by being less paranoid. Or less thorough. He drew his wand, Blackthorn, Dragon Heartstring, 14 inches, utterly illegal modifications, and began to work. The first spell was a standard Notice Me Not, but layered so deep into the local magic that it would seem like a natural part of Dumbledore's own wards. The second was more complex, a temporal displacement that would make the next hour seem like 5 minutes to any watching entity. The third was borderline dark, a perception filter that would convince any remote observer that baby Harry was sleeping peacefully when in fact, Sirius crossed the street. Up close, the Potter boy was remarkably ordinary. Chubby cheeks, wispy black hair, the faint lightning bolt scar already forming on his forehead. He was awake, Sirius realized with a start, green eyes watching him with an intensity that had no business being in an infant's face. "Hello, heir of Potter," Sirius murmured. "Your parents were brave fools who died fighting a war they didn't understand. Dumbledore wants to make you a martyr. The Dark Lord's followers want you dead. The Ministry will want to use you as a symbol." He smiled thinly. "I'm offering you something else." The baby gurgled. Reached up with one tiny hand. "I'm offering you a chance to survive. Sirius lifted him, carefully. Gods, he'd forgotten how small babies were, and felt the weight of what he was doing settle onto his shoulders. This wasn't theft. It wasn't kidnapping. It was exactly what Dumbledore had done, wasn't it? Taking a child and making choices about his future without consultation. The difference, Sirius told himself, was that he knew what he was doing was selfish. He wanted the Potter heir for the advantages Harry would bring to House Greengrass. He wanted the boy's power, his political capital, his eventual magical strength. He wasn't dressing it up in noble intentions. And that honesty, he thought, might be the only thing that saved either of them. "Let's go home, Harry Potter," he said. "We have a great deal of work to do." He disapparated, and Privet Drive returned to its quiet suburban stillness. On the doorstep, a letter addressed in emerald ink fluttered once in the wind, then lay still. By morning, it would be ash. 9 years later, Harry caught the curse on his forearm and redirected it into the training room wall, where it exploded in a shower of blue sparks. Sloppy, Sirius observed from his position by the door. "You're still thinking in straight lines." "I redirected it," Harry protested, shaking out his wand arm. The impact had numbed his fingers. "That's exactly what you taught me. I taught you to redirect without absorbing the impact. You took half that curse's force into your arm. In a real duel, that half-second of numbness would be enough for a killing blow." Harry bit back the response that wanted to escape. Father was right, which made it worse. He'd been training with Daphne all morning, and she'd started pulling ahead an hour ago, her technique sharper, her footwork cleaner. She was watching now from the corner of the room, silver blonde hair pulled back in a practical tail, gray eyes tracking his every movement with the analytical precision Father had drilled into both of them. "Again," Sirius said. Harry raised his wand. The curse came faster this time, a whip-crack of magic that split the air with a sound like tearing silk. Harry moved before he thought, sidestep, wand arm up, the deflection charm forming in his mind as a feeling rather than words. The spell hit his shield and bounced, ricocheting off at an angle that sent it harmlessly into the warded ceiling. His arm didn't even tingle. "Better," Father said, and from him that was practically a standing ovation. "Daphne, you're done for the day. Harry, we need to discuss something." Daphne's expression flickered, curiosity, carefully hidden, but she nodded and left without protest. The door sealed behind her with a soft click of privacy wards engaging. Sirius crossed to the small table in the corner, where a tea service appeared with a soft pop. House elf magic, silent and efficient. He poured 2 cups, a ritual that Harry had learned to read. This was going to be a serious conversation, the kind where Father wanted them on equal footing. Or at least, the appearance of it. Harry accepted his cup and waited. One of the first lessons Father had taught him, the one who speaks first in a negotiation has already lost ground. "Your Hogwarts letter arrived this morning," Sirius said finally. "I assumed it would. You don't seem surprised. I'll be 11 in 2 months. The letters go out in summer for autumn enrollment. This isn't complicated arithmetic." Sirius smiled thinly. "No. What is complicated is what happens next." He set down his cup. "Dumbledore will be coming." Harry felt something cold settle in his stomach. He'd known this day would come, had been preparing for it, in a sense, his entire life. But knowing and knowing were different animals. "How soon?" "Within the week, I expect. He's been searching for you since the night I took you from Privet Drive. The letter's magic is tied to your name, and using it will have clarified certain things for him. The adoption wards didn't mask it. They masked your location. They couldn't mask your existence. He's always known you were alive, Harry. He simply couldn't find you." Sirius's expression shifted, something almost like respect entering his eyes. "I had hoped to delay this another year, perhaps 2. Get you fully trained before he could interfere. But the letter changes the game." Harry turned his teacup in his hands, watching the liquid swirl. What does he want? To control you. To place you back where he put you as an infant, with your mother's muggle relatives, isolated and ignorant, desperate for any scrap of affection or belonging. By the time you reached Hogwarts, you'd have been so grateful for any kindness that you'd have followed him anywhere. Sirius's voice was flat, clinical. He'd have molded you into exactly what he needed, a weapon that would sacrifice itself gladly when the time came. And instead he gets me. Instead he gets you. Trained. Aware. Politically positioned. And very, very inconvenient. Harry smiled. It wasn't a warm expression. Good. Don't underestimate him, Sirius warned. Albus Dumbledore has been playing this game since before my grandfather was born. He's made mistakes, the largest of which was leaving you where I could take you, but he is not a fool. And he genuinely believes he's right, which makes him more dangerous than any Dark Lord. Voldemort wanted power for its own sake. Dumbledore wants to save the world, and he'll burn anything he has to in order to do it. Including me. Especially you. Sirius stood, moving to the window that overlooked the Greengrass estate's grounds. In the distance, Harry could see the gardens where Astoria liked to read, though she wasn't there now, probably inside, resting. Her bad days had been more frequent lately. When Dumbledore comes, he'll try to separate you from us. He'll paint your mother and me as dark influences, kidnappers, possibly even supporters of the Dark Lord. He'll appeal to your true heritage, your birth parents' wishes, whatever leverage he thinks will work. And if none of that works, he'll try to take you by force. Oh, not obviously, he's too politically savvy for that. But there are ways. A claim that you're under compulsion. An argument that the adoption wasn't valid because you were too young to consent. Emergency custody proceedings in front of a Wisengamot he spent decades cultivating. Sirius turned back, and his eyes were hard. He will not stop, Harry. Not until he has you, or you've proven you're too costly to pursue. Harry set down his teacup. Then we make it costly. Yes. Sirius reached into his robes and withdrew a slim folder, setting it on the table between them. This is every piece of leverage we have. Every favor owed, every secret kept, every alliance cultivated. You're going to memorize all of it. When Dumbledore walks through our door, you're going to understand exactly what cards we hold, and which ones we're willing to play. Harry picked up the folder. It was heavier than it looked. And if it's not enough? Sirius was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was different, softer, almost gentle, in a way Harry rarely heard. Then we fight. And we keep fighting until we win or we're destroyed, because there is no middle ground with men like Albus Dumbledore. He sees the world in absolutes, light and dark, good and evil, those who follow him and those who oppose him. He put a hand on Harry's shoulder, brief, almost awkward, but genuine. We don't have the luxury of absolutes, Harry. We live in the gray. And that's precisely what makes us dangerous. Harry nodded slowly. His hand was steady on the folder. His heart was not. I won't let him take me, he said quietly. I won't let him take any of you. I know. Sirius squeezed his shoulder once, then stepped back, the moment of warmth passing. Now. You have 3 days to memorize that file. Daphne will quiz you. After dinner, we'll discuss strategy. And Mother? Something flickered across Sirius's face. She'll want to speak with you. Before Dumbledore comes. There are things about her family, her past, things you need to understand if you're going to navigate what's coming. Harry had always known that Evelyn Greengrass had secrets. She'd never hidden that much from him. But the weight in Father's voice suggested those secrets were heavier than Harry had imagined. I'll find her, he said. Good. Sirius was already turning away, his mind clearly moving to the next piece of the puzzle. And Harry? Whatever happens when Dumbledore arrives, remember who you are. Not who he wants you to be. Not who anyone else expects. Who you are. Harry Greengrass. Harry Greengrass, father agreed. And don't ever let anyone make you forget it. The gardens were mother's domain. Sirius ruled the manor itself, the training rooms and studies and carefully warded chambers where political deals were struck. But the grounds belonged to Evelyn, and she transformed them over 18 years of marriage into something that wasn't quite English and wasn't quite magical and was entirely her own. Harry found her in the rose section, though roses didn't quite capture what grew here. The flowers shifted color as you watched them, cycling through shades no natural plant could produce. Some of them whispered when you got close. One notable bush in the corner would actually try to have a conversation if you let it, though it was terrible company. All it wanted to talk about was fertilizer and the weather. Evelyn looked up as he approached. She was kneeling in the dirt, gloves off, her hands stained with soil and something faintly luminescent. Her dark hair, the same shade as Harry's, one of 100 small details that helped sell the natural child story, was escaping from its braid, and there was a smudge of green on her cheek. He told you, she said. Not a question. About Dumbledore? Yes. And about me? Harry settled onto the stone bench nearby, giving her space. He said you'd want to talk. About your family. Evelyn laughed softly, but it wasn't a happy sound. My family. What a delicate way to put it. She pulled off her gloves, setting them aside with careful precision. Did Sirius ever tell you why he married me? Politics, I assumed. Alliance between the Greengrasses and... Harry hesitated. He knew who Mother's family was, of course. Had known since he was old enough to understand blood politics. But naming them felt different, somehow. The Rosiers. The Rosiers, she agreed. One of the sacred 28. Old money, older magic, and a family tree so full of dark wizards that we had to prune it every generation just to make it presentable. She brushed dirt from her hands, watching it fall. My brother Evan was a Death Eater. Died in the First War, fighting Aurors. My cousin, you'd know her as Bellatrix Lestrange now, she's in Azkaban. Half my uncles are dead or imprisoned or fled the country. The Rosier name is Mud. But you married father. I married Sirius 2 months before the Dark Lord fell, when everyone thought he'd win. The Greengrasses have always been neutral, too smart to pick sides, too valuable to alienate. By marrying me, Sirius gained access to Rosier magic, Rosier connections, Rosier secrets. By marrying him, I got. She paused, something soft entering her expression. I got a chance to be something other than what I was born to be. Harry had heard pieces of this before, but never so plainly stated. Did you believe in him? Voldemort? I believed in survival. Evelyn's voice was steady, unflinching. I believed that the old ways were dying and that desperate people do desperate things. I believed that pure-blood society was strangling itself, and that something, someone, was going to break it open, one way or another. She met his eyes. I didn't believe in torture, or murder, or the systematic extermination of Muggleborns. But I understood why others did. And I kept my mouth shut and my head down and married a man who could protect me when it all fell apart. That's very practical. It is. And it's what kept me alive when half my family was being rounded up for war crimes. She stood, brushing off her robes, and moved to sit beside him on the bench. I'm telling you this because Dumbledore will try to use it against you. He'll tell you that the Greengrasses are dark, that I'm a Death Eater's sister, that we've corrupted you and turned you away from the light. He'll point to my family name like it's proof of something evil. And what do I say? You say nothing. You don't defend, you don't explain, you don't justify. Defending implies guilt. Explaining gives him power over the narrative. Justifying means accepting his framework. She took his hand, and her grip was surprisingly strong. What you do is ask questions. When he says Rosier, you say, which Rosier? When he says dark family, you say, what specific dark acts are you accusing my mother of committing? When he says corrupted, you say, by what definition, under what law, according to what evidence? Make him prove it. Make him prove everything. Dumbledore operates on assumption and reputation. He assumes that everyone accepts his moral authority, that his word carries the weight of law. It doesn't. Not legally. Not politically. Not if you refuse to play by his rules. Evelyn's eyes were fierce. You are Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the heir to one of the oldest light families in Britain. You are also Harry Greengrass, legally adopted under rights so old the Ministry can barely understand them, much less challenge them. Dumbledore can't just take you. He has to convince someone to let him. And we don't let him. We don't let him. She squeezed his hand once, then released it. Now. There's something else I need to show you. Something I've been waiting to share until you were old enough. Harry followed her deeper into the gardens, past the whispering roses and the color-shifting lilies, to a section he'd never been allowed to enter before. The wards here felt different, older, darker, with an edge that made his teeth itch. Evelyn spoke 3 words in a language Harry didn't recognize, and the hedges parted. Beyond was a small clearing, barely 10 feet across. In its center stood a stone basin filled with something that looked like liquid silver but moved like water. A pensieve, Harry recognized, though larger and more ornate than the diagrams in his texts had suggested. This was my grandmother's, Evelyn said quietly. And her grandmother's before that. Rosier women have been storing memories here for 300 years. Spells, secrets, history, and warnings. What kind of warnings? The kind that wouldn't make sense until now. She drew her wand, touching it to her temple, and withdrew a single strand of silver-white memory. It hung in the air between them, glowing faintly. This was recorded by my great-great-grandmother, in 1743. She was a seer, not a powerful one, but genuine. Most of her prophecies were trivial, easy to dismiss. But there was one that my family has passed down, mother to daughter, for 8 generations. She let the memory fall into the basin. The surface rippled, then cleared, showing a scene from long ago, an old woman in archaic robes, speaking directly into the pensieve with eyes that seemed to see through time itself. When the snake takes the lightning from the lion's door, the woman's voice rasped, the old order begins to fall. Ash will rise, seeking what was stolen. Blood will answer blood. And the child of 3 houses will stand at the crossing, Potter, Greengrass, and one house lost to time, and choose whether the world burns or the world endures. The memory faded. Harry stared at the empty basin. You're the snake, Evelyn said quietly. Sirius is the snake. Taking you from Dumbledore, from Gryffindor's door, the lion's doorstep. The old order is the balance between light and dark that Dumbledore and Voldemort both enforced in their own ways. And the ash. The ash? Harry prompted. Evelyn's expression was troubled. There are references in the older Rosier texts. Something called the Covenant of Ashes. We thought it was myth, a bogeyman story, something to frighten children who ask too many questions about where magic came from. But if the prophecy is real, then the covenant is real. Then the covenant is real. And they're going to want something from you. She touched his face, her hand cool against his cheek. I don't know what the 3rd house is. I don't know what was stolen, or what the ash wants, or what choosing means. But I know that you're important, Harry. Not because of what Dumbledore thinks, or what the Dark Lord made you, but because of something older. Something that was set in motion long before any of us were born. Harry thought about the strange lightning bolt scar that sometimes ached for no reason. The way magic seemed to respond to him differently than it did to Daphne or Astoria. The dreams he'd never told anyone about, dreams of green light and a woman screaming, yes, but also dreams of fire and ash and a voice that whispered, "Come home, child, come home to what you are." "I'm not going to be afraid of it," he said. "I'm not asking you to be afraid. I'm asking you to be prepared." Evelyn stepped back, composing herself with visible effort. "When Dumbledore comes, he'll try to use your past against you. But your past isn't what he thinks it is. It's not what any of them think it is." She smiled, and there was pride in it. "You're my son, Harry. Not by blood, but by choice. And I have taught you to be ready for anything." Harry looked at the pensive, at the lingering residue of prophecy. At his mother, who had survived dark lords and darker family, who had chosen him as surely as he had chosen her. "Then let's be ready," he said. Dumbledore came on a Tuesday. Harry had been expecting him for 3 days, running scenarios with Father, practicing responses with Daphne, memorizing the contents of the leverage file until he could recite it in his sleep. But when the wards chimed with an approaching visitor, powerful, light-aligned, carrying enough magical artifacts to stock a small museum, his stomach still dropped. "He's at the gate," Sirius said, emerging from his study. He was dressed formally, pure-blood lord from head to toe, his expression carved from stone. "Evelyn will meet him in the entrance hall. You and I will wait in the formal receiving room. Together. United. The first thing he'll try to do is separate us, get you alone, work on you without interference. We don't give him that opportunity." Sirius adjusted his cuffs, a nervous habit Harry had never seen before. "Remember, you are Harry Greengrass. You are home. You have done nothing wrong. Everything he says to the contrary is an attempt to manipulate you. I know. Knowing and feeling are different things. When he looks at you with those grandfatherly eyes and tells you that your parents would have wanted you to come with him, you're going to want to believe him. That's natural. That's human. But it's also a weapon he's learned to use over a century of practice." Harry nodded, but his throat was tight. He'd never met anyone who'd known his birth parents. Never spoken to someone who could tell him what his mother's laugh sounded like, or whether his father had the same nervous habit of messing up his hair. Dumbledore could give him that. Would probably offer it freely, as bait on a hook. The receiving room was bright with afternoon sun, enchanted windows showing a garden view that bore no relationship to the actual weather. Father had positioned them carefully, Sirius in the high-backed chair that dominated the room, Harry standing beside him, neither supplicant nor equal but something in between. A statement of relationship. A declaration of loyalty. The door opened. Evelyn entered first, her expression perfectly pleasant and utterly unreadable. Behind her came Albus Dumbledore. Harry had seen pictures, of course. Everyone had seen pictures. But images didn't capture the sheer presence of the man, the way he seemed to fill the room without moving, the quiet certainty that radiated from him like heat from a furnace. He was tall, thin, dressed in robes of deep blue that somehow managed to look both absurd and authoritative. His beard was every bit as long as the stories claimed. His eyes found Harry immediately, and Harry felt something shift in his chest. Not magic, exactly. More like recognition. Like Dumbledore had been carrying a Harry-shaped hole in his mind for a decade and was only now fitting the missing piece into place. "Harry," Dumbledore said softly. "My dear boy." "Headmaster Dumbledore," Harry replied, keeping his voice steady. "Welcome to Greengrass Manor." Something flickered in those blue eyes, surprise, perhaps, at the formality. "Good. Let him be surprised." "I see you found your voice," Dumbledore said, and there was warmth in his tone that might have been genuine. "Your mother, your birth mother, I mean, had the same steady way of speaking. Lily could make even a greeting sound like a declaration." The words hit Harry like a physical blow. He'd been prepared for manipulation, but not for this, the casual dropping of his mother's name, the intimate detail, the implication of a connection Harry had never had the chance to build. "I wouldn't know," Harry said. "I was 15 months old when she died." "Yes. Dumbledore's expression shifted, sadness settling over his features like a well-worn cloak. Yes, you were. And the years since then have been complicated. His gaze moved to Sirius, sharpening. Lord Greengrass. I believe we have matters to discuss. We do. Father didn't stand, didn't offer a hand, didn't give an inch of ground. Though I confess I'm surprised it took you this long to request a meeting. Harry has been my son for nearly a decade. Legally your son, Dumbledore said, and his voice was still warm but there was steel beneath it now. Through rituals that my research suggests were designed specifically to circumvent ministry detection. One might almost call it kidnapping, if one were being uncharitable. One might call it rescue, if one were being accurate. Sirius's smile didn't reach his eyes. I assume you've reviewed the condition of number 4, Privet Drive? The Dursleys? The cupboard under the stairs where you intended Harry to sleep? Harry caught the flinch. It was small, barely there, but real. Dumbledore hadn't known about the cupboard. Or he'd known and not cared, which was somehow worse. I had intended to check on Harry regularly, Dumbledore said carefully. The Blood Wards required nothing. They were a theoretical protection against a theoretical threat, powered by Harry's suffering and activated only if Voldemort himself crossed the threshold. Sirius's voice was sharp as broken glass. Which you knew. Which is why you chose to leave him there despite every indicator that the Dursleys would be, as Minerva McGonagall described them that night, the worst sort of muggles. You were there. Dumbledore's eyes widened. I was there. I watched. I waited. And when you left him on a doorstep in November with nothing but a letter for protection, I made a different choice. Sirius stood now, and Harry saw for the first time why other lords feared his father. You abandoned him, Albus. Whatever your reasons, however noble your intentions, you left a baby on a doorstep and walked away. I picked him up. The silence that followed was thick enough to choke on. Dumbledore looked old, suddenly. The twinkle that everyone talked about was absent, replaced by something heavier, more human. I made a calculation, he said quietly. I still believe, that Harry's survival is essential to defeating Tom when he returns. The Blood Wards were the strongest protection I could provide. The Dursleys were the only relatives who could power them. So you chose the greater good, Sirius said. You always do. Someone has to. No. Harry's voice cut through the room, surprising even himself. No, someone doesn't. That's the lie you tell yourself to justify the things you do. He stepped forward, leaving his father's shadow, facing Dumbledore directly. You chose to leave me with people who hated me. You chose to never check on me, never visit, never ensure I was safe. You chose to plan my life around a war that hadn't happened yet, a prophecy that might mean nothing, a destiny that wasn't yours to give. Harry, I'm not finished. Harry felt something building in his chest, not anger exactly but something fiercer, cleaner. You came here to take me back. To put me back in that cupboard, or somewhere like it, somewhere I'd be desperate and lonely and grateful for any scrap of kindness you condescended to offer. You came here to reclaim your weapon. You're not a weapon, Dumbledore said, and there was something almost like pain in his voice. You're a child. A child I failed, yes, I see that now, but still a child who I deserve nothing from you. Harry's magic pulsed, just once, a wave of pressure that made the windows rattle. I'm not yours. I was never yours. I'm not the boy who lived or the chosen one or whatever other title you've been planning to hang around my neck. I'm Harry Greengrass, and I'm going to attend Hogwarts on my own terms, and if you try to interfere with my family or my future, I will fight you with every resource I have. Dumbledore stared at him for a long moment. His expression cycled through something Harry couldn't quite read, surprise, reassessment, perhaps even a glimmer of respect. Your mother's fire, he said softly. And your father's stubbornness. You really are their son. He turned to Cyrus, and his posture shifted subtly, becoming less confrontational. You've raised him well. I've raised him to survive, Cyrus replied. Which is more than you would have done. Perhaps. Dumbledore sighed, and for a moment he looked every one of his 100+ years. I came here prepared for a legal battle. For negotiations, threats, the whole ugly machinery of magical politics. I did not come prepared for. He gestured vaguely at Harry. For this. For a child who refuses to be convenient. For a young man who knows his own mind. Dumbledore's gaze returned to Harry, assessing. You will attend Hogwarts. You will take your place among your peers. And I assume you will continue to be inconvenient. Extremely, Harry said. Then I suppose we'll have to find a way to work with each other. Not as controller and controlled, I see now that you will never accept that, but as something else. Allies, perhaps. Eventually. If you can bring yourself to trust me. I can't, Harry said honestly. Not yet. Maybe not ever. You've been planning my life since before I was born. You don't get to be surprised when I don't fall into line. No, Dumbledore agreed. I suppose I don't. He reached into his robes, withdrawing a thick envelope sealed with the Hogwarts crest. Your official acceptance letter. We can discuss the particulars, housing arrangements, course selections, security measures, at a later date. For now. He offered the envelope, and Harry took it without flinching. Welcome to Hogwarts, Mr. Greengrass Potter. I have a feeling you're going to be very interesting. Headmaster. Harry tucked the envelope into his robes. I have a feeling you have no idea. After Dumbledore left, Harry found Daphne in the library. She was curled in her favorite chair by the window, a book on advanced transfiguration open in her lap, but she wasn't reading. She was watching the door, waiting for him, her expression carefully neutral in a way that meant she was feeling anything but. How much did you hear? Harry asked, dropping into the chair across from her. Enough. Her composure cracked slightly, letting something like relief bleed through. You actually told him off. You actually stood there and told Albus Dumbledore to his face that you weren't his weapon. Someone had to. Someone did. She set the book aside, leaning forward. How do you feel? Harry considered the question seriously, prodding at his own emotions like a healer checking for broken bones. Relieved. Tired. A little terrified. He met her eyes. Mostly glad it's over. It's not over. Daphne's voice was gentle but firm. Dumbledore agreed to your terms today, but that doesn't mean he's given up. It means he's adjusting his strategy. Men like him don't accept defeat, they reframe it as a temporary setback. I know. Do you? She reached out, taking his hand in hers. Her fingers were cool, her grip strong. Because you're about to walk into his school, Harry. His territory, his rules, his people watching your every move. The confrontation today was the easy part. Hogwarts is going to be a battlefield. Harry squeezed her hand. I know. That's why you're coming with me. Obviously. Her lips quirked in something almost like a smile. You'd be hopeless without me. Probably. He let himself smile back, feeling some of the tension drain from his shoulders. Daph, thank you. For being here. For all of it. Don't get sentimental on me, Greengrass. We have work to do. But she didn't let go of his hand, and her eyes were softer than her words. Father's going to want to debrief. Mother's probably already planning your wardrobe for platform 9 3/4. And you still haven't told Astoria what happened, she's been worried sick all afternoon. I'll talk to her at dinner. Harry stood, but he didn't release her hand immediately. Daphne, whatever happens at Hogwarts, whatever Dumbledore tries, whatever anyone else expects, we're in this together. Right? Together, she agreed. Always. It wasn't a promise either of them had planned to make. But standing there in the fading afternoon light, Harry realized it was exactly the promise he needed. The summer passed in a blur of preparation. Sirius drilled him on politics, the major factions at Hogwarts, the professors' allegiances, the student power structures he'd be navigating. The Malfoys ruled Slytherin through money and intimidation, but their grip was weakening. Lucius's Death Eater past made him vulnerable, and his son Draco was untested. The Weasleys dominated Gryffindor through sheer numbers, 7 children and a reputation for light-aligned chaos. Ravenclaw was fragmented, too clever for their own good, more interested in internal competitions than house politics. Hufflepuff was underestimated, which made them dangerous in ways most purebloods never saw coming. Evelyn taught him the subtler arts, how to read body language across a crowded room, how to turn a conversation without seeming to, how to make allies of enemies and keep friends at arm's length when necessary. She shared memories from the Pensieve, her own school years, the mistakes she'd made, the lessons she'd learned the hard way. Daphne sparred with him daily, her dueling skills sharpening alongside his own. They developed a shorthand, a way of communicating with glances and subtle gestures that would serve them well in hostile territory. By July, they could hold a conversation across a room without speaking a word. Astoria, meanwhile, was getting worse. Harry noticed it in small things first, the way she tired more quickly, the pallor that never quite left her cheeks, the tremor in her hands when she thought no one was watching. The blood curse that had plagued Greengrass women for generations was accelerating, and nothing the healers tried seemed to slow it down. "How much time?" he asked Father one evening, after Astoria had retired early from dinner. "Years, possibly. Months, potentially." Sirius's expression was carved from granite. "The healers are uncertain. The curse is complex, deeply embedded in the family magic. Treating it without unraveling Astoria entirely is delicate. There has to be something. Some treatment, some ritual. There are treatments. Expensive, difficult, and mostly illegal." Father's gaze was steady. "Why do you think I've spent the last decade building alliances, accumulating resources, cultivating every possible advantage? The political games aren't sport, Harry. They're survival. Every favor we bank, every secret we keep, every connection we forge, it's all insurance. Against Dumbledore, against the Dark Lord when he returns, and against the day when Astoria needs something only power can buy." Harry thought about the leverage file, the web of obligations and secrets that Father had spent a lifetime weaving. It hadn't seemed personal before, just politics, the game all the old families played. But this. "I'll help," he said. "Whatever you need. Whatever it takes. I know you will." Sirius's expression softened, just slightly. "You're a good brother, Harry. Better than blood could have made you." It was the closest to sentiment Father ever came. Harry treasured it accordingly. The night before Platform 9 3/4, Harry couldn't sleep. He finally gave up around 2 in the morning, pulling on a robe and wandering down to the kitchens. The house elves were delighted to see him, pressing tea and biscuits and concerned inquiries about young master's rest, and he accepted their fussing with the ease of long practice. The Greengrass elves were family in their own way, loyal and fierce and not at all the servile creatures that pure-blood propaganda made them out to be. "Young master is nervous," Mipsy observed, setting out a plate of lemon biscuits. "About the school." "Young master is terrified," Harry admitted. "But don't tell anyone." Mipsy's ears twitched with what might have been amusement. "Mipsy is not telling anyone anything, ever. Mipsy is being the soul of discretion." "I know you are." He bit into a biscuit, letting the familiar taste settle his nerves. "Mipsy, what was it like when Mother first came here? When she married Father?" The elf's expression shifted, becoming thoughtful. "Mistress Evelyn was being very scared, young master. Very alone. Her family was being full of bad wizards, and she was not wanting to be like them, but she was not knowing how to be different. And father? Master Sirius was being patient. Was seeing what mistress could become, not what she was being. Was giving her time to grow into herself. Mipsy met Harry's eyes with surprising directness. Young master is having the same patience, Mipsy thinks. Is seeing people clearly. Is letting them choose what they are becoming. Harry turned this over in his mind. It wasn't something he'd consciously thought about, but Mipsy was right, he did tend to judge people by their choices rather than their labels. Daphne's Ice Queen facade didn't fool him because he'd seen the loyalty underneath. Astoria's physical weakness didn't define her because he'd witnessed her strength of will. Even Dumbledore, much as Harry resented the old man's manipulations, was clearly acting from genuine conviction rather than simple villainy. What if the choices people make are wrong, he asked. What if they choose badly? Then young master is helping them choose better, Mipsy said simply. Or young master is being protected from them. Is depending on the person. She refilled his teacup without being asked. Young master is going to be fine at the school. Is being smarter than most wizards, is being trained by the best. And is having people who love him. That is being enough. You think so? Mipsy is knowing so. She patted his hand with surprising gentleness. Now young master is going back to bed. Is needing rest for the big day tomorrow. Mipsy is not wanting to hear that young master is falling asleep on the train. Harry smiled despite himself. Yes, Mipsy. Thank you. Is what Mipsy is here for. September 1st dawned bright and clear, the kind of perfect autumn morning that felt like a promise. The Greengrass family arrived at King's Cross by Port Key, avoiding the chaos of flow travel. Harry had dressed carefully, his robes expensive but understated, the Greengrass crest subtle on his collar. No need to announce himself loudly. The whispers would do that for him. Platform 9 3/4 was everything the books had described and nothing like he'd imagined. The Scarlet steam engine dominated the space, surrounded by families saying goodbye, students loading trunks, owls hooting from cages. The magical world in microcosm, loud and chaotic and vibrantly alive. Remember, Sirius murmured, appearing at Harry's elbow, the train ride is politics. Every interaction is information. Don't commit to anything, don't reveal anything, don't trust anyone, who hasn't earned it, Harry finished. I know, Father. I know you know. I'm reminding myself as much as you. Sirius's hand rested briefly on Harry's shoulder. Make me proud. Not because you have to, but because you will. I will. Evelyn embraced him next, properly, consequences be damned. Write often. Not just reports, tell me about your classes, your friends, the food. Everything. I promise. Astoria hung back, her face pale but her smile genuine. Don't forget about us little people when you're busy being famous. Never. Harry hugged her carefully, mindful of her condition. Take care of yourself, Tori. That's an order. You don't give me orders, Harry Greengrass. I give you strong suggestions. Obey them anyway. She laughed, and for a moment she looked almost healthy, almost whole. Harry filed the image away, a talisman against the dark days he knew were coming. Daphne waited by the train, her own goodbyes already completed. She'd adopted her public face, cool, distant, untouchable, but Harry could see the tension in her shoulders, the slight flutter of her pulse at her throat. Ready? She asked. No. He picked up his trunk. Let's go anyway. They boarded together, finding an empty compartment toward the middle of the train. Harry settled by the window, watching the platform as families said their final farewells. He spotted red hair that had to be the Weasleys, a precise blonde arrangement that was probably Malfoy, various faces he'd memorized from the files but never seen in person. His people now. His battleground. His future. The train began to move, and Harry felt something shift inside him, not fear, exactly, but anticipation. 10 years of preparation, of training, of building toward this moment. He was as ready as he was ever going to be. "They're going to talk about you," Daphne said quietly, settling across from him. "The whole train. The whole school. The boy who lived, raised by neutrals, refusing to pick a side. Let them talk." Harry met her eyes, and some of the ice in his own gaze melted. "They can say whatever they want. They can think whatever they want. It doesn't change what I am. And what are you?" The question hung in the air between them, weighted with everything they couldn't say in public, everything they built over 9 years of growing up together. Harry smiled. It was the smile Sirius had taught him, the one that gave nothing away while promising everything, but underneath it was something genuine, something just for her. "Ask me again at the end of term," he said. "Maybe by then I'll know." The train carried them north, toward the castle that waited in the Scottish Highlands. Toward Dumbledore's territory, Malfoy's machinations, and 1,000 dangers neither of them could predict. Harry watched the countryside roll past and let himself feel, just for a moment, something like hope. Whatever happened next, he wouldn't face it alone. The compartment door slid open an hour into the journey. Harry had expected interruptions, the train ride was politics, after all, but he hadn't expected this particular interruption quite so soon. The boy who stood in the doorway was pale, pointed, and practically vibrating with entitled curiosity. "So it's true," Draco Malfoy said. "Harry Potter is on the train. Everyone's talking about it." "Harry Greengrass Potter," Harry corrected mildly. "And everyone talks about a lot of things. Most of them aren't worth listening to." Draco's eyes narrowed, reassessing. Behind him lurked 2 larger boys, Crabbe and Goyle, Harry assumed, the Malfoy heir's traditional muscle. They looked about as intelligent as decorative stonework. "Greengrass." Draco's gaze flicked to Daphne, then back to Harry. "My father mentioned your family. Said you were neutral." "Did he?" "Said neutrality was a luxury that wouldn't last. Said eventually everyone has to choose a side. Your father says a lot of things." Harry kept his voice pleasant, but there was steel underneath. "I've found that people who insist others must choose sides are usually trying to limit their options." Draco stepped into the compartment, uninvited, and settled into the seat beside Daphne with the easy arrogance of someone who'd never been told no. Crabbe and Goyle remained in the doorway like matching gargoyles. "You're not what I expected," Draco said, studying Harry with unsettling intensity. "Father said the Potter heir would be weak. Raised by muggles, desperate for guidance, easy to influence. Your father was wrong. Obviously." Draco's lips quirked in something that might have been respect. "So what are you, then? Light? Dark? Something else?" "I'm Harry Greengrass Potter. Beyond that." Harry shrugged. "I suppose we'll all find out together." "That's not an answer. It's the only answer you're getting." Harry's tone was still mild, but the room temperature seemed to drop a degree. "Was there something specific you wanted, Malfoy? Or did you just come to collect information for your father?" Draco's composure cracked, just slightly. He wasn't used to people calling out his motives directly, most 11-year-olds didn't have the political awareness to notice. But Harry wasn't most 11-year-olds, and they both knew it. "I came to introduce myself," Draco said, recovering. "To see if we might be allies." "Allies?" Harry let the word hang in the air. "You mean you came to see if I'd fall in line with your father's faction? If I'd be another vote for Malfoy interests in the Slytherin power structure?" I'm not interested." Harry's voice was calm, almost gentle, but absolutely final. "I don't align with light or dark. I don't take orders from Dumbledore or your father or anyone else. If you're looking for a follower, you've come to the wrong compartment." Draco's face flushed. "I wasn't, you were. But that's all right. It's what you've been taught, and you're young enough to learn better." Harry leaned forward, and something in his expression made Draco lean back unconsciously. "Here's what I'll offer instead. Come to me when you're ready to be something other than Lucius Malfoy's son. When you want to make choices because they're right, not because they're expected. Until then." He smiled, and it wasn't entirely kind. "Stay out of my way." The silence stretched. Crabbe and Goyle looked confused, which was probably their default state. Daphne watched with carefully concealed amusement. Draco stood abruptly. "You're making a mistake. The Malfoys are one family among many." Harry's voice was steel wrapped in silk. "And your father's past makes him vulnerable. Don't threaten me, Draco. You don't have the leverage." For a moment, something flickered in Draco's eyes, uncertainty, maybe, or the first crack in a lifetime of conditioning. Then his face hardened again, and he swept out of the compartment with his cronies in tow. The door slid shut behind them. "Well," Daphne said dryly. "That was subtle." "I wasn't trying to be subtle." Harry leaned back, letting out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. "Malfoy needed to understand from the start that I'm not an asset to be acquired. Better to establish that now than let him build expectations. You could have made an ally. I could have made a master." Harry shook his head. "Draco Malfoy wants followers, not friends. Anyone who aligns with him becomes part of his father's network, beholden to Lucius's agenda. That's not what I'm building." "What are you building?" Harry considered the question. The answer had been forming in his mind for years, taking shape through all of Sirius's lessons and Evelyn's stories and his own observations of how power worked in the wizarding world. "A third option," he said finally. "Something between light and dark, neither controlled by Dumbledore nor aligned with the purebloods who still dream of the Dark Lord's return. A faction that thinks for itself, acts for itself, answers to no one." "That sounds like a lot of enemies." "It sounds like freedom." Harry met her eyes. "Dumbledore wants to use me. The Death Eaters want to kill me. The Ministry wants to parade me around like a trophy. Everyone has plans for the boy who lived except the boy who lived himself." He smiled, and there was something fierce in it. "I'm making my own plans now." Daphne was quiet for a long moment. Then she nodded slowly, a decision settling over her features. "Then I'm with you," she said simply. "Whatever that means. Whatever it costs. You don't have to, I know I don't have to." She reached out, taking his hand briefly. "I want to. I've wanted to since we were children, Harry. You've always seen more than the rest of them, wanted more than the rest of them. If you're building something new." Her fingers squeezed his. "I want to be part of it." Harry felt something warm bloom in his chest, gratitude, affection, something he didn't have words for. "Together, then," he said. "Together." They sat in comfortable silence as the train carried them north, two children who weren't quite children anymore, preparing for a war they hadn't started. The first battle would come at Hogwarts. Harry intended to win. The castle appeared out of the darkness like a dream made solid. Harry had seen pictures, heard descriptions, but nothing had prepared him for the reality, the way Hogwarts seemed to grow out of the cliffs rather than being built on them, the warm glow of 1,000 windows against the Scottish night, the pure magical weight of the place pressing against his senses like a physical force. 1,000 years of accumulated power, soaked into every stone. "First year's this way." Hagrid's voice boomed across the platform, impossible to miss. The half-giant was even larger than the stories claimed, a mountain of wild hair and kind eyes and hands that could crush skulls without trying. The boats carried them across the Black Lake, and Harry felt the castle's wards wash over him, ancient magic, layer upon layer, recognizing him, accepting him, welcoming him home in a way that had nothing to do with Dumbledore or the Ministry or any human institution. The founders had built this place for students, and Harry was a student now, and the magic knew him. "Potter," something whispered in the foundations. "Greengrass." "Both and neither." "Interesting." Harry filed away the sensation for later analysis. Hogwarts was sentient, or something close to it. That could be useful. The entrance hall was vast, the ceiling so high it disappeared into shadow. Professor McGonagall waited at the top of the stairs, severe and Scottish and radiating an authority that made even the boldest first-years fall silent. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she said, and her voice carried without effort. "The sorting ceremony will begin momentarily. You will be divided into 4 houses, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Your house will be your family during your years here. Triumphs will earn you points, rule-breaking will lose them. Now, follow me." The great hall was everything the entrance had promised and more, for long tables stretching into distance, thousands of candles floating overhead, a ceiling charmed to show the night sky. And at the far end, the high table, where Dumbledore sat watching with those piercing blue eyes. His gaze found Harry immediately. Harry met it without flinching. "I'm here," that look said. "On my terms, not yours. Remember that." The sorting hat sat on its stool, ancient and ragged and far more aware than a hat had any right to be. One by one, students approached, sat, were sorted. Gryffindor claimed the loud ones, Ravenclaw the curious, Hufflepuff the steady. Slytherin was watching Harry with undisguised interest. The serpent table had recognized a potential player. "Potter Greengrass, Harry." The hall went silent. Every head turned. Harry walked to the stool with unhurried steps, his face carefully blank. He sat. The hat descended over his eyes. Well, said a voice in his head. "This is a surprise." "Is it?" Harry thought back. "Most students don't come to me already knowing what they want. Most students don't have minds this organized." There was something like amusement in the hat's tone. "Cyrus Greengrass taught you a clemency. Impressive. Is that a problem? For most students, their minds are open books. I read them, sort them, move on. But you." The hat seemed to shift, probing deeper. "You have walls within walls. Masks beneath masks. You're showing me exactly what you want me to see, and I can't quite tell if that's all there is. Does it matter?" It might. The hat's presence intensified, pressing against Harry's mental defenses without quite breaking through. "You could go anywhere, you know. Gryffindor would take you, the Potter heritage, the courage you've already shown in standing up to Dumbledore. Ravenclaw would welcome your mind. Even Hufflepuff, for the loyalty you've shown to your adoptive family. But you want Slytherin." "I do." "Why?" "Because Slytherin is where the game is played." Harry let the hat see his reasoning, opening a carefully constructed window into his thoughts. "Because Gryffindor would make me a symbol, Ravenclaw would make me a scholar, Hufflepuff would make me a loyalist. Slytherin will make me a lord." Ambition, the hat mused. Cunning. A willingness to use any means to achieve your ends. Yes, those are Slytherin qualities. It paused. "But there's something else. Something you're not letting me see. There are some things that aren't your business." The hat laughed, actually laughed, in Harry's mind. Spoken like a true serpent. "Very well, Harry Greengrass Potter. You've made your case, and I won't pretend I don't agree. Just remember, Slytherin will test you in ways the other houses wouldn't. The ambition you admire becomes poison when it turns inward. The cunning becomes cruelty. The drive to succeed becomes the drive to dominate. I know. Do you?" The hat seemed to sigh. "I've sorted 1,000 students who thought they knew what Slytherin meant. Most of them learned the hard way. I hope you're different." Its voice raised, booming out to the hall, "Slytherin." The green and silver table erupted in cheers, some genuine, some calculating. Harry walked to join them with his head high, finding a seat beside Daphne, who had been sorted moments before. Across the hall, he caught Dumbledore's eye. The headmaster nodded slowly. Message received. Challenge accepted. Harry smiled. Let the games begin. The Slytherin common room was everything the stories promised: green-tinted light from the lake above, elegant furniture, and an atmosphere of carefully restrained menace. The older students had already established their territories: couches near the fireplace for the 6th and 7th years, study tables for the academically inclined, shadowed corners for those who preferred to watch. Harry and Daphne claimed seats in neutral territory, close enough to observe but not close enough to threaten anyone's established position. Around them, the other first years were finding their own places in the hierarchy: Malfoy holding court with Crabbe and Goyle, a quiet girl named Tracy Davis hovering uncertainly near the edge, a boy with aristocratic features and watchful eyes who Harry was fairly certain was Theodore not. Greengrass. A voice from behind them, smooth and cold. Harry turned to find Marcus Flint, the Quidditch captain, looming over their couch. Your family's neutral. Doesn't belong to any of the traditional factions. That's correct. And you? Flint's gaze shifted to Harry. You're complicated. So I'm told. There are those who think your complications don't belong in Slytherin. Flint's hand rested on the back of the couch, a casual threat. Those who think the boy who lived should have gone to Gryffindor with the rest of the glory seekers. Are you one of those people? I'm someone who's curious. Flint's smile showed too many teeth. Your father, your adoptive father, refused to bend the knee to the Dark Lord. Refused to join his opponents either. Some people think that's cowardice. Some people think a lot of things. Harry's voice was mild, but he didn't look away from Flint's eyes. I find that people who confuse neutrality with cowardice usually don't understand either concept. The tension in the room ratcheted up a notch. Other conversations stilled. Eyes turned toward the confrontation. Careful, first year. Flint's smile didn't waver. You're in Slytherin now. The rules are different here. The rules are the same everywhere. Harry stood slowly, putting himself eye to eye with the larger boy, or as close as he could get, given the height difference. Power. Leverage. Knowing which battles are worth fighting and which ones aren't. He smiled back, and there was nothing warm in it. You're testing me. Establishing dominance. I understand, it's what I'd do in your position. But here's what you need to understand in return: I'm not going to be the easy target you're looking for. Push me, and I push back. Threaten my family, and you'll find out just how much my adoptive father taught me about consequences. Flint's eyes narrowed. For a moment, Harry thought he'd miscalculated, that Flint would take the challenge personally, would escalate. Then Flint laughed. You've got stones, first year. I'll give you that. He stepped back, the tension draining from the room. Survive your first year, and we'll talk again. The Greengrasses might be neutral, but you. His gaze was appraising now, curious. You're something else. He walked away, taking his entourage with him. Harry sat back down, heart pounding but face composed. Daphne's hand found his under the cover of the couch cushions. Well played, she murmured. We'll see. Harry watched Flint rejoin the older students, already fielding questions about what the exchange had meant. I've bought time, not safety. They'll be watching now. Let them watch. Daphne squeezed his hand once, then released it. They'll see exactly what we want them to see. Around them, the common room slowly returned to its normal rhythms, conversations resuming, alliances being formed and tested, the eternal dance of Slytherin politics playing out as it had for 1,000 years. Harry watched it all, cataloging, analyzing, planning. Day 1, and he'd already made himself a target. A known quantity. A player in the game. Good, he thought. Let them know I'm here. Let them wonder what I want. Let them try to figure me out. By the time they understood, it would be far too late. Dumbledore's office was exactly as the portraits had described it, cluttered, whimsical, filled with silver instruments that clicked and whirred and served no obvious purpose. The Sorting Hat dozed on its shelf. Fawkes the Phoenix regarded Harry from his perch with eyes that saw too much. And Dumbledore himself sat behind his desk, fingers steepled, looking every inch the kindly grandfather whose every word was a calculated move. "Lemon drop," the headmaster offered. "No thank you. Pity. They're really quite good." Dumbledore unwrapped one himself, popping it into his mouth with evident pleasure. "I imagine you're wondering why I've asked you here. You want to discuss terms." Harry remained standing, declining the offered chair. The conversation at the manor was interrupted. "You have things you want to say without my father present." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. "Straight to business. Very Slytherin of you." "I am in Slytherin." "Yes. That was unexpected." Dumbledore's tone was mild, but Harry caught the edge beneath it. "I had rather hoped the Sorting Hat might see qualities your upbringing may have obscured. The hat sees what's there. It put me where I belong." "Perhaps." Dumbledore stood, moving to the window that overlooked the castle grounds. "I owe you an apology, Harry. Several, actually. For leaving you with the Dursleys without proper monitoring. For assuming I knew what was best for you without consulting you, or anyone else. For spending 10 years planning your future without once asking what future you wanted." Harry said nothing. This was a performance, calculated to disarm him, and he wouldn't give Dumbledore the satisfaction of an easy response. "I won't pretend I've given up," Dumbledore continued. "You are important, more important than you know, to the future of our world. But I see now that treating you as a piece on a chessboard was wrong. You're not a piece. You're a player. And what game do you think we're playing, Headmaster?" Dumbledore turned, and his eyes were ancient, weary, and utterly determined. "The game of survival. Voldemort will return, I'm certain of it. When he does, you will be central to what follows. Not because of anything I planned, but because of what you are. What you survived. What the prophecy." Harry went very still. "What prophecy?" Something flickered across Dumbledore's face: calculation, regret, resolve. "I've said too much. Or perhaps not enough." He moved back to his desk, settling into his chair with the air of a man who had made a decision. "I'm going to tell you something I've told no one else. Something that will change how you see yourself, your past, and your future. In return, I ask only that you listen, really listen, before you react." "I'm listening." "The reason Voldemort attacked your family was a prophecy. Made before your birth, heard by one of his servants, it marked you as his downfall. The prophecy stated that a child born at the end of July, born to those who had thrice defied him, would have the power to vanquish the Dark Lord." Dumbledore's voice was soft, heavy with the weight of years. "The prophecy said that neither could live while the other survived." The words hung in the air, terrible and final. Harry let them settle, examining them from every angle, looking for the trap. "You're saying," he said slowly, "that I'm destined to fight Voldemort. That one of us has to die." "I'm saying that prophecies are tricky things. They suggest possibilities, not certainties. The future is not set, it's shaped by the choices we make." Dumbledore leaned forward. "But I'm also saying that Tom Riddle, Voldemort, believes the prophecy absolutely. He will come for you, Harry. Not because I put you in danger, but because he sees you as the only threat to his immortality." "His immortality?" Another flicker of calculation. Another decision made. "There are things I suspect, things I cannot prove yet, about how Tom has cheated death. Dark magic, the darkest imaginable. When I have more certainty, I will share it with you. For now, know this, killing Voldemort may not be as simple as defeating him in combat. There are protections in place. Layers of defense that must be unraveled first." Harry filed this away, another piece of a puzzle he was only beginning to see. Why are you telling me this? Because you deserve to know. Because keeping you ignorant was a mistake I'm trying to correct. And because. Dumbledore's voice dropped. Because I'm old, Harry. Older than most people realize. I've made mistakes that will haunt me until I die, and I've made calculations that cost people their lives. I won't pretend to be your friend or your mentor or your guide. But I will try, to be honest with you. Even when honesty is difficult. Harry studied the old man for a long moment. Looking for the lie, the angle, the hidden agenda. He found all three, of course. Dumbledore was playing a game, same as always. But there was something else beneath it, something that might have been genuine regret, genuine hope, genuine desire to do better. I don't trust you, Harry said finally. I would be disappointed if you did. Trust should be earned. But I'm willing to talk. To listen. To work with you, when our interests align. Dumbledore nodded slowly. That's more than I hoped for. One condition. Harry's voice hardened. No more secrets about my life. My past, my parents, this prophecy. If you have information that affects me directly, you tell me. Not when it's convenient, not when you think I'm ready. You tell me. And if I judge the information too dangerous, then you tell me why. And we discuss it. Like adults. Harry smiled, and it wasn't friendly. I'm not a child, headmaster. I haven't been for years. Treat me like one, and we're done. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he extended his hand. Agreed. No more secrets. No more manipulation. We work together, as allies, against the darkness that's coming. His eyes held Harry's. I can't promise I won't make mistakes. But I can promise I'll try to make different ones. Harry looked at the offered hand. Considered what it meant, not forgiveness, not trust, but a truce. A beginning. He took it. Together, then, he said. Together. They shook, and something shifted between them, old patterns breaking, new possibilities opening. It wasn't friendship. It wasn't trust. But it might, someday, be something close to understanding. Harry left the office with his mind racing. Prophecies. Immortality. Secrets darker than he'd imagined. The puzzle was larger than he'd thought, and the stakes were higher. But he was in the game now. Really in it. And he intended to win. The train platform at King's Cross was crowded with returning students and anxious families. Harry stood with Daphne near the barrier to platform 9 3/4, watching the chaos with the calm assessment of someone who had just survived their first term at Hogwarts. It had been 3 months of politics, magic, and carefully calculated moves. He'd established himself in Slytherin, built a network of tentative alliances, and managed to neither alienate Dumbledore nor align with Malfoy. His grades were excellent, not the best in his year. He deliberately held back to avoid too much attention, and his reputation was exactly where he wanted it, capable, neutral, and not to be underestimated. More importantly, he'd learned. About Hogwarts, about the people in it, about the shape of the world he was inheriting. The pieces were beginning to come together. Harry. Astoria's voice cut through the crowd, and then she was there, throwing her arms around him with more strength than her delicate frame suggested. Behind her, Cyrus and Evelyn waited with expressions of carefully controlled relief. You're home, Astoria said into his shoulder. I'm home, he agreed. The reunion was brief but genuine, embraces from Evelyn, a firm handshake from Cyrus that said more than words could. Daphne was swept up by her parents as well, and for a moment the two families stood together in the chaos, a united front against whatever was coming. There's much to discuss, Cyrus murmured as they made their way out of the station. The political situation has developed. I expected it would. The Covenant has been active. Not openly, never openly, but there are signs. The artifacts stolen from Gringots are being moved. And there are whispers of something stirring in Albania. Harry thought of Dumbledore's hints about immortality, about dark magic, about protections that needed to be unraveled. Then we have work to do, he said. Sirius's hand found his shoulder, brief, affirming. We do. But not today. Today we go home. Today we rest. Tomorrow. His expression shifted, something almost like pride entering his eyes. Tomorrow we plan. The family made their way to the apparition point, Harry in the center, surrounded by people who had chosen him as surely as he had chosen them. Behind them, the train station faded into the bustle of London. Ahead, Greengrass Manor waited. And beyond that, the future. Whatever it held. Harry looked back once, toward the hidden platform where the Hogwarts Express was already preparing for its return journey. Somewhere in that station, Dumbledore was probably plotting. Somewhere else, Lucius Malfoy was adjusting his strategies. And somewhere far away, forces older than either of them were stirring, drawn by the power of a boy who refused to be what others wanted him to be. I'm coming, Harry thought at all of them. Ready or not. Then he turned his back on the past and walked toward his family. The game was only beginning. And Harry Greengrass Potter intended to play it to the end. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, Masks and Mirrors. The Hogwarts Express cut through the Scottish countryside like a scarlet blade, carrying its cargo of students toward another year of magic and politics. Harry sat in the compartment he'd claimed as his own last term, third car from the front, left side, with clear sightlines to both doors, and watched the familiar landscape roll past. Daphne sat across from him, reading a treatise on advanced ward theory that most third years would have struggled with. Beside her, Tracy Davis had claimed the window seat, her presence still tentative but increasingly confident. And in the corner, Theodore Nott lounged with studied carelessness, pretending to doze while his ears caught every word. Harry's inner circle. Small, selective, and bound by mutual benefit rather than blind loyalty. Malfoy's been quiet this summer, Tracy offered, breaking the comfortable silence. My father said Lucius has been making moves in the Wizengamot, but Draco hasn't been seen at any of the usual gatherings. He's regrouping. Harry didn't look away from the window. I embarrassed him last term. His father will have spent the summer drilling proper behavior into him. You think he'll be a problem? I think he'll be an opportunity. Harry finally turned, meeting Tracy's curious gaze. Draco isn't stupid, he's just been trained to be obvious. Someone that transparent can be useful, if you know how to read him. Theo cracked one eye open. You're planning something. I'm always planning something. The question is which plan applies to which situation. The compartment door slid open before Theo could respond, revealing a bushy-haired girl with an armful of books and an expression of nervous determination. Hermione Granger, Muggle-born, sorted into Gryffindor, and according to Harry's sources, the most academically gifted student in their year. Excuse me, she said, her voice carrying that particular blend of confidence and uncertainty that marked someone pretending to be braver than they felt. Have any of you seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. No toads here. Harry gestured to the empty seat beside him. But you're welcome to sit for a moment if you'd like. You look like you've been searching for a while. Hermione hesitated, clearly aware that she was a Gryffindor being invited into a compartment full of Slytherins. The house rivalry was baked into Hogwarts so deeply that most students never questioned it. But Hermione Granger, Harry had learned, questioned everything. Thank you, she said, settling onto the seat with her books clutched to her chest like armor. You're Harry Potter. Everyone's been talking about you. Harry Greengrass Potter, he corrected gently. And everyone talks about a lot of things. I try not to pay too much attention. They say you rejected Draco Malfoy's offer of alliance. That you told him you wouldn't be anyone's follower. Her eyes were sharp, assessing. They also say you stood up to Marcus Flint on your first night. Do they? Some people think you're arrogant. Others think you're dangerous. She tilted her head. I think you're interesting. Harry laughed, genuinely, surprised by her directness. That's either a compliment or a threat, depending on context. Take it as a compliment. I don't find many people interesting. She glanced at the others in the compartment, her gaze lingering on Daphne's advanced reading material. Ward theory. That's Newt-level content. Daphne's ambitious, Harry said. We all are, in our own ways. That's rather the point of Slytherin. I thought the point of Slytherin was blood purity and dark magic. The compartment went very still. Tracy's hand moved toward her wand. Theo's lazy posture shifted into something more alert. But Harry just smiled. That's what people who've never actually talked to a Slytherin think. The truth is more complicated. He leaned forward slightly. Tell me, Hermione, and yes, I know your name, I make it a point to know everyone's name, what do you think Slytherin House actually values? She frowned, considering the question seriously rather than defaulting to prejudice. It was, Harry thought, exactly what he'd hoped she would do. Ambition, she said finally. Cunning. Resourcefulness. The desire to achieve greatness. And what's wrong with any of those things? Nothing, inherently. But the dark wizards who've come from Slytherin have given the house a reputation. Harry nodded. Fair point. But consider, Gryffindor has produced its share of vigilantes and violent revolutionaries. Ravenclaw has given us mad scientists who experimented on living subjects. Hufflepuff has. He paused. Actually, Hufflepuff's reputation is surprisingly clean. I should look into that. Hermione's lips twitched despite herself. You're saying every house has problems. I'm saying every house has people, and people are complicated. Sorting an 11-year-old based on personality traits doesn't determine who they'll become, it just gives them a community that reinforces certain tendencies. Harry shrugged. I chose Slytherin because I wanted to be surrounded by people who understood ambition. That doesn't mean I agree with everything Slytherin has historically stood for. You chose. The hat offers options. Most people don't realize they can negotiate. Hermione absorbed this with the intensity of someone filing away information for later analysis. You're not what I expected. I get that a lot. Harry stood, offering his hand. It was good to meet you properly, Hermione. I hope we'll talk again. She took his hand, her grip firm. So do I. Her gaze swept the compartment once more. Good luck with, whatever you're all planning. Who says we're planning anything? Please. She gathered her books, heading for the door. I'm not an idiot. The door slid shut behind her, and the compartment was silent for a moment. That was either very clever or very stupid, Theo observed. It was an investment. Harry settled back into his seat. Hermione Granger is going to be important someday. Better to establish a relationship now, when neither of us has anything to lose. She's a Muggle-born Gryffindor, Tracy pointed out. Half of Slytherin will hate you for even talking to her. Half of Slytherin already hates me for existing. This won't change anything. Harry's smile was thin. Besides, the other half will see exactly what I intended, that I'm building bridges instead of walls. That I'm playing a longer game than house rivalries. Daphne finally looked up from her book, her expression unreadable. And what game is that, exactly? The one where everyone underestimates me until it's too late. Harry met her eyes, and something passed between them, understanding, alliance, something more. By the time they realize what I'm building, it'll already be built. The train carried them onward, toward Hogwarts and everything that waited there. Harry watched the darkening sky and planned. The Great Hall was exactly as Harry remembered, vast, candlelit, humming with the energy of 500 students settling in for another year. The ceiling showed a perfect September evening, stars just beginning to emerge against the deep blue. Harry took his place at the Slytherin table, Daphne on one side and Theo on the other. Around them, the returning students were exchanging summer stories and calculating social positions, the eternal dance of serpent politics resuming after the holiday pause. At the high table, Dumbledore sat in the headmaster's chair, his eyes twinkling with that particular light that could mean wisdom or manipulation depending on your perspective. Their gazes met briefly, and Harry gave a slight nod, acknowledgement, not deference. "I'm here. I remember our agreement." The game continues. The doors opened for the new first years, and the sorting began. Harry paid careful attention to each placement, cataloging names and faces for future reference. A girl named Susan Bones went to Hufflepuff, her aunt was head of the DMLE, useful connection. A boy named Justin Finch Fletchley, clearly muggle-born from his bewildered expression, joined her. The Patil twins were split between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, an unusual divide that suggested complicated family dynamics. And then, Weasley, Ronald. The red-headed boy who'd been part of the Toad search party shuffled forward, his second-hand robes and nervous expression marking him as immediately as his hair color. The Weasleys were famously light-aligned, famously poor, and famously numerous. Ron was the sixth son, which meant he'd spent his entire life being compared to brothers who'd already achieved everything he might hope for. The hat barely touched his head before shouting, "Gryffindor." No surprise there. But Harry watched the boy's face as he hurried to his table, the relief, the desperation to belong, the hunger for recognition that burned behind his eyes. Ron Weasley wanted to be special. Wanted to be seen. Wanted to be something more than just another Weasley. Interesting, Harry thought. That hunger could be useful, if directed properly. The feast appeared with the usual magical flourish, and conversations resumed around him. Harry ate sparingly, listening more than speaking, gathering information from the chatter around him. Malfoy's father tried to get Dumbledore removed over the summer. Ministry's been quiet about that break-in at Gringots, but my father says, new defense professor looks like he's about to faint. What's his name? Harry's attention sharpened at that last comment. He followed the speaker's gaze to the high table, where a pale young man in a turban sat picking at his food with trembling hands. Professor Quirrell, according to the staff roster Harry had memorized. Defense against the dark arts. Supposedly brilliant, had taken a year off to travel and returned, changed. There was something wrong about him. Something that made Harry's scar prickle with distant unease. He filed the observation away for later investigation. "You're brooding," Daphne murmured beside him. "I'm thinking. Same thing, with you." She set down her fork, lowering her voice further. "What did you notice?" "The new defense professor. Something's off." Daphne's gaze flicked to Quirrell, then back. "He looks terrified." "He does. But of what?" Harry shook his head slightly. "I'll look into it. Quietly. You always do everything quietly. Loud gets you killed." Father's first lesson. The feast wound down, and Dumbledore rose for his traditional start-of-term announcements. The Forbidden Forest was forbidden, magic in the corridors was prohibited, and the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side was off-limits to anyone who didn't wish to die a very painful death. That last announcement sent a ripple of whispers through the hall. Harry caught Dumbledore's eye and saw something there, a message, perhaps, or a test. The corridor is bait, Harry realized. He wants someone to investigate. But who? And why? Another puzzle to solve. Hogwarts was full of them. The Slytherin common room was quieter than usual for the first night back. The older students had claimed their traditional territories, but the usual posturing seemed muted somehow, watchful rather than aggressive. Harry felt the weight of attention as he entered, dozens of eyes tracking his movement. His confrontation with Flint last year had established him as someone worth watching. His performance in classes had confirmed it. And his careful neutrality in the faction wars that defined Slytherin politics had made him unpredictable. Unpredictable, in Slytherin, was either very dangerous or very useful. Most people hadn't decided which category Harry fell into yet. Greengrass Potter. Flint's voice cut through the ambient noise. The Quidditch captain was lounging on one of the good couches, his cronies arranged around him like a bodyguard detail. Good summer. Productive. Harry didn't slow his pace toward his preferred corner. Yours? The same. Flint's eyes tracked him with predatory interest. I've been thinking about what you said last year. About power and leverage and knowing which battles to fight. Have you? You're interesting, first year. I don't usually find first years interesting. Flint's smile showed too many teeth. Sit with me for a minute. I want to discuss something. Harry considered the invitation. It was a power play, obviously, Flint establishing himself as someone whose requests Harry would comply with. But refusing would be its own kind of statement, one that might force a confrontation Harry wasn't ready for. 5 minutes, he said, settling into the chair across from Flint's couch. I have reading to do. Studious. I like that. Flint leaned forward, his voice dropping. Here's the thing, Greengrass Potter. You've made it clear you don't want to join any of the established factions. Fair enough. But you can't stay neutral forever. Eventually, you'll need allies who can actually do things, enforce agreements, provide muscle, handle the problems that can't be solved with cleverness. And you're offering to be that muscle? I'm offering a mutually beneficial arrangement. Flint's expression was calculating. You've got the brains and the political connections. I've got the physical presence and the fear factor. Together, we could do interesting things. Harry studied him for a moment, reading the angles. Flint wasn't stupid, he'd recognized that raw strength wasn't enough to stay on top in Slytherin, and he was looking to diversify his power base. The offer was genuine, as far as it went. But there were problems. What would you want in return? Harry asked. Nothing specific. Just, consideration. When you're making your moves, you think about how they affect me. When I'm making mine, I do the same. Flint shrugged massive shoulders. Alliance of equals. Neither of us owes the other anything, but we both know where we stand. That's remarkably reasonable. I'm a reasonable person. Flint's smile was almost friendly. Ask around. I'm hard on people who cross me, but I'm fair to people who don't. Same as you, from what I hear. Harry considered. The offer had merit. Flint's protection would make his first few years considerably easier, and having a direct line to the Quidditch team's social network was genuinely valuable. The cost seemed minimal, just a vague obligation to consider Flint's interests. But vague obligations had a way of becoming specific demands at inconvenient moments. I'll think about it, Harry said finally. Give me a week to consider the implications. A week. Flint nodded slowly. Fair enough. But don't take too long, other people are going to be making offers, and I'd rather get in early than fight for position later. Noted. Harry stood, offering his hand. Whatever I decide, I appreciate the straightforward approach. It's refreshing. Flint shook his hand with a grip that could have crushed bone if he'd wanted to. I like you, Greengrass Potter. I hope we end up on the same side. So do I. Harry walked away feeling the weight of Flint's gaze on his back. Another piece on the board, another relationship to manage. The game was getting more complex. He found Daphne in their corner, a privacy ward already shimmering around her chosen chairs. I saw, she said as he sat. What did Flint want? Alliance. Mutual benefit, vague obligations, the usual. And you're considering it? I'm considering everything. Harry accepted the cup of tea she'd ordered from the house elves. Flint's useful. His protection would make things easier. But his interests aren't always going to align with ours, and I don't like owing favors to people I can't predict. You can't predict anyone completely. No. But some people are more readable than others. Harry sipped his tea, organizing his thoughts. Flint wants power for its own sake. He wants to be feared, respected, obeyed. That's simple, predictable. The problem is that simple desires lead to simple solutions, and simple solutions are usually violent. You think he'd betray you if it served his interests? I think he'd consider it. Whether he'd actually do it depends on how the calculation works out. Harry shook his head. I need allies who are bound by something more than self-interest. People who have reasons beyond advantage to stay loyal. Daphne's expression was unreadable. And where do I fall in that calculation? Harry met her eyes, and for a moment the masks they both wore slipped slightly. Your family, Daph. That's not calculation. That's just true. Something shifted in her gaze, warmth, perhaps, or relief. Good. Because I was starting to wonder if you saw everyone as chess pieces. Not everyone. He reached out, touching her hand briefly. Never you. She didn't pull away. After a moment, she smiled, one of her rare genuine smiles, the ones that made her look her age instead of a decade older. We should get some sleep, she said. Tomorrow's going to be complicated. When isn't it? They left the common room together, ignoring the curious looks that followed them. Let people wonder about their relationship. Let them speculate and theorize and draw wrong conclusions. It was all part of the game. The first week of term established patterns that would shape the entire year. Classes sorted themselves into a hierarchy of usefulness. Transfiguration under McGonagall was rigorous and rewarding, she demanded excellence and provided it in return. Charms with Flitwick was similar, though his teaching style was more encouraging than demanding. Herbology was practical, astronomy was tedious, and history of magic was actively worthless, taught by a ghost who'd apparently died of boredom and was determined to share the experience. Defense against the dark arts, though, that was interesting. Quirrell was terrified of everything. His stutter was so severe that sometimes full minutes passed between coherent sentences. His classroom smelled of garlic, supposedly a protection against vampires he'd encountered in Albania. And his turban, which he claimed was a gift from an African prince, seemed to give him constant headaches. But underneath the fear, underneath the stammering incompetence, there was something else. Harry caught glimpses of it occasionally, moments when Quirrell's eyes sharpened, when his posture straightened, when something cold and calculating looked out from behind the mask of weakness. His scar ached whenever he was near the man. Not painfully, not yet, but enough to notice. Enough to warn him. Harry mentioned none of this to anyone except Daphne. You think he's possessed? She asked after his third observation. I think he's something. Harry was careful with his words, even in private. The signs match what Mother described, the physical tells, the personality inconsistencies, the way magic feels wrong around him. But possession by what? Or who? The obvious answer is a dark wizard. Someone who needs access to Hogwarts. And the obvious reason would be whatever's hidden in the third-floor corridor. Harry nodded. I've been researching. Dumbledore's announcement specifically mentioned painful death, that suggests active protections, probably guardians of some kind. The corridor itself is sealed with wards I can feel from 50 feet away. So Dumbledore is hiding something valuable, and someone is trying to steal it. That's my theory. Harry drummed his fingers on the table. The question is whether I should get involved. Whatever's happening between Dumbledore and whoever's using Quirrell, it's not my fight. But it's happening in my school. To my classmates, potentially. And Dumbledore expects me to investigate, I can feel it every time he looks at me. Harry's expression darkened. He's testing me. Seeing what I'll do when presented with a mystery. Then don't give him what he expects. Or give him exactly what he expects, but on my terms. Harry smiled thinly. He wants me curious. Fine. I'll investigate. But I'll do it my way, at my pace, and I'll make sure whatever I learn benefits me more than it benefits him. Daphne considered this. That's a dangerous game. All games are dangerous. The question is whether the prize is worth the risk. And is it? Harry thought about the prophecy Dumbledore had mentioned. About the hints of horcruxes and immortality. About the growing certainty that whatever had killed his parents wasn't really dead, just waiting. Yes, he said. I think it is. October brought the first real crisis of the year. Harry was in the library, researching obscure ward configurations, when the screaming started. He moved before thinking, wand drawn, body low, tracking the sound through the stacks toward the main corridor. Students were running past, their faces pale with terror. Someone was shouting about a troll in the dungeons, and the prefects were trying to organize evacuation while chaos swirled around them. Harry caught a glimpse of Hermione's face in the crowd and noticed her absence from the flow of students heading toward common rooms. She wasn't running. She was standing frozen, tears streaking her face, clearly having just heard something devastating. And then Ron Weasley was there, saying something that made her crumple further, and she was running, not toward safety but away, toward the bathrooms, sobbing. The bathrooms are near the dungeons, Harry realized. Where the troll is. He made a decision. Daphne. She was beside him instantly, her wand already out. Granger's heading toward danger. I'm going after her. I'm coming with you. No. I need you to find a professor, someone competent, not Quirrell, and bring them to the first-floor bathrooms. Fast. She hesitated for only a moment, then nodded. Don't die. I'll try. He was moving before she finished speaking, cutting through the panicked crowds with fluid precision. The training Cyrus had drilled into him for years took over, situational awareness, threat assessment, optimal movement paths. He reached the bathroom corridor in under 2 minutes. The troll was already there. 12 feet tall, gray-green skin, a club the size of a small tree trunk. It was stupid and slow and absolutely devastating, smashing through the bathroom wall like it was paper. Inside, Harry could hear Hermione screaming. He didn't have time to be clever. Reducto. The curse hit the troll's kneecap with every ounce of power Harry could muster. The creature roared, stumbling, and Harry was already moving, dodging the wild swing of its club, rolling under its legs, coming up with his wand aimed at the bathroom door. Bombarda. The door exploded inward, creating an exit where there hadn't been one. Granger. Move. Hermione appeared in the gap, her face bloody from flying debris but her eyes sharp with desperate intelligence. She saw the situation instantly, the wounded troll, Harry's position, the escape route, and she ran. The troll recovered faster than Harry expected. Its club came down where Hermione had been standing half a second ago, and only Harry's shouted warning saved her from being crushed. Impedimenta. He threw the jinx at the creature's face, not expecting it to work but hoping for a distraction. The spell splashed against its thick hide and did nothing. The troll turned toward him. Oh, Harry thought, this is going to hurt. And then someone else was there, a blur of red hair and reckless courage, and Ron Weasley's voice was screaming a levitation charm, and the troll's own club was rising into the air above its head. Let it go. Harry shouted. Now. Ron released the spell. The club dropped. The troll crumpled. For a moment, the only sound was their ragged breathing. Then footsteps, running footsteps, and Professor McGonagall was there with Snape and Quirrell behind her, all of them staring at the unconscious mountain troll and the 3 first-years who shouldn't have been anywhere near it. Explain, McGonagall said, her voice dangerously quiet. Harry opened his mouth to lie, to craft some story that would minimize punishment and preserve his political position, and found that he couldn't. Not with Hermione still shaking beside him. Not with Ron looking terrified and proud in equal measure. Granger was upset and went to the bathroom alone. She didn't know about the troll. I saw her leave and went after her. Weasley followed me. He met McGonagall's eyes steadily. I know we broke the rules. I don't care. She would have died. McGonagall's expression was unreadable. Behind her, Snape was staring at Harry with something that might have been reassessment. 5 points from Slytherin for disobeying direct orders, McGonagall said finally. And 30 points to Slytherin, for outstanding courage in the face of danger. Her gaze moved to Ron. 20 points to Gryffindor as well. That was exceptional spell work, Mr. Weasley. Ron looked like he might faint from shock. Now. McGonagall's voice softened slightly. All 3 of you, to the hospital wing. I want you checked for injuries. And then, she paused, something almost like warmth entering her severe expression. Then I want you to think very carefully about the choices you made tonight. Breaking rules to save a life is admirable. Making a habit of it is how you get yourself killed. Yes, Professor. They left the corridor together, Harry, Hermione, and Ron, walking in silence through the empty halls. The adrenaline was fading now, leaving exhaustion and a strange sense of connection in its wake. You saved my life, Hermione said quietly. Both of you. You'd have done the same, Ron muttered, ears red. Would I? She looked at Harry. Would you? Harry considered the question honestly. A month ago, he might have calculated the costs and benefits of intervention. Might have decided that risking himself for a near stranger wasn't worth the potential losses. But something had changed. He wasn't sure when or how, but the calculation had shifted. Yes, he said. I would. Hermione nodded slowly. Then I suppose we're friends now. Whether any of us planned it or not. Apparently. Harry smiled despite himself. The hat's going to be very confused. The hat can deal with it. Ron's voice was firm, despite his lingering nervousness. Some things are more important than house rivalries. Harry looked at the Gryffindor, really looked at him, past the second-hand robes and the insecurity. Saw the courage underneath. Saw the loyalty. Saw someone who might, given the chance, become something remarkable. You're right, Harry said. They are. The hospital wing welcomed them with warmth and healing magic. But the real change had happened in the corridor, in the moment when 3 very different students had chosen each other over everything else. Some alliances couldn't be planned. Some just happened. The next few weeks brought unexpected developments. Harry's reputation shifted after the troll incident. The Slytherins who dismissed him as too political, too calculating, suddenly saw someone who would risk himself for others. The Gryffindors who'd assumed all snakes were cowards found themselves reconsidering. And Hermione Granger, Muggle-born know-it-all, became a regular fixture at Harry's corner table in the library. It's causing talk, Daphne observed one evening, watching Hermione explain the finer points of transfiguration theory to a struggling Tracy. Let it. Harry was reviewing his notes on Quirrell, adding new observations from the day's defense class. Talk can't hurt us. Actions can. Some actions are symbolic. The boy who lived befriending Muggleborn sends a message to certain people. Good. I want to send that message. Harry set down his quill. The blood purists are dinosaurs, Daff. They're clinging to a dying ideology because it's the only thing that makes them feel special. Every year, more Muggleborns come to Hogwarts. Every year, more of them prove themselves equal or better than the pure families. The future isn't going to belong to people who can trace their ancestry back 12 generations, it's going to belong to people who can adapt. And you're adapting. I'm getting ahead of the curve. He smiled slightly. Father taught me to watch trends, remember? The trend says that in 20 years, Muggleborns will be a political force the old families can't ignore. I'd rather be their ally than their enemy when that happens. Daphne was quiet for a moment, processing this. You're playing a very long game. It's the only game worth playing. Across the library, Hermione laughed at something Tracy said, and Ron, who'd started joining their study sessions despite obvious discomfort with the Slytherin presence, rolled his eyes in fond exasperation. Theo lounged in his usual corner, pretending to read while actually watching everyone with his characteristic intensity. It wasn't what Harry had planned. None of it was what he'd planned. But looking at this strange gathering of houses and blood statuses, he thought it might be something better. Something real. November brought the Quidditch season, and with it, a return to more familiar forms of conflict. Harry had tried out for the Slytherin team on a whim, Cyrus had trained him on a broom, and he'd discovered an unexpected talent for flying. The seeker position had opened when Higgs graduated early, and Harry had claimed it with a display of skill that left Flint visibly impressed. Being on the team changed things. Suddenly he was training with older students, learning their names and habits, becoming part of a group dynamic that had nothing to do with politics. Quidditch was pure competition, and competition, Harry discovered, was refreshingly simple. "You're good," Flint admitted after a particularly brutal practice session. "Better than I expected. I aim to exceed expectations." "Yeah, I've noticed." Flint clapped him on the shoulder with enough force to stagger a normal person. "First game's against Gryffindor next week. We haven't beaten them in 3 years. That's about to change." Confident. "I like it." Flint's grin was predatory. "Don't make me regret putting you on the team, Greengrass Potter." "I won't." The Gryffindor match loomed, and with it came pressure Harry hadn't anticipated. Slytherin hadn't won the Quidditch Cup in years, and the house was hungry for a victory. Students who'd barely acknowledged him before were suddenly offering encouragement, advice, and in some cases, thinly veiled threats about what would happen if he let them down. Harry ignored most of it. He had larger concerns. His investigation into Quirrell had stalled, but something else had emerged, whispers about the third-floor corridor, about what was hidden there, about why Dumbledore would keep something so dangerous inside a school full of children. The answer, when Harry finally pieced it together, was both elegant and horrifying. The Philosopher's Stone, he told Daphne in the privacy of his dormitory, wards raised to maximum. Nicholas Flamel's creation. Produces the elixir of life, which grants immortality. Daphne's eyes widened. That's why it's here. To protect it? To use as bait. Harry's voice was flat with disgust. Dumbledore's trying to draw out whoever's after it. He's using the stone as a lure and Hogwarts as a trap. That's insane. The students are acceptable collateral, apparently. Harry forced himself to breathe evenly. I'm sure Dumbledore has convinced himself it's for the greater good. That the risk is minimal. That his protections will hold. But you don't believe him. I believe that Dumbledore is very good at convincing himself that his plans will work. I also believe that whoever is after the stone is willing to put a piece of their soul inside a professor to get close to it. Harry met her eyes. Quirrell isn't just possessed, Daph. He's hosting something, or someone, whose soul is so damaged that they can't maintain a physical form on their own. The dark magic required for that kind of possession is horcruxes. Daphne's voice was barely a whisper. You think Quirrell is carrying a horcrux? I think Quirrell is carrying something worse. I think he's carrying the thing that made the horcruxes. Harry's hand moved unconsciously to his scar. I think Voldemort is in this castle. Right now. Wearing our defense professor like a suit of clothes. The silence that followed was absolute. What do we do? Daphne asked finally. For now. Nothing. Harry's jaw tightened. We watch. We prepare. We wait for the right moment. And when Voldemort makes his move for the stone, we make sure we're ready. Ready for what? Harry smiled, and there was nothing warm in it. Ready to make sure he doesn't survive this time. The Quidditch match against Gryffindor was chaos from the opening whistle. Harry had expected a hard game. What he got was war. The Gryffindor chasers were aggressive, their beaters were vicious, and their keeper was annoyingly competent. The score seesawed wildly as both teams threw everything they had at each other. Harry circled above the carnage, scanning for the snitch while dodging bludgers that seemed to have a personal vendetta against him. His opposite number was a third-year named Cho Chang, pretty and skilled and just slightly slower than Harry on turns. They'd been trading feints for 20 minutes, neither willing to commit to a chase without certainty. And then Harry's broom tried to kill him. It started subtly, a slight hesitation in the steering, a wobble that shouldn't have been there. Then the hesitation became resistance, the wobble became a buck, and suddenly Harry was clinging to a broomstick that was actively trying to throw him off. The crowd gasped. Players on both teams paused, staring. Harry felt the curse pulsing through the wood beneath his hands, dark magic flooding the familiar enchantments with hostile intent. Quirrell, he thought. It has to be Quirrell. He didn't have time to be angry. He barely had time to think. The broom was spinning now, corkscrewing through the air with violence that made his arms scream in protest. If he fell from this height, but he wasn't going to fall. Harry Greengrass Potter didn't fall. He closed his eyes. Reached for the calm center Sirius had taught him to find under pressure. And then he pushed. Not with a spell. Not with words. With pure magical will, the same instinctive force that had made him special since infancy. He pushed against the curse, against the foreign magic trying to control his broom, against everything that wasn't him. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the curse shattered. Harry's broom steadied instantly, responding to his commands with eager obedience. He didn't waste time celebrating. His eyes swept the field, found the snitch hovering near the Gryffindor goal posts, and he dove. The catch was almost anticlimactic. His fingers closed around the struggling golden ball just as Cho Chang reached the same spot, half a second too late. The crowd erupted, and Harry rose into the sky with his arm raised in triumph. Slytherin had won. But more importantly, Harry had learned something. Someone at this school was willing to murder him in front of 500 witnesses. The game had just gotten personal. In the aftermath of the match, while Slytherin celebrated their first victory in 3 years, Harry slipped away from the party. He found Snape in the dungeons, as expected. What he didn't expect was the way the potions master was favoring his right leg, as if he'd been injured. "Professor," Harry said, leaning against the doorframe. "Interesting game." Snape's eyes narrowed. "What do you want, Greengrass Potter?" "Answers." Harry stepped into the office, closing the door behind him. "Someone cursed my broom during the match. Tried to kill me in front of the whole school. I think you know who it was. Your arrogance truly knows no bounds. You think I have nothing better to do than track the movements of every would-be assassin in this castle? I think you counter-cursed my broom." Harry met Snape's gaze steadily. "I felt it, toward the end. Someone was fighting the original curse, trying to break its hold. The magical signature was Slytherin, dark but not malevolent, focused and precise. That's you." Snape was silent for a long moment. His black eyes bored into Harry's, searching for something, deception, perhaps, or weakness. "You're not as foolish as your father," he said finally. "Though you're clearly every bit as arrogant. I'll take that as a compliment." Harry didn't react to the mention of James. "Why did you save me?" "I made a promise to someone, long ago. That promise extends to protecting her son." Snape's expression was unreadable. Even when that son seems determined to throw himself into danger at every opportunity. "My mother." Harry felt something shift in his chest. "You knew her." "I knew her." Snape's voice was barely audible. "She was the best person I ever met. And I failed her in every way that mattered." The words hung in the air, heavy with decades of guilt and grief. Harry wanted to ask more, wanted to understand this strange, bitter man who had hated James Potter and loved Lily Evans and was somehow caught between those feelings even now. But there were more pressing concerns. Quirrell, Harry said. He's the one who cursed my broom. I'm aware. He's possessed. Something's wearing him, using him to get close to whatever's hidden in the third-floor corridor. Snape's eyes widened almost imperceptibly. You know about that? I know it's the Philosopher's Stone. I know Dumbledore's using it as bait. And I know that whoever's inside Quirrell is desperate enough to kill a student in public. Harry stepped closer. I also know that you've been working with Dumbledore to protect the stone. That you've suspected Quirrell from the beginning. You presume a great deal. I observe a great deal. You've been watching Quirrell since the start of term. You were bitten by the three-headed dog guarding the stone, yes, I noticed the limp. And you tried to save me today, which means you're on my side, whatever else you might be. Snape was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was different, still cold, but with something that might have been respect underneath. The headmaster believes I am mistaken about Quirrell. He thinks the threat comes from elsewhere. The headmaster is wrong. Perhaps. Snape's lips twisted. And what do you intend to do with this information? Nothing reckless. Harry met his eyes. I'm not my father, Professor. I don't rush into situations without planning, and I don't trust that bravery alone will carry me through. But I'm also not going to sit back and wait for Quirrell to make another attempt on my life. What, then? I'm going to watch. I'm going to prepare. And when Quirrell makes his move for the stone, I'm going to be there to stop him. Harry smiled thinly. With your help, if you're willing. Without it, if you're not. Snape studied him for a long moment. Whatever he saw seemed to satisfy something. Your mother would be proud of you, he said quietly. And disappointed. Just as she always was with everyone who came to love her. I'll take that as a compliment too. It wasn't one. But there was something almost like warmth in Snape's eyes. Very well, Greengrass Potter. I'll keep my promise to Lily. I'll watch your back. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. If you get yourself killed despite my efforts, I'll be very put out. Harry laughed despite himself. I'll try to survive, then. For your peace of mind. See that you do. He left Snape's office with new information and new allies. The game was getting more complex by the day. But Harry was beginning to see the shape of it now. The pieces were moving into position. The confrontation was coming. And when it did, he would be ready. The Christmas holidays approached with the usual flurry of activity, exams, travel arrangements, the scramble of last-minute gift acquisition. Harry had already informed Cyrus that he would be staying at Hogwarts. There was too much happening here to leave, and besides, his presence at the manor might draw unwanted attention. What he hadn't expected was the others choosing to stay as well. My parents are traveling, Daphne explained, though her eyes said something else entirely. The manor will be empty anyway. My mum's visiting Charlie in Romania, Ron offered, ears slightly red. Fred and George are staying too, so it won't just be me. Hermione was the most surprising. I told my parents I wanted to focus on my studies. They weren't happy, but they understood. Harry looked at his strange little coalition, Slytherin and Gryffindor, pureblood and Muggleborn, people who shouldn't have anything in common except the choice to stand together. You're staying because of me, he said. It wasn't a question. We're staying because something's going to happen, Hermione corrected. And when it does, you're not facing it alone. None of us are, Theo added from his corner. That's rather the point. Harry wanted to argue. Wanted to send them away, keep them safe, handle whatever was coming by himself. It was what Cyrus would have done, minimize exposure, control variables, trust no one. But Cyrus wasn't here. And these people, these friends, though the word still felt strange, had chosen to trust him. had chosen to stay. He couldn't betray that choice by pushing them away. Fine, he said. But if we're doing this, we're doing it my way. That means planning, preparation, and no one taking unnecessary risks. Define unnecessary, Ron muttered. Anything I don't approve in advance. Harry's voice was firm. I'm not losing any of you because someone decided to be heroic at the wrong moment. The others exchanged glances, some silent communication passing between them. Then Daphne nodded. Your way, she agreed. But we're in this together. All of us. All of us, Harry echoed. The words felt like a promise. Like a vow. Outside, snow was beginning to fall, blanketing Hogwarts in white. The castle creaked and settled, ancient magic humming through its stones. Somewhere in the depths, Quirrell was plotting. Somewhere above, Dumbledore was watching. And somewhere else entirely, forces older than either of them were stirring. The Christmas holidays stretched ahead, quiet and deceptive. Harry looked at his friends, his unlikely, impossible friends, and felt something that might have been hope. Whatever was coming, they would face it together. And together, they might even survive. Christmas morning dawned bright and cold. Harry woke to the unfamiliar sensation of presents at the foot of his bed, actual presents, wrapped in colorful paper, instead of the carefully selected political gifts that usually appeared at Greengrass Manor. He blinked at them for a moment, processing. You look like you've never seen Christmas before, Theo observed from the next bed, already halfway through a pile of his own packages. I've seen Christmas. Just, not like this. Harry picked up the first package, a small box wrapped in emerald paper. The tag read from Daphne, which meant the contents would be either heartfelt or weaponized. With Daphne, it was sometimes hard to tell the difference. Inside was a ring. Silver, set with a small emerald, and when Harry slipped it on his finger, he felt wards settling into place, detection, protection, subtle magics that would warn him of approaching threats and strengthen his mental shields. For when I'm not there to watch your back, the accompanying note read. Harry smiled despite himself. Heartfelt and weaponized. Classic Daphne. The other presents were less practically tactical. Hermione had given him a book on advanced theoretical magic that she'd clearly annotated herself. Ron's gift was a box of chocolate frogs with an apologetic note about budget constraints. Tracy had contributed a set of self-inking quills. Even Snape had sent something, a small vial of potion with a label that simply read for emergencies. Don't waste it. But the strangest package was the last one. It came wrapped in plain brown paper, with no tag, no note, no indication of who might have sent it. Inside was a cloak. Harry felt the magic in it immediately. Old magic, deep magic, the kind that had been building for centuries. The fabric was like liquid silver in his hands, lighter than air, and when he threw it around his shoulders, he vanished. What the? Theo sat up sharply. Where did you go? Harry pulled the cloak off, reappearing with a gasp. Invisibility cloak. A real one. I thought these were just legends. There are maybe 3 in existence. Theo's eyes were wide. Who the hell sent you that? Harry checked the wrapping again, looking for any clue he'd missed. This time, he found it, a small piece of parchment that had been hidden in the folds. Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. No signature. But Harry didn't need one. Dumbledore, he said quietly. Dumbledore gave you a priceless invisibility cloak. Theo looked torn between disbelief and envy. Why? Because he's trying to tell me something. Harry folded the cloak carefully, feeling the magic pulse against his palms. He wants me to use this. Wants me to investigate, to explore, to find something. The stone? Maybe. Or maybe something else. Harry's mind was racing. Father's cloak. James Potter's cloak. If Dumbledore had it all along, why return it now? What does he expect me to do with it? Knowing Dumbledore? Something dangerous that will somehow serve his larger plans. Harry nodded slowly. Then I'll use it. But I'll find something he doesn't expect along the way. He tucked the cloak into his trunk, adding it to his growing collection of tools and advantages. The game was becoming more interesting by the day. And Harry Greengrass Potter was just getting started. The Christmas dinner in the Great Hall was a small affair, only 20 students had stayed for the holidays, and the professors made an effort to keep things festive. Dumbledore wore a particularly ridiculous hat. McGonagall actually smiled. Even Snape looked slightly less hostile than usual. Harry sat with his friends at the end of one table, ignoring house boundaries in a way that would have been unthinkable a few months ago. Ron was demolishing his third helping of pudding. Hermione was explaining the theory behind wizard crackers. Daphne and Theo were conducting some sort of silent competition to see who could maintain the most dignity while wearing the absurd paper crowns that had emerged from said crackers. It was, Harry realized, the closest thing to a normal Christmas he'd ever experienced. At the head table, Quirrell was absent, indisposed, according to McGonagall, and Harry filed that information away for later consideration. If the possessed professor was avoiding large gatherings, it might mean the entity inside him was growing weaker. Or stronger. Hard to tell without more data. You're plotting again, Daphne murmured. I'm thinking. Same thing. She sipped her mulled cider, eyes scanning the room with her usual alertness. Quirrell's absence is notable. I noticed. Snape's been watching the Gryffindors all evening. The Weasley twins, specifically. Harry's attention sharpened. Fred and George. Why? Unknown. But he seemed concerned about something they were carrying. A piece of parchment, maybe. That was interesting. The Weasley twins were known for their pranks and their knowledge of the castle's secret passages. If they had something that Snape considered worth monitoring, I'll look into it, Harry decided. After dinner. We'll look into it, Daphne corrected. I didn't give you that ring so you could sneak off alone. The ring is for emergencies. This qualifies. Her voice was firm. You're not doing this without backup, Harry. Not anymore. He wanted to argue. Wanted to keep her safe, keep all of them safe, handle the dangerous parts himself. But she was right, and they both knew it. Fine, he said. After dinner. We'll talk to the Weasleys. Fred and George, as it turned out, were more than happy to talk. The Marauder's map, Fred said, producing the battered piece of parchment with theatrical flourish. Nicked it from Filch's office years ago. Shows everyone in the castle, George continued. Every person, every room, every secret passage. You can't hide from the map. Harry stared at the parchment, his mind racing through implications. A map that showed everyone in Hogwarts. That meant he could track Quirrell's movements. Could see exactly when and where the possessed professor was making his moves. Where did it come from, he asked. Made by 4 blokes called Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, Fred said. Bit before our time, but legends in their own right. Prongs. Harry's breath caught. He'd heard that name before, in one of his father's journals. It had been James Potter's nickname among his friends. His father had made this map. Can I borrow it? Harry asked. Just for a few days. There's something I need to track. The twins exchanged glances, some silent communication passing between them. Then George shrugged. For the boy who gave us our first Slytherin win in 3 years. Yeah, all right. But we want it back. You'll get it back. I promise. The map changed into his hands, and Harry felt the magic of it responding to him, recognizing him, perhaps, as the son of one of its creators. When he tapped his wand to its surface and spoke the activation words, the ink bloomed across the parchment, revealing Hogwarts in impossible detail. Every person, every room, every secret. Including one particular dot, labeled Quirinus Quirrell, currently in the third-floor corridor. Harry smiled. The hunt was on. 3 nights later, Harry stood before the door to the third-floor corridor, invisible and alone. He'd considered bringing the others, but this was reconnaissance, not combat. He needed to understand the defenses, the layout, the path that Quirrell would have to take to reach the stone. Once he had that information, he could make better plans. The door was warded, but not against students. Dumbledore had apparently intended for curious children to be able to enter. What he'd placed inside was meant to deter, not prevent. Harry eased the door open and slipped through. The first thing he heard was snoring. Massive, rumbling snoring, coming from something very large. He rounded the corner and found himself face to face with a 3-headed dog. Each head was the size of a small car. The body filled the room like a furry mountain. And all 3 heads were fast asleep, drooling contentedly, while somewhere in the distance, a harp played by itself. Music, Harry realized. Music puts it to sleep. He noted the trapdoor beneath one of the dog's paws and retreated carefully. No need to test his luck tonight, he had what he came for. The map showed him the route back to the dungeons, and Harry moved through the castle like a ghost, invisible and silent. He was almost to the Slytherin common room when a dot on the map made him freeze. Tom Riddle. The name appeared briefly, superimposed over Quirrell's dot, then vanished. But Harry had seen it. The map, with its marauder magic, could see through the possession. Could see the thing that lurked behind Quirrell's turban. Voldemort, Harry thought. He's here. He's been here all along. And now I can prove it. He slipped into the common room, mind racing with plans and possibilities. The game was entering its final stages. The confrontation was coming. And Harry Greengrass Potter would be ready. The second term began with a shift in the castle's atmosphere. Harry felt it immediately, a tension in the air, a sense that events were accelerating toward some inevitable conclusion. Quirrell was becoming more erratic, his absences more frequent, his moments of clarity increasingly rare. Snape watched him constantly. Dumbledore watched Snape watching Quirrell. And Harry watched all of them, gathering information, preparing for the moment when everything would converge. It'll be soon, he told the others during one of their evening sessions. Quirrell's running out of time. Whatever's inside him is dying, or fighting to survive. He'll make his move before the year ends. And when he does? Hermione asked. We'll be there. But not to stop him, not directly. Harry spread out the map on the table between them. Dumbledore has protections in place. Snape has protections in place. If we try to handle this ourselves, we'll just get in the way. Then what's the plan? Ron looked frustrated. Just, watch. Watch, prepare, and be ready to act if the protections fail. Harry pointed to the map's representation of the third-floor corridor. There are multiple layers of defense between that door and the stone. Quirrell will have to get through all of them, and that takes time. If he succeeds despite everything, we'll be there to make sure he doesn't get away with it. That's a lot of ifs, Theo observed. I know. But I'm not arrogant enough to think we can do better than Dumbledore and Snape combined. Not yet. Harry's expression was steady. Our job is to be the last line of defense. The backup plan. If everything goes right, we'll never have to act at all. And if everything goes wrong? Daphne asked quietly. Harry met her eyes. Then we fight. All of us. Together. The others nodded slowly, accepting the plan with the trust they'd built over months of shared danger and growing friendship. It wasn't the bold, heroic approach that Ron might have preferred, or the purely intellectual strategy that Hermione might have designed. It was Harry's approach. Patient. Pragmatic. And ultimately, if necessary, ruthless. The end game was approaching. And when it arrived, they would be ready. The confrontation came on a night in May, when the castle was quiet and the stars burned cold above the towers. Harry felt it first through his scar, a pulse of pain that had been building for weeks, finally cresting into something urgent and undeniable. He checked the map and saw Quirrell's dot moving through the third-floor corridor, descending through the trapdoor, vanishing into the depths below. He gathered the others. "It's happening," he said. "Now." They moved through the castle with practiced coordination, invisible under Harry's cloak, expanded with a clever charm Hermione had found, or concealed by the notice-me-not spells Daphne had layered over the group. By the time they reached the third-floor corridor, the door was already open. The three-headed dog was unconscious, a harp playing silently in the corner. Someone else had come this way, Snape, Harry assumed, or perhaps Dumbledore himself. "We follow," Harry said. "But carefully. If there's fighting ahead, we hang back until we understand the situation." The descent through the trapdoor brought them to a room of Devil's Snare, already withered by someone else's fire spell. Beyond that, a chamber full of flying keys, a chess set with shattered pieces, and an unconscious troll that Theo refused to look at too closely. Finally, they reached the last chamber. The door was closed. Through it, Harry could hear voices, Quirrell's stuttering speech, and something else. Something that came from the back of Quirrell's head and sounded like a snake pretending to be human. "Use the boy, he can retrieve it for us." Harry's blood went cold. "He's got someone," Hermione whispered. "Someone who can help him get the stone." "Me," Harry said quietly. "He's talking about me." "He doesn't know you're here," Daphne pointed out. "Not yet." Harry considered his options. "But he will soon. And when he does? What do we do?" Ron's voice was tense. Harry made a decision. "You stay here," he said. "All of you. If I don't come back in 10 minutes, get Dumbledore. Get anyone." "Harry," Daphne started. "This is my fight." He met her eyes. "The prophecy says it has to be me. I don't know what that means, exactly, but I know I can't hide from it forever. Voldemort came back to finish what he started. I have to be the one to stop him. You don't have to do it alone. I know. And I won't, not really. You'll be here, ready to back me up. That's enough." He took her hand briefly. "Trust me, Daph. I know what I'm doing." She stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. 10 minutes, she said. "And then we're coming in whether you like it or not." "Fair enough." Harry pulled off the invisibility cloak, handing it to Hermione. He checked his wand, checked the ring Daphne had given him, checked the vial of emergency potion from Snape. Then he opened the door and walked into the fire. Quirrell stood before the mirror of Eriste, his back to the door, his turban slightly askew. In the mirror's surface, Harry caught a glimpse of something horrifying, a second face, twisted and serpentine, pressed against the back of Quirrell's skull. "Harry Potter," the professor said, and his voice was different now, stronger, colder. "We've been expecting you. I imagine you have." Harry kept his wand low but ready. "Having trouble with the mirror?" "It shows only what I desire," Quirrell said bitterly. "But I cannot reach it. Cannot claim it." "Let me speak to the boy," the other voice hissed. Face to face. Quirrell turned, and Harry saw Voldemort for the first time. He was barely there, a face made of shadow and malice, pressed into the back of Quirrell's head like a tumor made flesh. Red eyes gleamed with intelligence and hatred, fixed on Harry with an intensity that made his scar burn. "Harry Potter," Voldemort whispered. "The boy who lived. Come to die. Come to stop you, actually." Harry's voice was steady despite his racing heart. "You want the stone. I want you gone. One of us is going to be disappointed." Voldemort laughed, a horrible sound, more hiss than humor. "You have your mother's courage. And your father's foolishness. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? I, who have conquered death itself. I believe you're desperate. Harry took a step forward. I believe you're weak. I believe you're possessing a stuttering professor because you can't even maintain a physical form on your own. Another step. And I believe that whatever you're planning, it ends tonight. Brave words. Voldemort's eyes gleamed. But words won't save you. Quirrell, seize him. The possessed professor lunged, and Harry moved. Not away, toward. He caught Quirrell's wrist as it reached for him, gripping tight, feeling the magic his mother had left in his blood surge to life. Quirrell screamed. Where Harry touched him, the professor's skin began to burn, blistering, blackening, turning to ash. Voldemort's voice rose in fury, commanding his host to fight, to overcome, to kill, but Harry didn't let go. This is what she left me, he said, his voice barely audible over the screaming. This is what you gave me when you killed her. Protection. Sacrifice. Love. Stop him. Voldemort shrieked. Quirrell's body was disintegrating now, crumbling from the inside out as the protective magic consumed it. Harry felt the burn spreading, felt his hands blistering where they gripped, but he held on. And then, light. Pure, blinding, overwhelming light, bursting from the point of contact and filling the room. Harry heard Voldemort's final scream, felt the dark presence rip free of its host and flee into the shadows. Then there was nothing but pain, and darkness, and the sound of his friends' voices calling his name. He'd won. He'd survived. And the game, for now, was over. Harry woke in the hospital wing to the sound of quiet conversation. Remarkable recovery, considering the magical trauma, don't know how he knew to do that, the boy has hidden depths, Albus. I've always said, Harry opened his eyes. Dumbledore, Snape, and McGonagall stood at the foot of his bed, their discussion cutting off as they noticed his consciousness. Ah, Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling despite the gravity of the situation. Welcome back, Harry. How long? Harry's voice was rough. 3 days. Your hands required extensive healing, the protection magic you wielded was not meant to be channeled so directly. Dumbledore's expression was complicated. It was very brave, what you did. And very foolish. It worked. It did. Quirrell is dead, and the fragment of Voldemort that possessed him has fled. The stone is safe. Dumbledore paused. You broke at least a dozen school rules, put yourself in mortal danger, and very nearly died in a confrontation you should have left to the adults. Would the adults have handled it? We would have tried. Dumbledore's voice was quiet. I arrived mere minutes after your confrontation ended, Harry. If you had waited, if I had waited, Voldemort might have gotten the stone. Harry pushed himself upright, ignoring the protest of his healing hands. You set this trap, headmaster. You used the stone as bait, counting on Voldemort's desperation. But you underestimated how far he'd go. Perhaps I did. Dumbledore's eyes held something that might have been regret. Or perhaps I trusted that when the moment came, you would do exactly what you did. Harry stared at him. You planned this. You expected me to confront him. I hoped you wouldn't have to. But I, prepared for the possibility. Dumbledore's voice was very soft. The protection your mother left in your blood was always the strongest weapon against Tom. You couldn't learn to wield it in safety. It had to be forged in fire. The words hung in the air, heavy with implications. Harry felt something cold settle in his chest, not anger, exactly, but a confirmation of something he'd always suspected. You're still manipulating me, he said. Even after everything you promised. I am trying to prepare you for what's coming. The methods are imperfect. But the goal is your survival, Harry. Your success. Dumbledore's eyes were ancient and weary. Voldemort will return. Stronger than before. And when he does, you will be the only one who can stop him. I would give anything to change that truth, but I cannot. Harry considered this. The anger was there, banked but burning. The betrayal was there too. But beneath it all was the cold pragmatism that Sirius had taught him. Dumbledore was using him. Would always use him. But Dumbledore was also right, Voldemort was coming, and Harry was part of the solution. The question wasn't whether to play the game. The question was whether to play it on Dumbledore's terms, or his own. I want the truth, Harry said finally. All of it. The prophecy, the horcruxes, everything you know about what's coming. That's a great deal of information. Then we'll have a great deal of conversations. Harry's voice was steel. You said we'd be allies. Prove it. Stop keeping secrets and start treating me like someone who needs to understand what he's fighting. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. Very well. When you're recovered, come to my office. We'll begin, filling in the gaps. Good. Harry leaned back against his pillows. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to see my friends. The adults exchanged glances, then filed out. McGonagall paused at the door. For what it's worth, Mr. Greengrass Potter, you showed remarkable courage down there. Your parents would be proud. Thank you, Professor. She nodded once and left. Snape lingered a moment longer, his expression unreadable. The potion, he said quietly. Did you use it? Harry shook his head. Didn't need to. Saved it for next time. Something that might have been approval flickered in Snape's eyes. See that you do. Then he was gone too, and Harry was alone with his thoughts. He'd won this battle. But the war was far from over. Voldemort was out there, somewhere, planning his return. The Covenant of Ashes was stirring in the shadows. And Dumbledore was still playing his games, still treating Harry as a piece on his board. But Harry was learning the rules now. Learning the players. Learning how to turn their expectations against them. The door opened, and his friends poured in, Daphne and Hermione and Ron and Theo and Tracy, all of them talking at once, all of them alive and whole and here. Harry smiled despite everything. The game would continue. The battles would come. But for now, in this moment, he had something more important. He had family. And that, in the end, was worth fighting for. The end-of-year feast was a celebration, despite everything. Slytherin had won the House Cup, their first in 7 years, and the Great Hall was awash in green and silver. Harry sat at his table, surrounded by friends and allies, and the beginning of something that might, given time, change everything. Dumbledore rose to speak, and the hall fell silent. Another year ends, the headmaster said, his voice carrying through the vast space. A year of challenges and triumphs, of dangers faced and obstacles overcome. We have lost much, Professor Quirrell, whatever his faults, will be missed. But we have also gained. His eyes found Harry in the crowd. We have gained the knowledge that courage comes in many forms. That friendship can cross the boundaries we build between ourselves. That the future, he paused, something ancient and tired passing through his expression. That the future is not yet written. The speech continued, but Harry barely heard it. He was watching Daphne, who was watching him back. Watching Ron and Hermione at the Gryffindor table, their eyes bright with hard-won understanding. Watching Theo and Tracy, loyal despite the cost. He was watching his future take shape. Tomorrow, the train would carry them home. Summer would bring new challenges, new preparations, new moves in the endless game. But for now, they had this moment. This victory. This proof that even against impossible odds, they could survive. Harry raised his goblet in a silent toast. To the future, he thought. Whatever it brings. Across the hall, Dumbledore caught his eye and nodded once, acknowledgement, perhaps. Or warning. Harry smiled. Let him warn. Let him plan. Let him think he understood what Harry Greengrass Potter was becoming. By the time he figured it out, it would be far too late. The Serpent's heir was just getting started. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, The Weight of Gold. The goblin's eyes were black as obsidian and twice as sharp. You understand what you're asking, Ragnarok said, his voice carrying the weight of centuries. Access to the Potter family vault. Full access. Not the trust fund Dumbledore established, the ancestral holdings. I understand. Harry sat across from the Goblin Elder in a chamber deep beneath Gringots, where the air tasted of gold and old magic. I'm the last of the Potter line. The vault is mine by right. By right, yes. But rights and access are not always the same thing. Ragnarok's fingers drummed against the stone table. The vault has been sealed since your parents' death. Dumbledore placed monitoring charms on the entrance, nothing that violates Goblin sovereignty, but enough to alert him if anyone attempts entry. Can the charms be removed? They can be circumvented. The Goblin's smile showed teeth that had never been designed for friendliness. For a price. Harry had expected this. Goblins respected gold, but they respected cunning more. The fact that he'd requested this meeting through proper channels, had learned enough gobbledygook to greet Ragnarok in his own tongue, had come alone without adult supervision, all of it had been calculated to demonstrate that Harry Potter Greengrass was not a typical wizard child. Name your price, he said. Ragnarok studied him for a long moment. You're not what we expected, heir of Potter. Your kind usually come to us with demands and threats, waving their wands as if magic makes them superior. My kind? Wizards. The ones who forgot that goblins built this world's economy while their ancestors were still painting themselves blue and worshipping trees. Ragnarok's voice was dry. But you came to negotiate. To trade. That is, unusual. My father, my adoptive father, taught me that every relationship is a transaction. The question is whether both parties benefit, or only one. Harry met the Goblin's eyes steadily. I want access to my vault. You want something in return. Let's find out if we can both walk away satisfied. The silence stretched. Then Ragnarok laughed, a sound like stones grinding together. Very well, young Potter Greengrass. Here is what the Goblin Nation wants. He leaned forward. Information. There are things happening in the wizarding world that concern us. Artifacts being moved. Old magic stirring. Whispers of something called the Covenant of Ashes. Harry's expression didn't change, but his heart rate spiked. You've heard of the Covenant? We've heard rumors. Fragments. Enough to know that whatever they're planning involves items that passed through Gringotts' vault centuries ago. Ragnarok's black eyes glittered. You know something about them. I can see it in your face, however well you try to hide it. I know they're real. I know they're old, older than the founders, maybe older than the ministry. I know they want something from me, though I don't know what yet. Harry considered how much to reveal. And I know they attacked my family's home last summer. Tried to disrupt a ritual. Failed. The blood adoption. Ragnarok nodded slowly. We felt the magical resonance. Powerful working. The kind that hasn't been performed in generations. You felt it? Gringots sits on a nexus of ley lines, young wizard. We feel everything. The Goblin's smile was knowing. The Covenant wanted to stop that ritual. Which means you becoming a true Greengrass threatened their plans somehow. Interesting. Harry filed that away for later analysis. So you want information about the Covenant? What else? A promise. When you discover what they're truly after, you share it with us. Not the Ministry, not Dumbledore, not your precious Order of the Phoenix. The Goblin Nation, first. That's a significant commitment. It is. But consider what you gain in return. Ragnar spread his hands. Full access to the Potter vault. Removal of Dumbledore's monitoring charms. And he paused for effect. Our assistance in investigating the Covenant. The nation has resources your ministry cannot imagine. Archives that predate your written history. Contacts in places wizards have never set foot. Harry's mind raced through the implications. An alliance with the goblins would be unprecedented, and invaluable. But it would also make him enemies. The ministry would see it as a threat. Dumbledore would see it as a loss of control. The old pureblood families would see it as race treachery. Then again, Harry had never been particularly interested in making those people comfortable. Done, he said. Information for information. Alliance for alliance. But I want one more thing. Name it. Teach me. Harry leaned forward. Goblin magic. Goblin history. The things wizards have forgotten or never knew. I want to understand this world properly, not just the version humans have decided is acceptable. Ragnar stared at him. For a long moment, Harry thought he'd overreached, that the request would shatter the fragile negotiation. Then the goblin laughed again, longer this time, with something that might have been genuine delight. You have stones, young Potter Greengrass. Stones the size of dragon eggs. He stood, extending a clawed hand. Very well. We have an accord. May your gold flow freely and your enemies choke on their greed. Harry took the hand, feeling the strength in those gnarled fingers. May your vaults overflow and your blade stay sharp. Ragnar's eyebrows rose. You've been studying. I told you. I want to understand. Then understand this. The goblin's grip tightened slightly. The goblin nation does not forgive betrayal. We do not forget broken promises. If you prove false, I won't. Harry's voice was steady. My word is the only currency that matters in the end. I don't spend it carelessly. Ragnar held his gaze for a moment longer, then released his hand with a nod. Good. Then let us go see what your ancestors left for you. The Potter Vault was nothing like the trust fund Harry had visited during his first Hogwarts shopping trip. That had been a small chamber, respectably filled with gold and silver, enough to fund his education, not enough to reshape economies. This was something else entirely. The door alone was a work of art, 20 feet of goblin-forged steel, covered in protective runes that hummed with power. Ragnar pressed his palm to a specific section, spoke words in a language older than gobbledygook, and the massive portal swung open with a silence that belied its weight. Beyond was darkness. Then light bloomed, magical torches responding to the presence of a Potter heir, and Harry saw the extent of his birthright for the first time. The vault was vast. Chambers opened onto chambers, each filled with centuries of accumulated wealth. Gold coins were the least of it, there were jewels, artifacts, suits of armor, weapons that radiated magic so powerfully Harry could taste it. Shelves of books lined one wall, their spines bearing titles in languages he didn't recognize. Portrait frames hung empty, their subjects apparently having vacated when the vault was sealed. Merlin's beard, Harry breathed. The Potters were among the oldest families in Britain, Ragnar said, his voice carrying a note of professional respect. Perhaps not the flashiest, but wealthy beyond most wizards' dreams. They had a talent for investing wisely and dying at convenient times, from an inheritance perspective. Harry moved deeper into the vault, his eyes cataloging everything. There would be time to examine it all properly later. For now, he was looking for something specific. Where are my parents' things? Their personal effects. Deeper. The more recent additions are toward the back. He found them in a smaller chamber, set apart from the ancestral treasures. James and Lily's possessions, carefully preserved, clothing, books, magical instruments, photographs that moved and smiled and waved at him with heartbreaking enthusiasm. Harry picked up a photograph of his parents' wedding day. James was grinning like a man who'd won every lottery at once. Lily was radiant, her red hair catching the light, her green eyes, his eyes, sparkling with joy. You didn't know, he thought. You couldn't have known what was coming. You thought you had years ahead of you. Decades. He set the photograph down gently and kept searching. The journals were what he'd come for. His father's record of his time at Hogwarts, his work as an Auror, his involvement in the First War against Voldemort. His mother's notes on experimental charms, on blood magic, on the protection she'd ultimately sacrificed herself to create. And there, in the final journal, the entry that changed everything. October 15, 1981. Dumbledore came today with news. A prophecy, he says. A prophecy that marks our son as the one who will defeat Voldemort, or be destroyed by him. Peter thinks we should go into hiding. Sirius agrees, though he's furious that Albus won't share the full prophecy with us. Need to know, the old man says. Always need to know. I don't trust him. I've never fully trusted him. But Lily believes he's our best chance, and I trust her more than I trust my own instincts. We're using the Fidelius charm. Sirius will be secret keeper. At least, that's what everyone will think. Harry read the entry 3 times, his heart pounding. Sirius Black. His father's best friend. The man everyone believed had betrayed the Potters to Voldemort. Except, according to this journal, Sirius wasn't supposed to be the secret keeper at all. It was a decoy. The real secret keeper was someone else, someone whose name James had been too careful to write down, even in his private journal. Peter thinks we should go into hiding. Peter Pettigrew. The 4th marauder. The one who'd supposedly been killed by Sirius in the aftermath of the Potter's murder. The one whose body had never been found. Harry sat back, his mind racing through implications. If Sirius wasn't the secret keeper, then he couldn't have betrayed the Potters. Which meant either he was innocent, wrongly imprisoned for 12 years in Azkaban, or the journal was a lie. But why would James lie in his own private journal? What possible purpose would it serve? Unless the journal was meant to be found. Meant to be a message, hidden where only a Potter heir could access it, waiting for someone to discover the truth. You found something. Ragnarok's voice came from the doorway. I found questions. Harry closed the journal carefully. About my parents' death. About the man who supposedly betrayed them. Sirius Black. You know the name. Everyone knows the name. The Black family vault has been sealed since his imprisonment. His mother tried to disinherit him, but Goblin law doesn't recognize such actions from living relatives. Ragnarok's expression was unreadable. You believe he's innocent? I believe the official story has holes. Holes someone wanted me to find. Harry stood, tucking the journal into his robes. I need to know more about Peter Pettigrew. And about the night my parents died. That information may be difficult to obtain. Then I'll pay whatever it costs. Harry met the Goblin's eyes. This is personal, Ragnarok. Someone has been lying about my family for 12 years. I want to know who. And I want to know why. The Goblin studied him for a long moment. Then he nodded, something like respect entering his ancient features. The nation will assist. As per our agreement. He turned toward the vault's exit. Come. We have much to discuss, and much to plan. The summer heat pressed against the windows of Greengrass Manor like a living thing. Harry sat in Sirius's study, the Potter journal spread across the desk, explaining what he'd discovered. His adoptive father listened without interrupting, his expression growing more troubled with each revelation. Sirius Black, Sirius said finally. I remember the trial. Or rather, the lack of one. There was no trial. Bartemius Crouch was running the DMLE then. He was enthusiastic about convicting Death Eaters. Black was captured at the scene, surrounded by witnesses, laughing over the bodies of a dozen Muggles and what remained of Peter Pettigrew. Sirius's voice was clinical. The evidence seemed overwhelming. No one questioned whether a formal trial was necessary. But if Pettigrew was the real secret keeper, then Black is innocent of betraying your parents. Though not necessarily innocent of the other murders. Harry shook his head. The journal says Sirius was furious about not knowing the full prophecy. That doesn't sound like someone who was planning to sell out his best friend. No. It doesn't. Sirius was quiet for a moment. What do you want to do about this? I want the truth. Whatever it is. Harry met his father's eyes. If Black is innocent, he spent 12 years in Azkaban for a crime he didn't commit. If he's guilty, then my father's judgment was catastrophically wrong. Either way, I need to know. Investigating this will attract attention. The Ministry won't appreciate questions about their justice system. Dumbledore won't appreciate you poking into matters he's clearly chosen to leave buried. I know. Harry's jaw tightened. But I can't just ignore this. Not now that I know. Sirius studied his son for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. Very well. I'll reach out to some contacts in the DMLE, carefully, discreetly. See what I can learn about the original investigation. He paused. But Harry, be careful. Sirius Black is either an innocent man wrongly imprisoned or a cunning murderer who fooled everyone who knew him. Either option is dangerous. I'm always careful. You're frequently careful. There's a difference. But there was pride in Sirius's voice, underneath the concern. Keep me informed. And don't do anything reckless without backup. I won't. Harry gathered the journals, preparing to leave. Father, thank you. For believing me about this. I believe in evidence. And I believe in you. Sirius's expression softened slightly. Whatever you find, whatever the truth turns out to be, we'll face it together. As a family. Harry nodded, something warm settling in his chest despite the weight of everything he'd learned. Family. The word meant more now than it ever had. The Covenant of Ashes made their second move on a night in late July. Harry was in the manor's library, cross-referencing the information Ragnarok had sent with the Greengrass family archives, when the ward screamed. Not the gentle chime of an approved visitor. Not even the insistent pulse of an unauthorized approach. This was a full assault, multiple attackers, hitting the perimeter defenses with enough force to make the stones themselves cry out in alarm. Harry was on his feet before the sound died, wand drawn, mind racing through defensive protocols. Through the window, he could see figures moving in the darkness, robed shapes, faces hidden, magic crackling around them like storm lightning. The door burst open, and Daphne appeared, her own wand ready. The family's gathering in the safe room. Father says, I know what Father says. Harry was already moving toward the window, watching the attackers test the outer wards. How many? A dozen, maybe more. They're using some kind of ward-breaking magic I don't recognize. The Covenant. Harry's voice was grim. They've come back to finish what they started last summer. Then we need to get to the safe room, no. Harry turned to face her, his expression hard. The safe room is defensive. Static. They'll just keep hammering the wards until they break through. What's the alternative? We hit them first. Daphne stared at him. Harry, we're 12 years old, and I've been training for combat since I was 5. So have you. He moved past her, toward the stairs. They're expecting a siege. They're not expecting a counterattack. Father won't allow, Father will do what's necessary to protect the family. So will I. Harry paused at the top of the stairs, meeting her eyes. Are you with me? A dozen emotions flickered across Daphne's face, fear, doubt, loyalty, determination. Then her expression hardened into something that matched his own. Always, she said. They moved through the manor like shadows, using servant passages and hidden corridors that the attackers couldn't know about. Harry's mind was cataloging defensive options, attack vectors, the strengths and weaknesses of the opponents he could see through the enchanted windows. 12 attackers. Robed in grey, faces masked. They were spreading out around the perimeter, setting up some kind of ritual formation. The ward-breaking magic they were using felt wrong, not dark exactly, but alien. Ancient. They're not just breaking the wards, Harry realized. They're trying to corrupt them. Turn our own protections against us. That changed the calculation. New plan, he muttered to Daphne. We need to disrupt their ritual before they finish. Can you get to the West Tower without being seen? Probably. Why? The family keeps emergency ward anchors there. If you can activate them, it might destabilize whatever they're doing. And you? I'm going to provide a distraction. Harry, trust me. He squeezed her hand briefly. Go. I'll be fine. She held his gaze for a moment longer, then nodded and disappeared into the shadows. Harry waited until she was gone, then took a deep breath. Time to make some noise. The first Covenant agent never saw him coming. Harry emerged from a hidden exit at the edge of the gardens, moving through the summer darkness with predatory grace. The attacker was focused on the ritual, pouring magic into the ward-breaking formation, completely unaware of the 12-year-old approaching from behind. Stupefy. The man dropped without a sound, and Harry was already moving toward the next target. He didn't have the raw power to face these attackers in open combat, but he had surprise, he had speed, and he had years of Sirius's tactical training burning in his mind. 2 more down before anyone noticed. Then shouts of alarm, curses flying through the air, and the night exploded into chaos. Harry dove behind a stone planter as a curse scorched the air where his head had been. He returned fire, nothing fancy, just basic combat spells drilled into muscle memory, and had the satisfaction of hearing someone cry out in pain. It's the boy. A harsh voice, older, commanding. Potter Greengrass. The ritual can wait, take him alive. Good, Harry thought. Focus on me. Ignore everything else. He rolled from cover, sprinting toward a different position, spells snapping at his heels. The ring Daphne had given him was warm against his finger, feeding him information about incoming attacks, giving him the split-second warnings he needed to dodge and weave through the deadly barrage. 3 more attackers converged on his position. Harry dropped into a defensive stance, his wand tracing complex patterns that created a cascading shield, one of Sirius's special techniques, designed to buy time rather than provide absolute protection. Clever boy. The commanding voice again, and now Harry could see its source, a tall figure standing apart from the others, watching the chaos with an air of detached amusement. But you can't win this fight alone. I'm not alone. As if on cue, the manor's wards pulsed. Daphne had reached the West Tower. The emergency anchors were activating. The Covenant's ritual formation shattered. The corrupted ward-breaking magic collapsed in on itself, and suddenly the protections the attackers had been circumventing were back at full strength, and very, very angry. The grounds lit up with defensive spells, stunning hexes, binding curses, concussive blasts that sent robed figures flying. Harry threw himself flat as the magical storm raged overhead, trusting the wards to recognize him as family. When the light faded, 8 of the 12 attackers were down, unconscious, bound, or in one case apparently trying to extract himself from a rosebush that had developed an alarming interest in restraining him. The remaining 4, including the leader, had formed a defensive circle. Their masks were off now, revealing faces that meant nothing to Harry, ordinary features, middle-aged, the kind of people you'd pass on the street without a second glance. Impressive, the leader said. His voice was calm despite the destruction around him. You've exceeded our expectations, Harry Potter Greengrass. I aim to exceed expectations. Harry raised his wand, ignoring the burn of exhaustion in his muscles. You're trespassing on Greengrass lands. I suggest you leave before my father's reinforcements arrive. We're leaving. This was never meant to be our final move, merely a test. The leader smiled, and there was something chilling in his expression. The Covenant has waited centuries. A few more years to achieve our purpose is nothing. What purpose? What do you want from me? From you? The leader's smile widened. We want what was stolen, young heir. What your ancestors took from us, ages ago. What you carry in your blood without even knowing it. That's not an answer. No. But answers will come, in time. When you're ready to hear them. The leader raised his hand, and Harry felt magic gathering, something powerful, something beyond his ability to counter. Until then, continue growing strong. The ritual requires strength. What ritual? But the leader was already gone, taking his remaining followers with him in a burst of displaced air. Apparition, or something like it. Harry stood alone in the ruined garden, surrounded by unconscious Covenant agents and the smoking remnants of their failed attack. What you carry in your blood, the leader had said. What the ritual requires. Harry looked down at his hands, at the faint scars still visible from his confrontation with Quirrell. At the blood that had proven so dangerous to Voldemort's shade. What am I? He wondered. What did my ancestors do? The questions had no answers. But Harry was beginning to understand that finding them might be the most important thing he ever did. The aftermath of the attack brought changes. Sirius interrogated the captured Covenant agents personally, using methods Harry was carefully not informed about. The results were minimal. These were foot soldiers, not leaders, and they knew little beyond their immediate orders. But every scrap of information was valuable, and slowly, a picture was beginning to emerge. The Covenant of Ashes was old. Older than Hogwarts, older than the Ministry, older than most recorded history. They believed that magic itself had been corrupted, not by dark wizards or Muggle interference, but by something more fundamental. Something that had happened so long ago that even they had forgotten the details. They believed that Harry, or rather, something in Harry's bloodline, was the key to undoing that corruption. To restoring magic to its pure form. They believed this so strongly that they were willing to wait centuries for the right moment to act. It doesn't make sense, Harry said, pacing Sirius's study. If they've been waiting this long, why attack now? Why not wait until I'm older, stronger, easier to use? Perhaps they're running out of time. Sirius was reviewing the interrogation transcripts, his expression troubled. The leader mentioned a ritual. Such things often have astronomical requirements, alignments, confluences, dates that only occur at specific intervals. So they need me for something, and they need it soon. That's my interpretation, yes. Sirius set down the transcripts. Which means we need to accelerate our own preparations. Whatever they're planning, we need to be ready to counter it. How? By learning everything we can. About the Covenant, about your bloodline, about whatever it is you're carrying that they want so badly. Sirius met his son's eyes. The goblins have agreed to help. So have I. But ultimately, Harry, this is your fight. Your mystery to solve. I know. Harry stopped pacing, staring out the window at the gardens where he'd fought just days ago. I just wish I knew where to start. Start with what you know. The Covenant wants something in your blood. Your mother's protection magic proved deadly to Voldemort. The adoption ritual they tried to stop would have changed your magical signature. Sirius's voice was thoughtful. Perhaps the answer lies in the connection between those things. What do they have in common? Harry considered. Blood. Magic. Heritage. The things that defined a wizard, that made them what they were. My bloodline, he said slowly. Not just Potter, but something older. Something the Potters inherited or stole, like the leader said. Then that's where you begin. Research the Potter family history. Go back as far as you can. Find out what your ancestors might have done that would make you valuable to an organization that predates recorded history. That could take years. Then you'd better get started. Sirius's expression was serious, but there was pride in his eyes. You're not alone in this, Harry. But you are the one it centers on. The answers will come to you, or they'll come to no one. Harry nodded slowly, accepting the weight of the task. It was daunting, maybe impossible. But it was also necessary. Whatever the Covenant wanted, Harry intended to understand it before they could use it. And when the time came, he would be the one deciding how this story ended. The final weeks of summer brought an unexpected visitor. Harry was in the manor's archives, surrounded by genealogical records and historical texts, when the house elf appeared with news of a guest. Mistress Longbottom is being in the receiving room, the elf squeaked. She is bringing the young master with her. Harry set down his research with a frown. Augusta Longbottom was a formidable presence in pureblood society, Frank Longbottom's mother, one of the most respected witches of her generation, and a fierce guardian of her grandson Neville since his parents' incapacitation. He'd met her briefly at the Greengrass Yule gathering, but this was unexpected. Tell them I'll be there shortly. The receiving room was formal but comfortable, designed to put guests at ease while subtly reminding them of the Greengrass family's wealth and influence. Augusta Longbottom sat in one of the high-backed chairs, her vulture-topped hat perched precariously, her posture military straight. Beside her, Neville looked deeply uncomfortable. Mr. Greengrass Potter. Augusta's voice was crisp. Thank you for seeing us. Madam Longbottom. Neville. Harry settled into the chair across from them. This is an unexpected pleasure. I'll be direct. Augusta's eyes were sharp despite her age. My grandson speaks highly of you. He says you helped him find his confidence at Hogwarts. Taught him techniques the professors neglected. Neville is talented. He just needed someone to show him how to access that talent. Augusta studied him with unsettling intensity. You're not what I expected of a Slytherin. I get that a lot. I'm sure you do. She was quiet for a moment, then seemed to reach some internal decision. I'm here because Neville needs training that I cannot provide. His magic is unconventional. Tied to the earth in ways that typical instruction doesn't address. Harry glanced at Neville, who was studiously examining his shoes. What kind of training? Combat. Politics. The skills a young lord will need to navigate the world that's coming. Augusta's voice hardened. My son and his wife were tortured into insanity by Death Eaters. The war is not over, it's merely paused. When it resumes, Neville must be ready. And you want me to help prepare him. I want you to include him in whatever you're building. Augusta leaned forward. Don't pretend you're not building something, Mr. Greengrass Potter. I've been in pureblood politics for 60 years. I can recognize a rising power when I see one. Harry considered his response carefully. Augusta Longbottom was offering an alliance, a valuable one, with one of the most respected light families. But there would be strings attached. There always were. What would you expect in return? Protection. When the time comes, when Voldemort returns, when the old wars resume, I want the Longbottoms standing with someone who can win. Not Dumbledore with his endless compromises. Not the Ministry with its corruption and incompetence. Someone with the strength and vision to actually end this. That's a lot to ask of a 12-year-old. It's a lot to ask of anyone. But you're not just anyone. Augusta's eyes held his. Are you? The question hung in the air. Harry looked at Neville, shy, uncertain Neville, who'd helped face down a mountain troll, who'd held the line while Harry confronted Voldemort, who had more courage than he would ever believe. No, Harry said finally. I suppose I'm not. He extended his hand to Neville. Welcome to the team, he said. We've got a lot of work to do. Neville's grip was stronger than Harry expected. And when he looked up, there was something in his eyes that hadn't been there before. Determination. Purpose. Fire. Good, Harry thought. He's going to need it. They all were. The return to Hogwarts brought familiar rhythms and new challenges. Harry stepped onto platform 9 3/4 with Daphne at his side and Neville trailing close behind, watching the chaos of departure with calculating eyes. The attack had changed things, hardened something inside him, clarified his sense of purpose. He wasn't just a student anymore, playing at politics and power. He was a target. A key. A piece in a game far older than he'd imagined. And he intended to stop being a piece and start being a player. "You're brooding again." Daphne's voice was dry. "I'm planning." "Same thing, with you." They found their usual compartment, and soon the familiar faces were gathering, Hermione with a stack of books that threatened to topple, Ron complaining about his brother's pranks, Theo lounging with studied carelessness, Tracy watching everything with quiet intensity. And now Neville, fitting into the group with the surprised pleasure of someone who'd never expected to belong anywhere. "So," Ron said, once the train was moving. "Good summer?" Harry thought about the attack, the revelations, the questions that still had no answers. "Interesting," he said. "Very interesting." "That's not ominous at all." Hermione closed her book, giving him a penetrating look. "What happened?" Harry exchanged glances with Daphne, then with Neville. The others didn't know about the Covenant. Didn't know about his bloodline research, his Goblin alliance, the escalating danger that followed him everywhere. But they deserved to know. If they were going to stand beside him, they needed to understand what they were standing against. "I'll tell you everything," Harry said. "But it's going to take a while. And you're not going to like some of it." He told them about the attack on Greengrass Manor. About the Covenant of Ashes and their ancient grudge. About the Potter vaults and his father's journals and the growing suspicion that Sirius Black might be innocent. He told them about the prophecy, what Dumbledore had revealed, what Harry had pieced together himself. About Voldemort's horcruxes and the terrible truth of how he'd cheated death. He told them about his alliance with the goblins, about Ragnarok's interest in the Covenant, about the price of information in a world where knowledge was power. When he finished, the compartment was silent. "Bloody hell," Ron said finally. "That about sums it up." Harry leaned back against the seat, exhausted by the telling. "So that's where we are. I'm marked by a prophecy, hunted by an ancient conspiracy, and carrying something in my blood that everyone seems to want. Any questions?" Hermione's hand shot up before she could stop herself. "About 50. But they can wait." She leaned forward, her expression fierce. "What do you need from us?" "The same thing I've always needed. Your friendship. Your loyalty. Your willingness to stand with me even when things get dangerous." Harry met each of their eyes in turn. "I'm not going to pretend this will be easy. The Covenant, Voldemort, Dumbledore, they're all going to make moves this year. Some of them will be aimed at me. Some might be aimed at you, because of your connection to me." "We're not afraid," Neville said quietly. The others nodded. "I know you're not. That's why I'm asking instead of ordering." Harry's expression softened slightly. "You can walk away from this. Any of you. No one would blame you." "Don't be stupid," Daphne said. "We're not going anywhere." What she said, Ron agreed. "You're stuck with us, mate. For better or worse," Hermione added. Harry looked at his friends, this impossible collection of houses and backgrounds and personalities, and felt something warm bloom in his chest. "All right then," he said. "Let's get to work." The Hogwarts Express carried them north, toward another year of magic and danger and discovery. Harry watched the countryside roll past and let himself feel, just for a moment, something like hope. Whatever was coming, they would face it together. The autumn term at Hogwarts began with whispers. Harry felt the weight of attention as soon as he entered the Great Hall for the welcome feast. Last year's events hadn't stayed secret, word had spread about the troll, about the third-floor corridor, about the boy who lived facing down something terrible in the depths of the castle. The official story was vague enough to spawn 100 rumors. Harry heard snippets as he walked to the Slytherin table. He'd fought a dark creature, he'd discovered a hidden chamber, he'd single-handedly stopped a robbery. None of them were quite right. All of them were close enough to be useful. "You're famous now," Draco Malfoy said, falling into step beside him. "More than before, I mean." "Draco." Harry kept his voice neutral. "Good summer." "Enlightening." Draco's expression was unreadable. Father's been reconsidering some of his positions. Recent events have made him thoughtful. Have they? The attack on Greengrass Manor. Everyone's talking about it. Draco lowered his voice. The Covenant of Ashes. My family has records, old records, that mention them. Father's been very interested in what you might know. Harry stopped walking, turning to face Draco directly. Is this a conversation, or an interrogation? It's an offer. Draco met his eyes, and for once there was no arrogance there, just calculation, and something that might have been respect. You rejected my alliance last year. Fair enough. But things have changed. The game has changed. And my father thinks, I think, that you might be willing to reconsider. What exactly is being offered? Information. Resources. The Malfoy family's not in considerable influence. Draco paused. And my loyalty. Personally. Not my father's games or his old allegiances. Mine. Harry studied him carefully. Draco had spent first year lurking at the edges, making occasional overtures, watching Harry's growing influence with obvious frustration. This was different. This was genuine. Something had changed over the summer. Why? Because you're going to win. Draco's voice was quiet but certain. I don't know what you're building, or how, but I can see it happening. You're drawing people in, not with fear or gold or family pressure, just by being something they want to follow. His jaw tightened. I want to be part of that. Not my father's version of power. Yours. It was the most honest thing Draco had ever said to him. I'll think about it, Harry said finally. But Draco, if you're serious about this, it means changes. Real changes. Not just allegiance but, growth. Becoming something more than your father's shadow. I know. Draco's expression was complicated. I'm ready. We'll see. Harry turned to continue toward his table. Come find me this weekend. We'll talk properly. He could feel Draco's eyes on his back as he walked away, but he didn't look back. Another piece on the board. Another potential ally, or another trap. Only time would tell which. The first week of classes confirmed what Harry already suspected: second year was going to be more challenging than the first. The curriculum had advanced significantly, demanding more complex magic and deeper theoretical understanding. Defense against the dark arts remained a joke. Their new professor, Gilderoy Lockhart, was more interested in his own reflection than in teaching anything useful, but the other subjects pushed Harry's training to its limits. He responded by pushing back harder. Morning workouts in the room of requirement, discovered through careful exploration and a helpful hint from Dobby, the Malfoy family's house elf. The room could become anything he needed: a dueling arena, a library, a meditation chamber. Harry used it for all three. Afternoon study sessions with Hermione and the others, pooling their knowledge, building a shared understanding of magic that transcended house boundaries. Evening political maneuvering, navigating the complex social dynamics of Slytherin House while maintaining his alliances elsewhere. And late at night, alone, Harry researched. The Potter bloodline. The Covenant of Ashes. The stolen thing he supposedly carried. Weeks of investigation yielded frustratingly little. The Potter family records went back centuries, but there was a gap, a period around the founding of Hogwarts where the documentation became sparse and contradictory. Something had happened then, something significant enough that later generations had worked to obscure it. Harry needed a primary source. Someone who had been there, who might remember what the histories had forgotten. He needed to talk to a ghost. The Hogwarts ghosts were an overlooked resource. Most students treated them as background noise, amusing spectacles or occasional nuisances, not beings with centuries of accumulated knowledge. Harry saw them differently. Nearly headless Nick, the Gryffindor ghost, was too focused on his personal grudges to be useful. The Bloody Baron was too intimidating to approach casually. Peeves was chaos incarnate, valuable only for distraction. But the Grey Lady, Helena Ravenclaw, daughter of the founder herself, was something else entirely. Harry found her drifting through the upper floors of the castle on a moonlit October night, her translucent form gliding through walls with ethereal grace. "Lady Helena," he said, inclining his head respectfully. The ghost paused, studying him with ancient eyes. "Harry Potter Greengrass. The boy who lived, raised by serpents. An unusual combination. I prefer interesting to unusual. They often amount to the same thing." Helena's lips curved in something that might have been a smile. "You've been asking about me. Inquiring through other ghosts. What do you want?" "Knowledge. About the Founder's era. About things that might have been forgotten or deliberately hidden. A broad request. Then let me be specific." Harry took a careful breath. "I need to know about a group called the Covenant of Ashes. And about anything my ancestors, the Potter bloodline, might have done during Hogwarts' founding." Helena went very still. For a ghost, that was saying something. "Where did you hear that name?" she asked. "The Covenant. They attacked my family. They claim I carry something that was stolen from them. Something in my blood." Helena was silent for a long moment, her form flickering with agitation. Then she seemed to reach some decision. "Walk with me," she said. "There are things I will tell you. But not here. Not where others might overhear." She led him to a tower room that Harry had never found on his own, a dusty chamber filled with books and artifacts that radiated age. This, Helena explained, had been her mother's private study. No one living had entered it for centuries. "The Covenant of Ashes," Helena began, "was old when my mother was young. They were guardians, once. Protectors of magic itself, charged with maintaining the balance between the magical and mundane worlds. What changed? The Founders did." Helena's voice was quiet. "My mother and her colleagues believed that magic should be taught, shared with all who possessed the gift. The Covenant believed that magic was too dangerous for such democratization. That only the worthy should wield it. The worthy? Them. Their chosen successors. Those who met their standards of purity." Helena's lip curled. "Not blood purity, as wizards understand it now. Something older. Something about the soul itself." Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with ghostly presence. "What happened?" "War. Brief but devastating. The Founders won, drove the Covenant into hiding, but the victory cost them greatly." Helena's eyes met his. "Your ancestor was there, Harry. Ignotus Peverell, who married into the Potter line. He was one of the Founders' greatest allies." "Peverell?" Harry's mind raced. The tale of three brothers? Not a fairy tale. History, dressed up in fable. The Peverells were given, or took, depending on whom you ask, powerful artifacts from the Covenant's own vaults. Treasures of immense power. Deathly power. The words hung in the air between them. "The Deathly Hallows," Harry breathed. "You know them?" "I have one. The invisibility cloak. Passed down through the Potter line." Helena's expression shifted, becoming something more intense. Then you carry more than blood, Harry Potter Greengrass. You carry a piece of what the Covenant wants back. What they've been trying to reclaim for 1,000 years. Harry's hand moved unconsciously to his pocket, where the cloak was folded into impossibly small dimensions. They want the Hallows. They want what the Hallows represent. Power over death itself. The ability to restore what was lost, or to ensure that nothing can ever be lost again. And my blood? Helena hesitated. The Peverills didn't just take artifacts, Harry. They took knowledge. Incorporated Covenant magic into their own bloodlines. You carry a piece of the old ways in your very veins, magic that predates Hogwarts, predates Merlin, perhaps predates civilization itself. Harry absorbed this slowly, feeling the weight of revelation settling onto his shoulders. So the Covenant wants me because of what I am. What I can do. What you might be able to do, if properly trained. Helena's voice was soft. The Founders feared this moment. Knew that someday, someone of Peveril blood would arise who could either master the old magic or be consumed by it. They left protections in place, Hogwarts itself, Harry realized. The castle. It's not just a school. It's a fortress. A training ground. A sanctuary for those the Covenant might target. Helena's form flickered again. You're safe here, Harry. As safe as you can be anywhere. But when you leave. When I leave, they'll be waiting. Yes. Helena's eyes held something that might have been pity. I'm sorry. You didn't ask for this burden. No one asks for their burdens. Harry straightened, squaring his shoulders. But I can choose what to do with it. Yes. You can. Helena seemed to study him with new appreciation. You're not what I expected, Harry Potter Greengrass. I get that a lot. I imagine you do. Helena drifted toward the door, then paused. Return here when you have questions. I'll share what I know, my mother's legacy, the truth of those early days. Perhaps it will help you find your way through what's coming. Thank you. I won't forget this. See that you don't. Helena smiled, a genuine smile, the first Harry had seen from her. The Founders chose their heirs carefully, Harry. And whether you realize it or not, you're one of them now. Heir to their hopes, their fears, and their unfinished war. She vanished through the wall, leaving Harry alone in the dusty tower with more questions than answers, but also with something new. A direction. A purpose. A path forward. The Deathly Hallows. The Covenant of Ashes. The old magic singing in his blood. It was time to stop being a piece in other people's games. It was time to start writing his own rules. The Halloween feast brought an unexpected development. Harry was picking at his food, mind still churning through Helena's revelations, when the screaming started. Not from the Great Hall, from somewhere else. Somewhere deep in the castle. Students looked up in confusion. Professors exchanged alarmed glances. And then Filch burst through the doors, wild-eyed and breathless. Murder, he shrieked. Murder in the corridor. Mrs. Norris has been murdered. The chaos that followed was predictable, students panicking, professors shouting orders, the Halloween celebration collapsing into fearful confusion. Harry was on his feet before most others had processed what was happening, moving toward the commotion with Daphne close behind. The scene they found was disturbing. Mrs. Norris hung stiff and unmoving from a torch bracket, her eyes glassy and fixed. On the wall behind her, written in something that gleamed wetly in the torchlight, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." Harry stared at the message, his mind racing. The Chamber of Secrets. He'd read about it in his research, a legendary hidden chamber supposedly created by Salazar Slytherin, said to contain a monster that only his heir could control. Most historians dismissed it as myth. But someone had opened it. Someone had attacked Mrs. Norris and left this warning. Someone was playing a very dangerous game. Potter. Filch's voice cut through the murmuring crowd. You did this. You killed my cat. Mr. Filch, please, McGonagall began. He's a Slytherin. Heir of Slytherin. Standing right at the scene. Actually, Harry said coolly, I was in the Great Hall with 500 witnesses when this happened. And Mrs. Norris isn't dead, she's petrified. Different thing entirely. Dumbledore had arrived now, his expression grave. He examined the frozen cat, then the message on the wall, then turned his ancient eyes to Harry. Mr. Potter Greengrass is correct. Mrs. Norris has been petrified by advanced dark magic. She can be revived when the mandrakes mature. His voice carried no accusation, but Harry felt the weight of the headmaster's attention. Everyone will return to their dormitories. The investigation will proceed through proper channels. The crowd dispersed slowly, reluctantly. Harry lingered, studying the scene with careful attention. You know something, Daphne murmured beside him. I know this isn't random. Someone opened the chamber deliberately, and they want people to know about it. Harry's eyes traced the bloody message. This is a statement. A declaration. Of what? Harry thought about the Covenant, about their obsession with magical purity, about the ancient conflicts that still echoed through the centuries. Of war, he said quietly. Someone's declaring war. The weeks that followed brought more attacks. Colin Creevey, a first-year Gryffindor, was found petrified in a corridor with his camera clutched in rigid hands. Nearly headless Nick and Justin Finch-Fletchley were discovered together, the ghost frozen in mid-float, the student stiff as a board. Fear spread through the castle like poison. Students traveled in groups. The corridors emptied after dark. And everywhere, the whispers grew louder, the heir of Slytherin has returned. The monster is loose. Who will be next? Harry watched it all with growing frustration. The attacks weren't random, he was certain of that now. Someone was targeting Muggleborns specifically, following a pattern that spoke of deliberate selection. But the attacker remained invisible, the monster unseen, the chamber itself hidden somewhere in the castle's depths. And Harry, despite his best efforts, couldn't find them. Maybe it's time to ask for help, Hermione suggested during one of their planning sessions. Dumbledore must know something about the chamber. The professors have resources we don't. Dumbledore knows more than he's telling, as always. Harry's voice was tight with frustration. And asking the professors means explaining why I care so much. Means revealing what I know about the Covenant, the old magic, all of it. Would that be so bad? It would put targets on all of you. Harry met her eyes. Right now, the Covenant thinks I'm just a boy with interesting bloodlines. If they realize I'm actively investigating them, that I understand what they want, they'll escalate. Fast. They're already escalating, Daphne pointed out. These attacks aren't their style, too public, too messy, but someone's using the chamber to create chaos. To distract everyone from what's really happening. Harry nodded slowly. The attacks are cover. Something else is going on, something bigger, and the heir of Slytherin's story is keeping everyone looking the wrong direction. Then we find the chamber, Ron said firmly. Figure out who's behind this and stop them. Whatever their real game is, they need the fear to keep it going. Take that away, and they're exposed. It was a solid plan. Simple, direct, exactly the kind of thing Ron excelled at cutting through to. All right, Harry said. We find the chamber. But carefully. Whoever's doing this has already proven they're willing to hurt people. I'm not losing any of you to carelessness. We'll be careful, Neville promised. We're always careful, Hermione added. Harry looked at his friends, his impossible, loyal, brilliant friends, and felt something fierce bloom in his chest. Then let's get to work. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. Harry was in the library, researching chamber legends, when Draco Malfoy dropped into the seat across from him. Potter Greengrass. Draco's voice was quiet, tense. "We need to talk. Here. Somewhere private. Now." Something in Draco's expression convinced Harry this wasn't a game. He gathered his materials and followed Draco to an empty classroom, warding the door behind them. "What is it?" Draco was pale, his usual composure cracked. "My father gave me something. At the start of term. A diary, old, blank, with the name, T.M. Riddle, on the first page." Harry's blood went cold. "Where is it now?" "I don't know. I gave it to someone, I didn't think," Draco's voice cracked. "It was supposed to be a prank. Embarrass a blood traitor. But since I gave it away, things have been happening. The attacks. The messages. And I can feel something wrong when I'm near whom? Ginny Weasley." Draco's eyes met Harry's. "I gave the diary to Ginny Weasley." The world seemed to slow. T.M. Riddle. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Lord Voldemort. Harry had read the name in his research. Had pieced together the Dark Lord's history, his origins as a half-blood orphan, his transformation into the monster he became. Voldemort had attended Hogwarts. Had been a student here, decades ago, in a time when someone had last opened the Chamber of Secrets. And now his diary was in the hands of a vulnerable first year, doing God knew what to her mind. "Show me where Ginny is," Harry said, his voice harder than he intended. "Now." They found her in the library, pale and hollow-eyed, clutching a small black book to her chest like a lifeline. When she saw Harry approaching, she flinched. "Ginny." Harry kept his voice gentle, non-threatening. "I need you to give me that diary." "I can't." Her voice was barely a whisper. "He needs me. He understands me. He's using you. Whatever he's told you, whatever he's promised, it's lies. That book is a piece of Lord Voldemort's soul, and it's been feeding off your energy to do terrible things." Ginny's eyes went wide with horror. "No. No, he's my friend, he's the heir of Slytherin. He's the one who opened the chamber 50 years ago, when he was a student here. He killed a girl then, moaning Myrtle. And he's been using you to do it again." I don't remember," Ginny's hands were shaking. "Sometimes I lose time. Wake up places I don't remember going. Covered in paint, or feathers, or, that's him. Controlling you. Taking pieces of your will to make himself stronger." Harry extended his hand. "Give me the diary, Ginny. Let me end this." For a moment, he thought she would resist. The diary's influence was strong, he could feel it, even from a distance, a sickly pull that whispered of power and understanding. But Ginny Weasley was a fighter. Beneath the exhaustion and the fear, there was steel. She thrust the diary into Harry's hands and collapsed into tears. The moment Harry touched the book, he felt it, the fragment of soul within, aware and hostile, scrabbling at his mental shields like a rat trying to escape a cage. "Harry Potter," a voice whispered in his mind. "At last. I've been waiting for you." Harry smiled grimly. Not for much longer. The Chamber of Secrets was in the second-floor girls' bathroom. Harry had pieced it together from Myrtle's ghost. The entrance was through a sink, marked with a small serpent, opened only by speaking Parseltongue. He went alone. He told the others it was too dangerous, that he needed to face this particular enemy himself. They argued, but in the end, they trusted him. He didn't tell them about the voice in his head, or the way the diary's soul kept trying to slip past his defenses. Some things were too dangerous to share. "Open," Harry hissed in the language of snakes, and the sink began to move. The chamber was everything the legends promised, vast, ancient, filled with the echoes of 1,000 years. Giant serpent statues lined the walls. The air was thick with the smell of water and old magic. And at the far end, waiting for him, stood the shade of Tom Riddle. Harry Potter. The figure smiled with borrowed charm. So good of you to join me. Tom. Harry kept his wand low but ready. Or do you prefer Voldemort these days? I prefer whatever gives me power. Riddle's form flickered, growing more solid as he drew on the diary's magic. You've been a thorn in my side, Potter. Twice now you've defeated me, once as an infant, once as a wraith. But this time, things will be different. Will they? I've had months to prepare. Months to feed on the Weasley girl's life force. I'm nearly substantial now, nearly ready to walk the world again. Riddle's smile turned cold. And you've come to me alone, armed with nothing but that stick of wood and an overinflated sense of your own importance. Harry laughed. It wasn't the reaction Riddle expected. The shade's composure cracked, confusion flickering across handsome features. You think this is funny? I think you've spent too long in that diary. You've missed some important developments. Harry raised his hand, and the ring on his finger began to glow, Daphne's gift, the protection ward pulsing with accumulated power. I'm not the same scared child who faced your wraith last year. I've trained. I've studied. I've made allies you can't imagine. Allies? Riddle sneered. Children and goblins. What? And I've learned something you don't know. Something about what you are. Harry stepped forward, and the diary in his other hand began to smoke. You're not just a memory, Tom. You're a fragment of soul. A horcrux. One of several you made, scattered across the world, anchoring you to life. For the first time, Riddle's expression showed genuine shock. How do you know about, Dumbledore told me. After I pulled your shade out of Quirrell's corpse. Harry's smile was sharp as a blade. You've been so focused on coming back that you never considered someone might have figured out how to destroy you permanently. You can't destroy me. Not with anything you. Harry didn't let him finish. The fong was in his hand before Riddle could react, a basilisk fong, found in the chamber's depths, venomous enough to destroy a horcrux. Harry drove it into the diary with all his strength. The scream that erupted from Riddle's shade was inhuman. The figure twisted, darkened, began to dissolve into black smoke. The diary writhed in Harry's grip, pages fluttering frantically as the soul fragment within died its final death. And then it was over. Harry stood alone in the Chamber of Secrets, surrounded by silence and the fading echoes of a monster's death cry. He'd won. But as he looked at the destroyed diary, the ruined horcrux, he knew this was just the beginning. Voldemort had made more of these. More fragments. More anchors to life. Until they were all destroyed, the Dark Lord would never truly die. Harry tucked the diary's remains into his robes and began the long climb back to the surface. He had work to do. The year ended with revelations and resolutions. Harry told Dumbledore everything, about the diary, about Riddle, about the horcruxes. The headmaster confirmed what Harry had already suspected, there were others, hidden across the world, and finding them would be the work of years. You've done remarkable things this year, Harry, Dumbledore said, his eyes ancient and tired. Things I didn't expect from someone your age. I had good teachers. You had excellent instincts. That's more valuable than any teaching. Dumbledore paused. I want you to know that I'm proud of you. Whatever our disagreements, whatever my past mistakes, you've proven yourself to be exactly what the wizarding world needs. I'm not doing this for the wizarding world. No. You're doing it for your friends, your family, yourself. That's why it matters. Dumbledore's smile was soft. The prophecy said you'd have power the Dark Lord knows not. I believe I'm beginning to understand what that power is. What? Love. Connection. The ability to inspire loyalty in others through genuine affection rather than fear. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. You're building something, Harry. Something that could change the world. I hope I live to see it bloom. Harry left the headmaster's office with mixed feelings. Dumbledore was still playing games, still keeping secrets, still treating Harry as a piece in his grand strategy. But maybe, just maybe, there was genuine respect there too. Genuine hope. Only time would tell. The Hogwarts Express carried them home through summer countryside, and Harry sat with his friends in their familiar compartment, watching the world roll past. The year had changed things. Changed him. He wasn't the uncertain boy who'd boarded this train 2 years ago, unsure of his place in the world. He was Harry Greengrass Potter. Heir of 2 houses, ally of the goblins, enemy of the Covenant, and destroyer of horcruxes. He was just getting started. "What are you thinking about?" Daphne asked, her hand finding his. "The future. What comes next?" "And what comes next?" Harry smiled, and for once it was neither political nor calculated. Just genuine anticipation. "Everything," he said. "Everything comes next." The train carried them toward summer, toward family, toward whatever challenges awaited. Harry faced them all without fear. After all, he was the serpent's heir. And serpents, he had learned, were very good at surviving. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, The Serpent's Gambit. The summer rain hammered against the windows of Greengrass Manor like 1,000 angry fists, but inside Sirius's study, the only storm was the one brewing in Harry's chest. "Sirius Black has escaped from Azkaban." The words hung in the air between them, sharp as broken glass. Harry stared at his father, processing the implications with the cold efficiency Sirius had spent years drilling into him. "When?" 3 days ago. "The ministry's been keeping it quiet, but my contacts confirmed it this morning." Sirius's expression was grave. "He's the first person to ever escape Azkaban. The Dementors are agitated." "Dementors?" Harry's jaw tightened. "They'll be searching for him. They'll be searching everywhere. Including Hogwarts." Sirius set down the parchment he'd been holding. "The ministry believes Black escaped to finish what he started, to kill you. They're convinced he's still loyal to Voldemort. And you?" "I believe in evidence. And the evidence in your father's journal suggests Black may not be what everyone thinks he is." Sirius met Harry's eyes. "But belief and proof are different things. Until we know the truth, we treat him as a potential threat." Harry nodded slowly, his mind already racing through scenarios. If Black was innocent, if the journal was accurate, then an innocent man had spent 12 years in wizard prison for a crime he didn't commit. If he was guilty, then one of Voldemort's most dangerous servants was now free and hunting Harry specifically. Either way, this changed everything. What do we know about how he escaped? Almost nothing. Azkaban's wards should make escape impossible, the Dementors drain magic and hope in equal measure. No one's ever managed it before. Sirius's voice dropped. "There are rumors," he was muttering in his sleep. "He's at Hogwarts." Over and over, for weeks before the escape. "He's at Hogwarts." Harry frowned. "Meaning Voldemort?" "But Voldemort isn't, meaning something. Or someone." Sirius stood, moving to the window to watch the rain. Black was an animagus, unregistered. He could transform into a large black dog. If he's retained that ability despite the Dementors, he could move unseen. Travel without detection. Harry's respect for the escaped prisoner reluctantly increased. That's how he did it. Dementors sense human emotions, human despair. But an animal might slip through their notice. Especially one already so broken that his emotional signature was nearly absent. Sirius turned back. Clever. Desperately clever. The kind of thinking that made him one of your father's closest friends. Harry absorbed this, adding it to his mental file on Sirius Black. Clever. Determined. Capable of planning for years while surrounded by soul-sucking horrors. Not the profile of a mindless fanatic. But also not proof of innocence. "I need to find him before the ministry does," Harry said. If he's innocent, he can tell me what really happened the night my parents died. If he's guilty, he's extremely dangerous and you should let the professionals handle him. The professionals locked him up without a trial. The professionals have spent 12 years convinced of a story that may be entirely false. Harry's voice hardened. I'm not trusting my fate to their competence. Sirius was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. Very well. But you don't do this alone. Take your allies, take precautions, take every advantage you can find. His eyes held Harry's with fierce intensity. And if Black turns out to be what they say he is, if he tries to hurt you, I'll handle it. You'll survive it. There's a difference. Sirius crossed the room, placing both hands on Harry's shoulders. You're my son, Harry. Whatever else happens this year, you come home. Understood? Harry felt something warm bloom in his chest, cutting through the cold calculation. Understood. Good. Sirius released him, his composure settling back into place. Now. Let's discuss strategy. The Hogwarts Express was different this year. Harry felt at the moment he stepped onto the platform, a tension in the air, a watchfulness in the adults' eyes. Ministry aurors patrolled the station in pairs. Parents clutched their children a little tighter. And everywhere, the whispered name, Black. Sirius Black. The escaped murderer. Cheerful atmosphere, Daphne observed dryly, falling into step beside him. Fear makes people predictable. We can use that. Harry scanned the crowd, cataloging faces, noting who seemed nervous and who seemed calculated. Any word from your father's contacts? Black was spotted near London 2 days ago. Then nothing. Daphne's voice dropped. The ministries put dementors around Hogwarts. All approaches covered. I heard. Harry's expression darkened. Dumbledore protested, but the minister overruled him. Apparently our safety is worth risking our souls. They found their usual compartment, and soon a familiar group assembled, Hermione with her cat, Ron complaining about his new wand, Neville quietly confident, Theo watchful as ever. Tracy had brought a copy of the Daily Prophet, its headline screaming about Black's escape. And Draco, hovering at the compartment door with unusual hesitation. Come in or don't, Harry said. But decide quickly. Draco entered, settling into the seat beside Theo with the air of someone claiming territory. The dynamics had shifted over the summer, Draco had written, tentatively at first, then with increasing openness. The diary incident had cracked something in his worldview. Learning that his father had knowingly given him a piece of Voldemort's soul had cracked it further. He wasn't quite an ally yet. But he wasn't an enemy anymore either. So, Ron said, breaking the tension. Mass murderer escaped from prison, dementors guarding the school, and Harry's apparently the target. Just another normal year at Hogwarts, then. I've started measuring years by attempted murder frequency, Harry replied. This one's averaging higher than usual. It's not funny, Hermione said, though her lips twitched. Black is genuinely dangerous. If he really did betray your parents, if. Harry let the word hang. That's the key word. There are things about that night that don't add up. Things I've learned from my family's records. He told them about the journal. About the Fidelius charm, the decoy secret keeper, the possibility that Peter Pettigrew was still alive somewhere. About his father's trust in Sirius Black, written in his own hand just days before the betrayal supposedly happened. When he finished, the compartment was silent. Bloody hell, Ron breathed. You think he's innocent? I think the official story has holes. I want to know the truth. Harry's eyes swept the group. This year, I'm going to find it. We're going to find it, Daphne corrected. This isn't a solo mission. What she said, Neville agreed quietly. Harry looked at his friends, at their determined faces, their unwavering loyalty, and felt something shift in his chest. He'd spent so long treating everything as a solo operation, keeping his plans close, trusting no one completely. But these people had earned more than that. Together, then, he said, we find the truth about Sirius Black. Whatever it turns out to be. The train journey took an unexpected turn when the lights went out. Harry felt the change before he saw it, a sudden, bone-deep cold that had nothing to do with temperature. Frost crept across the windows. The cheerful noise of students died into frightened silence. What's happening? Hermione whispered. Dementors. Harry's voice was tight. They're searching the train. The compartment door slid open, and Harry saw it, a hooded figure, tall and skeletal, radiating despair like heat from a furnace. Its breath rattled in what might have been lungs. Its presence pressed against his mind like a weight of freezing darkness. And then Harry heard his mother screaming. The memory slammed into him without warning, Lily Potter's final moments, her desperate pleading, the flash of green light that had haunted his dreams since infancy. The Dementor was feeding on it, drawing out his worst memories, amplifying them into something overwhelming. Harry's wand rose instinctively. Expecto Patronum. Silver light burst from his wand tip, not a full Patronus, not yet, but enough to push the Dementor back. The creature hesitated, its eyeless gaze fixed on Harry with something that might have been surprise. Then a new voice spoke from the corridor, Expecto Patronum. A massive silver shape charged past the compartment door, a wolf, gleaming with protective light. The Dementor fled before it, and warmth began to seep back into the air. Harry turned to find a shabby man standing in the doorway, wand still raised, his face scarred and tired but his eyes sharp with intelligence. Impressive, the man said. Most adults can't produce any Patronus at all, let alone under direct attack. He offered Harry a chocolate bar. Eat this. It helps. Who are you? Remus Lupin. Your new defense against the dark arts professor. Lupin's eyes held something complicated, pain, perhaps, or old grief. And an old friend of your parents. Harry studied him carefully, searching for deception. Found none. You knew my father. Knew him. Loved him. Lost him. Lupin's voice was soft. We have a great deal to discuss, Harry. But perhaps not on a train full of frightened children. He glanced at the compartment's other occupants. All of you, eat the chocolate. It genuinely helps. He moved on down the corridor, checking other compartments, and Harry watched him go with new questions burning in his mind. Remus Lupin. Another name from his father's journals. Another marauder, along with James, Sirius, and Peter. The pieces were starting to come together. Hogwarts welcomed them with feast and ceremony, but the atmosphere was muted. Dumbledore's warnings about the Dementors cast a pall over the celebration, and everywhere Harry looked, he saw fear barely hidden behind polite smiles. The students were afraid. The teachers were worried. And somewhere out there, Sirius Black was watching. Harry ate without tasting, his mind churning through plans and possibilities. Lupin was key, a connection to his parents' generation, a potential source of information about what had really happened. But Lupin was also a professor now, bound by obligations and loyalties that might not align with Harry's needs. Approach carefully. Gather information. Strike only when the moment was right. You're plotting, Daphne murmured beside him. I'm planning. Same thing, with you. But she smiled slightly. What's the first move? Lupin. I need to know what he knows, and what he suspects. If he was friends with all four marauders, he might have insights the official records don't contain. And if he believes Black is guilty? Then I find out why. What evidence convinced him? What doubts he might have suppressed? Harry's eyes found Lupin at the high table, engaged in quiet conversation with McGonagall. Everyone has doubts, Daph. Even about the things they're most certain of. The feast ended with Dumbledore's usual dismissals, and Harry began the long process of reintegrating into Hogwarts life. Classes, alliances, the eternal dance of Slytherin politics, all of it demanded attention. But underneath, always, the questions burned. Where is Sirius Black? What does he want? And what really happened the night my parents died? The first month of term brought new challenges and unexpected developments. Defense against the dark arts, for the first time in Harry's Hogwarts career, was actually useful. Lupin was a revelation, knowledgeable, practical, and genuinely skilled at teaching. His lessons focused on real threats, boggarts, red caps, grindylows. Magic that students might actually need to survive. Harry excelled, of course. His training went far beyond the curriculum. But he was careful not to show too much. Reveal all your advantages, Father had taught him, and you have no advantages left. What interested him more than the lessons was Lupin himself. The professor watched Harry with an intensity that went beyond professional interest. Sometimes, in the middle of a lesson, Lupin's eyes would go distant, seeing something, someone else. And occasionally, when Harry made a particularly clever observation, Lupin would smile with what looked remarkably like grief. You remind me of him, Lupin said one day after class, when the other students had gone. James. You have his fire. I've heard I have my mother's eyes. You do. Lupin's voice was soft. Her eyes, his spirit. It's difficult, sometimes. Seeing them both in you. Harry considered his approach carefully. Professor, I've been researching my family history. There are things in my father's journals that don't match the official story of how he died. Lupin went very still. What kind of things? Things about the Fidelius charm. About who the real secret keeper was. Harry met Lupin's eyes steadily. Things that suggest Sirius Black might not be the traitor everyone believes. For a long moment, Lupin didn't speak. His expression cycled through shock, denial, hope, and something that looked like old pain. Why are you telling me this? Because you were there. You knew them all, my father, Black, Pettigrew. If anyone can help me understand what really happened, it's you. And if what I tell you confirms Black's guilt, then I'll know. Either way, I need the truth. Harry's voice hardened. The man everyone says betrayed my parents is currently hunting me. I'd like to know whether to expect a murderer or a wrongly accused prisoner. Lupin was quiet for a long time. When he spoke, his voice was barely audible. I've had doubts, he admitted. For 12 years, I've had doubts. Sirius he was reckless, sometimes cruel, but he loved James like a brother. The idea that he would betray. Lupin's voice cracked. I couldn't make it fit. But Peter was dead, the evidence was clear, and Sirius never denied it. Never even tried to explain. Maybe he couldn't. Maybe there was something preventing him. Or maybe the guilt was real, and denial was all he could manage. Lupin's eyes met Harry's. I don't know, Harry. I've never known. And it's eaten at me for over a decade. Then help me find out. Help me discover the truth, whatever it is. Another long silence. Then Lupin nodded slowly. All right. I'll tell you what I know. What I remember. What I've pieced together over the years. His expression was haunted but determined. But Harry, if Sirius is innocent, it means someone else betrayed your parents. Someone who's been free this whole time, while an innocent man rotted in Azkaban. Peter Pettigrew. Peter. Lupin's jaw tightened. We grew up together. He was, small, always frightened, but loyal. Or so we thought. People can hide what they are. Yes. Lupin's eyes held something dark. Yes, they can. The investigation began in earnest. Harry divided his resources carefully. Hermione researched everything publicly available about the Potter case, news articles, ministry records, anything that might reveal inconsistencies. Ron used his family connections to gather information about the Weasleys' rat, Scabbers, who matched the description of Pettigrew's animagus form with disturbing accuracy. Daphne worked the pureblood gossip networks, collecting rumors about Black's behavior before and after Azkaban. And Harry himself pursued the most dangerous lead, Sirius Black's brother. Regulus Black had died during the First War, supposedly killed by Voldemort for attempting to leave the Death Eaters. But Kreacher, the Black family house elf, still served at the ancestral home, and house elves had long memories. Getting access to Grimmauld Place required delicate negotiations with the goblins. The Black Vault was still sealed, but Gringots held records of all pureblood properties. Ragnarok provided maps, ward schemes, and most importantly, a legal justification for Harry's presence. As the last blood relative willing to claim the Black inheritance, Ragnarok explained, "You have right of inspection." Young Mr. Malfoy could also claim, but his father has forbidden it, too many dangerous artifacts, too much dark magic. And Sirius? Escaped convicts have no legal standing. The inheritance waits for a proper claimant. Ragnarok's smile showed teeth. By inspecting the property, you establish precedents. Should Black die or be confirmed guilty, you would have a strong claim to the entire estate. Harry wasn't interested in inheritance. But the access it provided was invaluable. Grimmauld Place was exactly as dark as its reputation suggested. The townhouse reeked of old magic and older hatred, its walls covered in portraits of Black ancestors who screamed insults at Harry's blood-traitor presence. Kreacher appeared the moment Harry crossed the threshold, his eyes bulging with hostile suspicion. "Nasty half-blood comes to the noble house of Black," the elf muttered. "Mistress would not have allowed it." "Mistress would have, your mistress is dead," Harry interrupted calmly. "And I'm here by right of blood inspection. You can help me, or you can try to stop me and find out what happens when an elf attacks a wizard with full legal standing." Kreacher's eyes narrowed, but he didn't attack. "What does the half-blood want?" "Information. About Regulus Black. About the night he died. About anything your master told you before the end." Something shifted in Kreacher's expression. For a moment, the hatred faded, replaced by something that looked almost like grief. "Master Regulus," the elf whispered. "Poor Master Regulus. He tried to do what was right. Tried to stop the Dark Lord. And he died for it. Stop him how?" Kreacher's eyes darted around, checking for listeners. Then, slowly, he beckoned Harry deeper into the house. "Come," he said. "Kreacher will show the half-blood what Master Regulus found. What he died trying to destroy." The locket was smaller than Harry expected. It sat on a dusty shelf in Regulus's old bedroom, surrounded by the detritus of a young man's life, Quidditch posters, school books, photographs of friends who were probably dead now. The locket itself was ornate, gold, bearing a serpentine S that Harry recognized immediately. Slytherin's locket. One of Voldemort's horcruxes. Master Regulus stole it from the Dark Lord, Kreacher explained, his voice cracking with old emotion. Went to the cave where it was hidden. Made Kreacher help him pass the defenses. Drank the poison that protected it. The elf's eyes were wet. He died there. In the cave. Told Kreacher to take the locket. Destroy it. But you couldn't. Kreacher tried. Tried everything. But the locket would not break. Would not burn. Would not melt. The elf's hands twisted together. Kreacher failed Master Regulus. Failed his final command. Harry reached for the locket, feeling the dark magic pulse against his palm. The soul fragment inside was aware, malevolent, whispering promises and threats in equal measure. Another piece of Voldemort. Another anchor to destroy. You didn't fail, Harry said quietly. You kept it safe. Protected it from people who would have used it for evil. He met Kreacher's eyes. I'm going to finish what Regulus started. I'm going to destroy this, and every other piece of Voldemort I can find. Creature stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, the hostility drained from his expression. The half-blood will destroy the locket. I swear it. Then Creature will help. The elf straightened, something like purpose entering his ancient face. Whatever the half-blood needs. Whatever it takes. For Master Regulus. Harry nodded, tucking the locket into his robes. He had a basilisk fong hidden in his trunk at Hogwarts, salvaged from the chamber, saved against exactly this need. One more horcrux down. How many more to go? The confrontation with Sirius Black came on a cold November night. Harry was walking back from the Ollery when he felt it, a presence in the darkness, watching. His wand was in his hand before the feeling fully registered, every sense straining for information. Easy, pup. The voice was rough, hoarse from disuse. I'm not here to hurt you. A massive black dog emerged from the shadows, then twisted and stretched into a gaunt, hollow-eyed man. Sirius Black looked nothing like his wanted posters, thinner, more desperate, but with eyes that held surprising clarity. You've grown, Black said quietly. Last time I saw you, you were barely walking. Lily let me hold you, and you grabbed my finger with this tiny fist and wouldn't let go. Harry's wand didn't waver. You knew my parents. I loved them. Both of them. Black's voice cracked. I would never have betrayed them, Harry. Never. I'd have died first, almost did, in that prison, waiting for a chance to make things right. Then who did? Peter. The name came out like a curse. Peter Pettigrew, the sniveling little rat, literally. He was the secret keeper, not me. We switched at the last minute, thinking Voldemort would come after me and never suspect Peter. Black laughed bitterly. We were right about one thing. No one suspected Peter. He's dead. You killed him. I chased him. Confronted him. He screamed that I'd betrayed James and Lily, blew apart the street, cut off his own finger, and transformed. Black's eyes burned with old fury. He escaped into the sewers as a rat while I stood there laughing, because what else could I do? The irony was too perfect. I'd been framed by the least likely betrayer in history. Harry studied the escaped prisoner, searching for deception. Found desperation, grief, hope, but nothing that felt false. You could be lying. I could be. But I'm not. Black took a step forward, and Harry's wand tracked the movement. I know you have no reason to trust me. But I also know you've been investigating. Looking for the truth. If you found anything, anything at all, I found my father's journal. He wrote about the switch. About trusting you. Black's breath caught. For a moment, he looked like he might collapse. James wrote about it. In his own hand. Days before the betrayal. Then you know. You know I'm innocent. I know the official story has holes. Harry's voice was careful. I know my father trusted you. But I also know that trusting people who seem trustworthy is exactly how traitors succeed. Black nodded slowly, accepting this. Fair enough. What would it take to convince you? Proof. Not words, evidence. Something that proves Pettigrew is alive and that you're telling the truth. The rat. Black's expression sharpened. He's living as someone's pet, somewhere. Hiding in plain sight, the way he always did. Find the rat, and you find the proof. Harry thought of Ron's rat, Scabbers. Thought of the way the animal had been in the Weasley family for over a decade, far longer than any ordinary rat lived. Thought of the missing toe, matching the finger Pettigrew had supposedly left behind. I might know where to look, he said slowly. Then look. Find him. Drag the truth into the light. Black's voice was fierce. I've waited 12 years for this chance, Harry. 12 years in that hell, holding on to sanity by my fingernails, waiting for the moment I could clear my name and avenge your parents properly. And if you're lying? If this is some elaborate trap? Then you'll kill me. You're powerful enough, I can feel it. Whoever's been training you did their job well. Black smiled grimly. But I'm not lying. And when you prove that, when you finally know the truth, what? I'm your godfather, Harry. James named me before you were born. If anything happened to them, I was supposed to take you. Raise you. Black's voice broke. Instead, I spent 12 years in prison while you grew up with strangers. I want to make that right. I want to be the family James meant me to be. Harry stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he lowered his wand. Don't make me regret this, he said quietly. I won't. Black's eyes glistened. I swear on my magic, on my life, on everything I have left, I won't betray your trust. Then we need to find Pettigrew. Harry's expression hardened with purpose. And we need to do it before the ministry finds you. How long do we have? Not long enough. Harry turned toward the castle. Come on. I know someone who has a map that shows everyone in Hogwarts. If Pettigrew's anywhere in this castle, we'll find him. They moved through the darkness together, godfather and godson, united by blood and grief and the burning need for justice. The hunt was on. They found Pettigrew in Ron's dormitory. The marauder's map showed it clearly, a dot labeled Peter Pettigrew, right next to Ron Weasley's bed. Right where Scabbers the rat had slept for years. Harry explained the situation to his friends quickly, clinically. Ron's face went through shock, denial, and finally cold fury as the implications sank in. That thing's been sleeping in my bed, Ron said flatly. For 3 years. Listening to everything we said. Watching everything we did. He can't have known what you were planning, Hermione reasoned. If he had, he would have run long ago. He knew enough. Heard enough. Ron's wand hand was shaking. I'm going to kill him. No. Harry's voice cut through the tension. We need him alive. He's the proof of Sirius's innocence. Kill him, and Black goes back to Azkaban. Then what do we do? We capture him. Carefully, quickly, before he realizes he's been discovered. Harry looked at Sirius, who was waiting in dog form in the corner. Can you identify him? Confirm it's really Pettigrew? The dog's eyes blazed with cold hatred. Yes, that gaze said. I'll know him. They moved through the castle with silent purpose. It was late enough that most students were asleep, early enough that the patrols hadn't started yet. Harry's invisibility cloak covered him and Hermione. Sirius padded alongside as a dog, unremarkable except for his size. The Gryffindor common room was empty. The dormitory stairs creaked slightly, but no one stirred. Ron went in first. His dormmates were sleeping soundly. And there, curled on Ron's pillow, was a fat gray rat with a missing toe. Stupefy. The spell caught Scabbers mid-snore. The rat jerked once, then went limp. Sirius transformed, his wand already out. Revelio Forma. The magic forced the animagus transformation to reverse. Where the rat had been, a small, balding man now lay, pudgy, nervous-looking, even unconscious, with watery eyes and a pointed nose. Peter Pettigrew. Alive. Proof. Got you, Sirius breathed. After all these years, I finally got you. Not yet. Harry's voice was calm despite his racing heart. We need witnesses. Professors, ministry officials, people who can verify this is really Pettigrew and that he's still alive. Dumbledore, Hermione suggested. And Lupin. They'll believe us. And Snape, Harry added. He hates Sirius, but he hates liars more. If he confirms the identification, no one can claim we fabricated this. They bound Pettigrew with magical restraints, triple-layered against escape. Then Harry sent his Patronus, a full stag now, developed through months of practice, to summon the professors they needed. Within an hour, the truth was undeniable. The aftermath was chaos, but the good kind. Dumbledore took control of the situation immediately, recognizing the political implications and moving to protect everyone involved. Pettigrew was secured in a magic-suppressing cell, awaiting trial. Sirius was placed under house arrest pending formal review, not freedom, but better than Azkaban. And Harry found himself in Dumbledore's office, explaining everything that had led to this moment. "You've been investigating since the summer," Dumbledore said, his expression thoughtful. "Since you read your father's journal. I don't accept official stories without evidence. The journal provided enough doubt to justify looking deeper. And you found the truth." Dumbledore's eyes held something like respect. "Against all odds, against conventional wisdom, you found proof that everyone else had missed for 12 years. I had help." Harry glanced at the door, where his friends were waiting. "I couldn't have done this alone." "No. You've built something remarkable, Harry. A network of allies bound by loyalty and shared purpose." Dumbledore smiled slightly. "Your father would be proud. What happens now? Pettigrew will be tried. The truth will come out. Sirius will be exonerated, eventually, after the bureaucracy has run its course." Dumbledore's expression grew serious. "But there will be complications. People who accepted the original story will have to admit they were wrong. That's never comfortable. The Ministry. Among others. Minister Fudge approved the Azkaban sentence. He won't want to acknowledge that the Ministry imprisoned an innocent man for over a decade." Dumbledore sighed. "Politics, Harry. The enemy that never sleeps." "I'm aware." Harry stood, preparing to leave. "Thank you, headmaster. For believing us. For helping. Thank you for not giving up on the truth." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "One more thing, Harry. The Dementors will be leaving Hogwarts. Their presence was always predicated on Black being a threat to students. With his innocence established, they're no longer necessary." "Precisely. Consider it a bonus of your investigation, the school will be significantly more pleasant without them." Harry nodded, allowing himself a small smile. One victory. One step closer to justice. But he knew better than to celebrate too soon. The war was just beginning. The Christmas holidays brought Sirius to Greengrass Manor. It had taken weeks of legal maneuvering, but with Pettigrew's confession and the weight of evidence Harry had gathered, the Wizengamot had no choice but to grant temporary release. Full exoneration would come after the formal trial, but for now, Sirius Black was a free man. Free, but broken. Harry watched his godfather move through the manor's halls like a ghost, flinching at sudden sounds, struggling with basic social interactions. 12 years of Dementors had left scars that might never heal. But underneath the damage, Harry saw something else: strength. Determination. A fierce, stubborn will to survive that had kept Sirius sane when sanity should have been impossible. "You're staring," Sirius observed, settling into a chair across from Harry in the library. "Observing. There's a difference." Spoken like a true Slytherin. But there was warmth in Sirius's voice, not criticism. "Your father would have approved. He always said the Greengrasses were the only Slytherins worth respecting. He knew my adoptive father. Knew of him. Cyrus was younger, but he was making waves even then. Neutral, independent, too clever to be easily categorized." Sirius smiled slightly. "James said once that if things went wrong, if something happened to him and Lily, he'd want you raised by someone who could teach you to survive. I don't think he meant the Dursleys. No one could have meant the Dursleys." "True enough." Sirius was quiet for a moment. "Harry, I need to say something. Should have said it earlier, but the words kept getting stuck." "What?" "Thank you. Sirius's voice cracked. For believing in me. For looking deeper when everyone else accepted the easy answer. You gave me back my life, my freedom, my chance to be the godfather James wanted me to be. His eyes glistened. I can never repay that. You don't need to repay it. Just. Harry paused, searching for words. Just be here. Be part of whatever we're building. The war against Voldemort, against the Covenant, against everyone who wants to control or destroy us, I need people I can trust. People who understand what we're fighting for. You have me. Whatever you need, whenever you need it. Sirius's expression hardened with purpose. I spent 12 years waiting for this chance. I'm not going to waste it. Good. Harry smiled slightly. Because I have a job for you, if you're interested. Name it. The Covenant of Ashes. They've been targeting my family, trying to get something from my bloodline. I need someone to investigate them, their history, their current operations, their plans. Harry's eyes met Sirius's. Someone with connections in the darker corners of the wizarding world. Someone who knows how to find information that doesn't want to be found. You want me to spy on an ancient conspiracy? I want you to help me understand them well enough to destroy them. Sirius considered this for a long moment. Then his lips curved into a smile that was half mad, half joyful. I thought you'd never ask. The second half of the year passed in a blur of preparation and planning. With Pettigrew's capture, the immediate threat was neutralized, but Harry knew better than to relax. Voldemort was still out there, still seeking ways to return. The Covenant was still watching, still plotting. And the remaining horcruxes were still anchoring the Dark Lord to life. Harry attacked the problem methodically. The locket was destroyed in a private ceremony, watched only by his closest allies. The basilisk fang pierced the cursed gold, and Voldemort's fragment screamed its way into oblivion. 2 down, Harry thought. The diary, the locket. How many more? His research suggested at least 4 other horcruxes, possibly 5. Dumbledore confirmed his suspicions during one of their increasingly frequent conversations. Tom always favored the number 7, the headmaster explained. Considered it the most magically powerful number. I believe he intended to create 6 horcruxes, splitting his soul 7 ways in total. Do you know what they are? I have theories. Artifacts of great historical significance would appeal to his vanity, items connected to the founders, perhaps, or objects of personal importance. Dumbledore's expression was troubled. Finding them will be the work of years, Harry. Tom was nothing if not thorough in hiding his secrets. Then we'd better get started. The research consumed what little free time Harry had left. Between classes, political maneuvering, combat training, and maintaining his network of alliances, there were barely enough hours in the day. But Harry pushed through, driven by the knowledge that every day Voldemort remained anchored to life was a day closer to his eventual return. Sirius proved invaluable. His knowledge of dark magic, combined with his willingness to investigate places others feared to tread, opened doors that Harry couldn't have accessed on his own. By spring, they had tentative leads on 2 more horcruxes, something hidden in the Gaunt family shack, and something connected to Hogwarts itself. The diadem, Helena Ravenclaw confirmed when Harry asked her. My mother's diadem. Tom Riddle asked me about it, years ago. He was charming. Persuasive. I told him where I'd hidden it, and he. Her form flickered with old shame. I didn't realize what he intended until it was too late. Where is it now? Still here. In the castle. He hid it in the room of requirement, the room that becomes whatever you need it to be. Helena's eyes held Harry's. Be careful, Harry. The diadem is cursed. Touching it without proper precautions could be damaging. I'll be careful. See that you are. Helena's expression softened slightly. You're the first person I've told this to in 50 years. Don't make me regret the trust. I won't. The year ended with quiet triumph rather than dramatic confrontation. Harry found the diadem where Helena said it would be, hidden in a vast room full of lost and discarded objects, buried under centuries of student debris. Destroying it required careful preparation, but with the basilisk fang and proper protective wards, the horcrux fell like its predecessors. 3 down, Harry thought, watching the corrupted metal melt into nothing. 3 more to go. The gaunt ring would be next, but that required summer, and resources, and planning. For now, it was enough to know the hunt was progressing. Pettigrew's trial dominated the news for weeks. The full story emerged in painful detail: his years as Voldemort's spy, his betrayal of the Potters, his cowardly survival while better people died. The Wizengamot sentenced him to life in Azkaban, stripped of his magic and any hope of escape. Sirius watched the verdict with grim satisfaction. "It's not enough," he said afterward. "Nothing could be enough for what he did. But it's something." "Justice," Harry agreed. "Not revenge, justice. There's a difference." "Is there?" Sirius's eyes were dark. "I spent 12 years dreaming about what I'd do to Peter when I finally got my hands on him. Now he's in Azkaban, and all I feel is empty. That's normal. Revenge fantasies are about control, taking back power from someone who hurt you. But actual justice doesn't fill that void. It just closes one chapter so you can start another." Sirius studied him for a long moment. "When did you get so wise?" "I had good teachers." Harry smiled slightly. "And I've had a lot of practice processing complicated emotions." "Because of your scar? The connection to Voldemort?" "Because of everything. My parents' death, my childhood, the prophecy, the people who've tried to use me." Harry's voice was steady. "I've learned to separate what I feel from what I choose to do about it. It's the only way to stay sane." Sirius nodded slowly. "Your father would be amazed by you. Proud, but amazed. You've become something he never imagined." "Good thing, or bad?" "Good." Sirius's voice was firm. "Definitely good." The Hogwarts Express carried them home through summer warmth, and Harry sat with his friends, watching the countryside transform from Scottish highlands to English fields. Another year completed. Another step closer to his goals. The Horcrux hunt was progressing. Sirius was free and working as his ally. The Covenant remained a threat, but their operations were under constant surveillance. And his network of friends and allies grew stronger with each passing month. "What are you thinking about?" Daphne asked, her hand finding his. "The future. What comes next? That seems to be a pattern with you. It's the only direction worth facing." Harry squeezed her hand. "The past is fixed. The present is fleeting. But the future is where everything gets decided." "And what have you decided?" Harry thought about his parents, dead before they could see him grow. About Voldemort, waiting to return. About the Covenant, hunting something in his blood. About everyone and everything that wanted to use him, control him, destroy him. Then he thought about his friends. His family. The people who stood beside him not because they had to, but because they chose to. "I've decided to win," he said simply. "Whatever it takes, however long it requires. I'm going to win." Daphne smiled, and it was fierce with shared determination. "Then let's get to work." The train carried them toward summer, toward challenges, toward destiny. Harry faced it all without fear. After all, he was the serpent's heir. And this serpent was just getting started. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5. The gathering storm. The gaunt shack crouched in the overgrown woods like a diseased animal waiting to die. Harry studied it from the tree lean, his senses extended to their limits. The wards were old, layered, vicious, designed not just to keep intruders out, but to kill anyone foolish enough to try. Voldemort had protected this place with the paranoid thoroughness of a man who knew exactly how dangerous his secrets were. Nasty work, Sirius muttered beside him. I count at least 7 lethal layers, and that's just what I can see. 8. Harry's eyes traced the invisible patterns of magic. There's a compulsion woven into the approach path. Walk too close without knowing, and you'll feel an overwhelming urge to put on whatever's inside. The horcrux. The ring. Marvolo Gaunt's ring, Voldemort's maternal grandfather. Harry's voice was clinical, detached. He killed his father's family wearing that ring. It meant something to him. Sentimental value from a sociopath. Lovely. They'd spent the first week of summer preparing for this expedition. Research, planning, the acquisition of specialized curse-breaking tools from contacts Sirius maintained in the shadier corners of the wizarding world. Harry had even consulted with Bill Weasley, who'd proven surprisingly helpful once Harry explained, in carefully vague terms, what they were hunting. The key to old wards is patience, Bill had advised. They're designed to punish the impulsive. Take your time, test every layer, never assume you found everything. Good advice. Harry intended to follow it. I'll handle the compulsion first, he said, drawing his wand. You watch for anything I miss. And if you trigger something nasty, then you grab me and apparate us both out. Harry smiled thinly. Try not to splinch me. No promises. The work was slow, methodical, and utterly exhausting. Each ward layer required careful analysis before Harry could begin dismantling it, and some of them fought back with vicious creativity. One curse tried to rot his wand hand. Another attempted to convince him that Sirius was an enemy. A third simply tried to stop his heart. Hours passed. The sun moved across the sky, then began to sink. By the time Harry finally reached the shack's door, he was drenched in sweat and shaking with fatigue. But he'd made it. The ring is inside, he said. On a table in the main room. Don't touch it, the compulsion is stronger at close range. Sirius nodded, his wand ready. They entered together. The interior was exactly as decrepit as the exterior suggested, rotting furniture, collapsed ceiling beams, decades of accumulated filth. But there, on a small table in the center of the room, a golden ring gleamed with malevolent life. Harry felt the pull immediately. Put it on, something whispered. Claim the power. Become the master of death. He ignored the voice, reaching instead for the basilisk fong he'd brought. One clean strike, properly aimed, wait. Sirius's voice was sharp. There's something else. Something about the stone. Harry paused, looking more closely at the ring. The black stone set into the gold was cracked, ancient-looking, with a strange symbol carved into its surface, a circle inside a triangle, bisected by a vertical line. The symbol from the tale of 3 brothers. The symbol of the Deathly Hallows. The resurrection stone, Harry breathed. Voldemort made a horcrux out of the resurrection stone. Is that even possible? Apparently. Harry's mind raced through implications. The Peverils. My ancestors. They own the Hallows, all 3 of them. The cloak passed to me through the Potter line. The stone ended up with the Gaunts, who were Peveril descendants through a different branch. He laughed, slightly hysterical. Voldemort made a horcrux out of my family's heirloom without even knowing what it was. Can you still destroy it? The horcrux, yes. But the stone itself? Harry hesitated. Helena said the Hallows were what the Covenant wanted. What they're hunting. If I destroy the stone, you lose a piece of leverage. I lose a piece of the puzzle. Harry stared at the ring, feeling the weight of the decision. The Covenant wants the Hallows. Voldemort used one as a horcrux. My family owned them centuries ago. These things are connected, Sirius. I just don't understand how yet. So what do you want to do? Harry considered. The safe choice was destruction, eliminate the horcrux, remove Voldemort's anchor, worry about the Covenant later. But the safe choice wasn't always the right choice. I destroy the horcrux, he decided. But I try to preserve the stone. If the Hallows are important, I need to understand why. And if you can't separate them? Then Voldemort's soul fragment burns, and I find another way to learn what the Covenant knows. Sirius nodded slowly. Your call, pup. I'm just here to watch your back. Harry raised the basilisk fang, focusing his intention with surgical precision. Not just destruction, targeted destruction. The soul fragment, not the artifact. The corruption, not the power. He struck. The ring screamed. Black smoke erupted from the cracked stone, writhing and coiling like a thing alive. Harry heard voices in the smoke, his parents, Cedric, victims he didn't recognize, crying out in pain and accusation. The fragment was fighting back, using his memories against him. But Harry had prepared for this. Expecto Patronum. The silver stag burst from his wand, charging into the darkness. Light met shadow, and for a moment, the world held its breath. Then the smoke dissolved. The screaming faded. And the ring lay still on the table, its malevolence spent. Harry picked it up carefully, feeling the stone's power without the corruption that had tainted it. The resurrection stone, the second Hallow. His by right of blood and conquest. For down, he said quietly. 2 to go. Voldemort's snake, Sirius said. And something else. Something I haven't identified yet. Harry slipped the ring into his pocket, feeling its weight against his leg. But we're getting closer. Every horcrux we destroy weakens him further. And brings him closer to desperation. Yes. Harry's expression was grim. Which is why we need to be ready. When Voldemort realizes what's happening, he'll strike with everything he has. When do you think that'll be? Harry thought about the patterns he'd observed, the intelligence Sirius had gathered, the whispers from the shadows. Soon. Maybe this year. Maybe next. But soon. Then we'd better get back to preparing. They disapparated from the ruined shack, leaving only dust and shadows behind. The hunt continued. The Quidditch World Cup was supposed to be a celebration. Harry attended with the Greengrass family, using the opportunity to network with international contacts while enjoying the spectacle. Ireland versus Bulgaria, 2 of the finest teams in the world, playing for the ultimate prize. For a few hours, he almost forgot about horcruxes and conspiracies. Then the Death Eaters attacked. The first explosions ripped through the campsite just after midnight, when most of the crowd was drunk on victory and celebration. Harry was on his feet before the scream started, wand in hand, pulling Daphne and Astoria toward the nearest cover. Stay together, he ordered. Daph, get Tori to the emergency port key. I need to find Father. Harry, you can't, I can, and I will. Go. He didn't wait for argument, moving through the chaos with predatory grace. Masked figures were everywhere, casting curses at random, levitating terrified muggles like grotesque puppets. The ministry response was sluggish, disorganized, too many Aurors had been drinking, and coordination had collapsed. Harry didn't care about coordination. He cared about finding his family. He found Cyrus near the main path, dueling 2 Death Eaters with cold precision. Harry flanked the attackers, dropping one with a stunner before the other realized the threat. Evelyn? Harry asked. Safe. She took the emergency port key when the first curse flew. Cyrus's voice was tight. This isn't random. Someone organized this. The Dark Mark. Harry pointed to the sky, where the skull and serpent symbol blazed green against the stars. They're sending a message. To whom? Everyone. The Death Eaters are back. Voldemort's memory isn't dead. Harry's jaw tightened. They're preparing the ground for his return. More explosions, more screaming. The chaos was spreading, consuming the celebration like fire consuming paper. Harry saw families running in terror, children crying for lost parents, ministry officials trying and failing to restore order. And something else. Something that didn't belong. Near the edge of the campsite, a small group moved with purpose rather than panic. Gray robes. No masks, but faces hidden beneath deep hoods. They weren't attacking anyone, just watching. Observing. Taking notes. The Covenant. Father. Harry's voice was sharp. 2 o'clock. The Watchers. Sirius followed his gaze, and his expression hardened. Covenant operatives. They're using this chaos as cover. For what? Nothing good. Sirius raised his wand. We should, but the Watchers had already noticed them. One raised a hand in what might have been salute or threat, and then they were gone, disapparating with a synchronized crack that spoke of military precision. Harry filed the observation away for later analysis. The Covenant was watching the Death Eater resurgence. That meant they saw the two movements as connected, or at least relevant to each other. Another piece of the puzzle. Another thread to follow. But for now, there was chaos to survive. The Triwizard Tournament was announced at the start of term, and Harry immediately recognized it for what it was, an opportunity. 3 schools, 3 champions, international attention focused on Hogwarts. Political implications, networking potential, the chance to observe foreign magical traditions up close. It was exactly the kind of high-profile event that could advance multiple agendas at once. Harry had no intention of competing, the age restriction aside, he had more important things to focus on than games and glory. But he intended to use the tournament to his advantage nonetheless. The Beauxbatons and Durmstrang delegations arrived in late October, bringing with them new faces and new possibilities. Harry observed their champions with clinical interest, Fleur Delacour, elegant and powerful, with Vila blood that made lesser minds stumble, Victor Crumb, brooding and intense, famous for his Quidditch prowess but clearly capable of more. And from Hogwarts, Cedric Diggory, a Hufflepuff 7th year with genuine talent and an annoying tendency toward fairness. You're analyzing them, Daphne observed. I'm assessing potential allies and threats. There's a difference. Is there? The Goblet of Fire was displayed with appropriate ceremony, and students lined up to submit their names. Harry watched the proceedings with mild interest, mentally cataloging who showed ambition, who showed hesitation, who showed fear. And then everything went wrong. The flames turned red. A 4th piece of parchment shot from the goblet's mouth. Harry Potter, Dumbledore read, his voice hollow with shock. The great hall went silent. Every eye turned to Harry, who sat frozen in his seat, his mind racing through possibilities. He hadn't submitted his name. Couldn't have, the age line would have stopped him, and besides, he'd had no interest in competing. Someone else had done this. Someone who wanted Harry in the tournament. Someone who wanted him dead. It seems, Dumbledore said slowly, that we have a 4th champion. The chaos that followed was predictable but exhausting. Ministry officials insisted the contract was binding. School heads protested the irregularity. Students whispered and pointed and drew their own conclusions. And Harry sat in the middle of it all, working through the implications with cold precision. Someone had entered his name. Someone with access to the goblet, the ability to bypass the age line, and knowledge of how magical contracts worked. The obvious suspect was a Death Eater, someone working to deliver Harry to Voldemort. But obvious wasn't always accurate, and Harry had learned to look deeper. The Covenant, he told his inner circle that night. They were watching at the World Cup. They're interested in whatever's happening with the Death Eaters. What if they arranged this? To what end? Hermione asked. To put me in danger. To test me. To see what I'm capable of when pushed to my limits. Harry's voice was thoughtful. Helena said they're waiting for someone who can master the old magic in my blood. The tournament is the perfect controlled environment, dangerous enough to push me, public enough to observe the results. That's paranoid, Ron said. Even for you. Paranoid is just prepared with better information. Harry smiled thinly. But you might be right. It could be Death Eaters. It could be someone else entirely. The point is, I don't know, and that's dangerous. So what do we do? Neville asked. We prepare for every possibility. I compete in the tournament, I have no choice there, but I treat every task as a potential assassination attempt. Meanwhile, we investigate. Find out who had access to the goblet. Track any unusual visitors to the castle. Look for patterns we might have missed. That's a lot of work, Tracy observed. We have a lot of people. Harry's gaze swept the group, Daphne and Theo, Hermione and Ron, Neville and Tracy, Draco hovering uncertainly at the edges. Divide and conquer. Everyone takes a piece of the puzzle. We meet regularly to share information. And the tournament itself? Daphne asked. I'll win. Harry's voice was flat with certainty. Whatever they're planning, however they expect this to end, I'll win, and I'll expose whoever's behind this. Confident. Determined. There's a difference. The first task was dragons. Harry learned this through a combination of careful spying and deliberate information sharing. He warned the other champions about what they faced, recognizing that gratitude could be as valuable as victory. His own preparation was thorough. He spent weeks studying dragon behavior, practicing aerial maneuvers, and developing contingency plans for every scenario he could imagine. The others might be relying on raw power or clever tricks. Harry intended to be simply better. The Hungarian horntail they assigned him was the largest and most dangerous of the 4 dragons. Harry saw the calculation in that choice. Someone wanted to maximize his risk of injury or death. He refused to cooperate with their plans. The task began with a roar of flame and fury. The horntail was everything the books had promised, 60 feet of scales and claws and burning hatred. It guarded its eggs with the single-minded intensity of a mother protecting her children, which was exactly what it was doing. Harry didn't fight the dragon. He didn't try to overpower it with magic or outmaneuver it with speed. Instead, he did something the designers of the task hadn't anticipated. He talked to it. Not in Parseltongue, dragons weren't serpents, but in the language of body and intent that all predators understood. He approached slowly, making himself small, non-threatening. He kept his wand lowered, his movements predictable. And he projected, with every fiber of his being, a simple message: I'm not here for your children. I just want the golden egg. Let me take it, and I'll leave. The horntail studied him with eyes like molten gold. Flames flickered at the edges of its mouth. For a moment, Harry thought he'd miscalculated, that the dragon would incinerate him where he stood. Then it stepped aside. The crowd gasped. The judges stared in disbelief. Harry walked calmly past the horntail, picked up the golden egg, and walked back out of the arena without a single spell cast. First place, Bagman announced, his voice shaky. Full marks from all judges. The fastest completion in Triwizard history. Harry inclined his head, acknowledging the applause, then headed for the medical tent. Not because he was injured, because he needed to process what had just happened. The dragon had understood him. Had chosen to let him pass. Old magic, something whispered in the back of his mind. The power in your blood. Growing stronger. The Covenant had wanted to test him. They'd gotten their wish. Harry just hoped they were prepared for the results. The Yule Ball was politics dressed as celebration, and Harry approached it accordingly. He asked Daphne to accompany him, which surprised no one who'd been paying attention. Their relationship had evolved beyond friendship over the years, not quite romance, not quite business, but something deeper than either. They understood each other in ways that required no explanation. The ball itself was a masterwork of social engineering. Harry spent the evening making connections, gathering information, and positioning himself as a neutral party that all factions could approach without risk. The Beauxbatons students were particularly interested. Fleur Delacour sought him out deliberately, her villa allure carefully suppressed. "You have a reputation," she said, her accent adding music to the words. "The boy who lived who refuses to be controlled. Many in France find this intriguing. And you?" "I find most things intriguing, Monsieur Potter Greengrass. It is part of my nature." She smiled, and even without the allure, it was striking. "But you are different from most. You look at me and see a person, not a pretty distraction. I was raised by people who taught me to look past surfaces. A valuable skill." Fleur's expression grew serious. "I should warn you, there are those who wish you ill in this tournament. I do not know who or why, but the whispers reach even the visitors. Thank you for the warning. We are competitors, but we need not be enemies." She extended her hand. "Perhaps, when this is over, we might speak further. About politics, and alliances, and the future of magical Europe." Harry took her hand, recognizing the overture for what it was. "I'd like that." Victor Crumb was more direct. "You are strong," he said during a quiet moment on the dance floor. "I can see it in how you move. How you think. In Bulgaria, strength is respected. And what does respect get me? Allies, when you need them. Enemies who hesitate before striking." Crumb's dark eyes held something like approval. "You will win this tournament. I know this now. But what will you do with the victory? Use it. As I use everything else." "Good." Crumb nodded sharply. "Then perhaps we will be allies someday. When the darkness comes, and it is coming, I can feel it, there will need to be those who stand against it. There already are. Then maybe there will be more." The second task brought new challenges and unexpected revelations. The golden eggs clue led Harry to the lake, where something precious had been taken and hidden beneath the water. The rescue format seemed straightforward enough: swim down, find the hostage, return before time ran out. But Harry had learned to look for complications, and he found plenty. The hostage was Daphne. That alone should have been impossible. She was a Greengrass, protected by family wards that should have prevented her kidnapping. Someone had bypassed security that Sirius himself had designed. The implications were troubling. Harry used gillyweed for the underwater portion, a choice suggested by Neville's encyclopedic knowledge of magical plants. The transformation was disorienting but manageable, and soon he was cutting through the lake's dark waters like a predator on the hunt. He found the hostages in a mere village at the lake's bottom, each champion's precious person tied to a different statue. Cedric arrived first, rescued Cho Chang, and departed. Crumb came next, using partial transfiguration to transform into something shark-like. Fleur never arrived. Harry hesitated, watching the remaining hostages. His instructions were clear: rescue his own person and return. But Fleur's sister was there, young and frightened, and the hour was running out. "This is a test," something whispered. "Your choice matters." Harry made his choice. He rescued both girls, Daphne first, then Gabrielle, and hauled them to the surface just as time expired. The judges argued about whether to penalize him for exceeding the rules, but eventually awarded him points for moral fiber. Harry didn't care about points. He cared about the conversation Fleur sought out after the task. "You saved my sister," she said, her voice thick with emotion. "Why?" "Because she needed saving and I could do it. But the rules were designed to test us. I decided what kind of test I wanted to pass." Harry met her eyes. "Your sister is safe. That matters more than rankings." Fleur stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she embraced him, a brief, fierce gesture that carried more meaning than words. "You have an ally for life, Harry Potter Greengrass," she whispered. "Whatever you need, whenever you need it. I will not forget this." Harry accepted the gesture, accepting what it represented. Another connection forged. Another thread in the web he was weaving. The game continued. The third task was where everything fell apart. The maze was designed to test champions' magical ability, their courage, their determination. Harry entered it knowing that somewhere in those twisting hedge walls, a trap was waiting. He just didn't know what form it would take. The tasks themselves were manageable, a boggart here, a sphinx there, obstacles that challenged but didn't overwhelm. Harry moved through the maze with methodical efficiency, staying alert for threats from both the course and his competitors. He found Cedric near the center, struggling against a massive acromantula. Harry helped him dispatch the creature, and they continued together toward the Triwizard Cup. "You didn't have to help me," Cedric said as they ran. "I know. So why did you?" "Because we're not really enemies. The tournament is competition, not war." Harry smiled slightly. "Besides, it seemed unsporting to let you get eaten." They reached the cup together, both hesitating before the gleaming trophy. "Together?" Cedric offered. Harry's instincts screamed warning. Something about the cup felt wrong, a portkey signature that shouldn't have been there, a trace of dark magic hidden beneath the enchantments. "Cedric, wait," but Cedric had already grabbed the cup. Harry's hand closed on the handle a moment later, and the world vanished into swirling chaos. The graveyard was cold and dark and very, very wrong. Harry recognized the location immediately from his research, the Riddle family cemetery, where Tom Riddle Sr. was buried. Where Voldemort's father lay in the dirt, murdered by the son who blamed him for everything. Cedric looked around in confusion. "Harry, where, Avada Kedavra?" The killing curse struck Cedric before Harry could shout a warning. The Hufflepuff champion crumpled without a sound, his eyes already empty. Harry's wand was in his hand before Cedric hit the ground. He saw the caster, a small, rat-like man, and felt cold fury replace his shock. Pettigrew. Somehow free. Somehow here. "The spare," Pettigrew squeaked. "Kill the spare," the master said. "And the Potter boy." Harry was already moving, dodging the next curse, weaving between the gravestones. But more figures emerged from the darkness, robed shapes, masked faces, and he realized with sinking certainty that he'd walked into an ambush. They caught him near a massive stone cauldron, ropes of magic binding his limbs. Pettigrew approached with a silver knife, and Harry felt pain as his blood was drawn for whatever ritual they'd prepared. "Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken," Pettigrew chanted. "You will resurrect your foe." The cauldron bubbled. Something within it stirred. And Lord Voldemort rose from the potion, reborn in a body of pale flesh and serpentine features. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said, his voice a cold whisper. "We meet again." What followed was the longest night of Harry's life. Voldemort called his Death Eaters, staging a reunion that mixed terror with triumph. He monologued about his return, his plans, his inevitable victory. He toyed with Harry, releasing him just to enjoy the hunt. And then they dueled. Harry had trained for years, preparing for exactly this moment. But Voldemort was powerful beyond anything he'd faced, centuries of accumulated knowledge, dark magic honed to perfection, a complete absence of moral restraint. The only thing that saved Harry was luck, and even that nearly failed him. Their wands connected, priori incantatem, the bond of twin cores, and ghostly figures began emerging from Voldemort's wand. Echoes of his victims, preserved by the magic they'd used. Cedric appeared. Then an old man Harry didn't recognize. Then a woman, a man, faces he'd only seen in photographs, Harry. His mother's echo smiled at him with infinite love. "We're so proud of you, son." His father's voice was fierce with urgency. "When the connection breaks, run. Don't look back. Just run. Voldemort fears you," Lily continued. "He always has. That's why he keeps trying to destroy you before you reach your full potential. We'll hold him as long as we can," James said. But you have to go. You have to survive. That's what matters. Harry felt tears streaming down his face. I love you. Both of you. I wish, we know. Lily's smile was heartbreaking. We've always known. Now go, Harry. Live. And finish this. The connection broke. Harry ran. Behind him, Voldemort screamed in fury. But Harry's hand closed on Cedric's body, then the fallen portkey, and the graveyard disappeared in a swirl of magic. He landed in the tournament arena, clutching a dead boy's corpse, gasping for breath, alive against all odds. The crowd cheered, not understanding. Dumbledore rushed forward, not quite fast enough. And somewhere in the darkness, Voldemort began planning his next move. The aftermath was chaos of a different kind. Harry told the truth, about the graveyard, about Voldemort, about everything. The Ministry called him a liar. The Prophet called him unstable. Half the wizarding world decided that the boy who lived had finally cracked under the pressure. Harry didn't care. What mattered was that his people believed him. Dumbledore, finally acknowledging the truth he'd long suspected. The Order of the Phoenix, reactivating after years of dormancy. And Harry's own network, already preparing for the war that was coming. The Covenant will move now, Harry told his inner circle in their final meeting of the year. Voldemort's return changes everything. They've been waiting for this, positioning themselves to take advantage of the chaos. What do we do? Neville asked. We prepare. We gather allies. We train harder than ever before. Harry's eyes swept the group. The tournament was supposed to break me. It didn't. Now we use the summer to get ready for what comes next. Which is war. Harry's voice was flat. Real war, not the shadows and rumors we've been dealing with. Voldemort wants me dead. The Covenant wants to use me. The Ministry wants to pretend nothing's wrong. He smiled grimly. We're going to prove all of them wrong. The train carried them home through summer countryside, and Harry sat with Daphne, watching the world roll past. You're different, she said quietly. The graveyard changed something. I watched Cedric die. I dueled Voldemort and barely survived. I spoke to my parents' echoes. Harry's hand found hers. Yeah. It changed something. Are you okay? Harry considered the question seriously. Was he okay? He'd faced death, lost a friend, witnessed resurrection of the darkest wizard in history. He should be traumatized, broken, paralyzed by fear. Instead, he felt focused. Clear. More determined than ever. I'm ready, he said finally. Whatever comes next, I'm ready. Good. Daphne squeezed his hand. Because I'm right here with you. I know. Harry smiled, and for once it was neither political nor calculated. Just genuine warmth, genuine connection. That's the only reason I can face any of this. The train carried them toward summer, toward challenges, toward destiny. Harry faced it all without fear. After all, he was the serpent's heir. And now the serpent was going to war. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, The Serpent Rises. The war came to Diagon Alley on a Tuesday in August. Harry was inspecting new ward stones at Gringots when the first explosion shattered the windows of Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. He was moving before the glass finished falling, wand drawn, senses extended to their limits. Death Eaters poured into the alley from three directions: Nocturne, the leaky cauldron, and something that looked like a forced apparition point near Gringots itself. They moved with military precision, cutting off escape routes, targeting the Auror patrols first. This wasn't a raid. This was an invasion. Ragnarok, Harry said to the goblin beside him, get your people to safety. Seal the bank if you have to. And you? I'm going to remind these idiots why attacking in daylight is a terrible idea. He didn't wait for a response, launching himself into the chaos with predatory grace. The first Death Eater never saw him coming. Harry's stunner dropped the masked figure before he could finish his curse. The second managed to raise a wand, but Harry was already past him, a cutting curse opening a gash across the man's arm that made him drop his weapon. 3 more fell in the next 30 seconds. Harry moved like water, like shadow, like something that had been training for exactly this moment since childhood. The Death Eaters were good, disciplined, practiced, deadly, but Harry was better. He'd been preparing for this his entire life. Potter. A voice cut through the screaming, and Harry turned to find Bellatrix Lestrange striding toward him. Voldemort's most fanatical lieutenant, her eyes blazing with madness and delight. The Dark Lord told us you might appear. He wants you alive, but he didn't say undamaged. Bellatrix. Harry's voice was cold. I've been wanting to meet you. You tortured Alice and Frank Longbottom into insanity. Neville's parents. Oh, did I? Bellatrix laughed, high and cruel. I've tortured so many, it's hard to keep track. I'll help you remember. They dueled. It was nothing like his fight with Voldemort, that had been overwhelming power against desperate survival. This was something else. Bellatrix was skilled, creative, and completely unhinged, throwing dark curses with reckless abandon. But Harry had trained against opponents like this, had learned to use their aggression against them. He fought defensive for the first minute, letting Bellatrix exhaust herself against his shields. She grew frustrated, impatient, started making mistakes. Harry capitalized. His counterstrike was precise, brutal, and utterly efficient. 3 spells in rapid succession, a blinding hex, a disarming charm, and a concussive blast that sent Bellatrix flying into a storefront. She crashed through the window and didn't get up. Anyone else? Harry asked the watching Death Eaters. They ran. The battle was over within 10 minutes of Harry's intervention. The Aurors who'd survived the initial assault rallied around his position, and together they drove the remaining attackers into retreat. The damage was extensive, 3 shops destroyed, dozens injured, a handful dead, but it could have been much worse. It would have been much worse, without Harry. Impressive. Amelia Bones, head of the DMLE, approached him as the cleanup began. I've heard reports about your abilities, but seeing them in person is something else. I've been trained well. Clearly. Bones's eyes were sharp, assessing. The Ministry is going to want to talk to you about this. Officially. The Ministry is welcome to send a formal request to Greengrass Manor. I'll respond through proper channels. That's not how we usually, Director Bones. Harry met her eyes steadily. I just helped save Diagon Alley from a Death Eater assault while the Ministry's response was still getting organized. I'm not inclined to submit to interrogation as a reward. Bones stared at him for a long moment. Then, surprisingly, she smiled. Fair enough. I'll ensure the request is properly formal. She paused. You've grown up well, Mr. Potter Greengrass. Your parents would be proud. So I'm told. He left the alley before the reporters arrived, disappearing into the crowds with the ease of long practice. There would be time for public statements later. For now, he had a war to plan. The summer of escalation continued without pause. Voldemort's forces struck again and again, villages burned, families murdered, terror spreading like poison through the wizarding world. The Ministry continued to fumble, caught between denial and incompetence. And the Order of the Phoenix, despite Dumbledore's best efforts, remained too small and too fragmented to stop the bleeding. Harry watched it all with cold calculation, gathering information, building alliances, preparing for the confrontation he knew was coming. The Covenant made their move in early September, just before Harry was due to return to Hogwarts. He was at Greengrass Manor, reviewing intelligence reports, when the ward screamed with a familiar signature. Not Death Eaters this time, something older, more sophisticated. They're here, Harry said, rising from his chair. The Covenant. In force. How many? Sirius asked, already reaching for his wand. Enough that running isn't an option. Harry's voice was calm despite his racing heart. They've been planning this since the summer I was adopted. They're done waiting. The attack began with a coordinated assault on every ward layer simultaneously. Harry felt the protections buckling, straining against pressure they weren't designed to withstand. The Covenant had spent centuries perfecting their ward-breaking techniques. But the Greengrasses had spent just as long perfecting their defenses. Emergency protocol, Sirius ordered. Everyone to the sanctuary. Harry, I'm not hiding. Harry was already moving toward the door. They came for me specifically. If I'm not in the way, they'll tear through everyone else to find me. Harry, you can't, I can. I will. He paused at the threshold, looking back at his father with eyes that held no fear, only determination. I love you. All of you. Whatever happens, remember that. Then he walked out to meet the enemy. The Covenant forces had surrounded the manor in a perfect semicircle, grey-robed figures standing with military precision. At their head stood a man Harry had never seen in person but recognized instantly from descriptions. Mordecai Ashworth. The Ash Lord himself. He was ancient, not merely old but ancient, his face a map of centuries, his eyes holding the weight of ages. He wore robes of deep grey that seemed to absorb light, and his presence radiated power that made the air itself feel heavy. Harry Potter Greengrass, Ashworth said, his voice carrying without effort. The heir of 3 houses. The bearer of stolen blood. We've been waiting for you for a very long time. So I've heard. Harry stopped a dozen yards from the Covenant line, wand held loosely at his side. You want something from me. Something in my blood, my heritage. Why don't you tell me what it is? Direct. I appreciate that. Ashworth smiled, and it was the smile of a teacher pleased with a promising student. What do you know of the origins of magic, child? Magic predates recorded history. The Covenant believes it was corrupted somehow, diluted from its original pure form. Corrupted, yes. But not diluted, stolen. Ashworth's eyes gleamed. In the beginning, magic belonged to the worthy, those who had proven themselves capable of wielding it responsibly. But your ancestors, the Peverils, and their allies, stole the keys to power and distributed them to the masses. They broke the seals that kept magic contained. They created the chaos we see today. The chaos you see is civilization. Schools teaching magic to children. Hospitals healing the sick. A society, however flawed, that functions. A society built on stolen foundations. Ashworth's voice hardened. The Peverils took 3 artifacts from us, the Hallows, you call them now. With those artifacts, they could have restored order. Instead, they used them to cement their theft, to ensure that magic would remain in unworthy hands forever. And you want them back. I want what they represent. The power to restore the original order. To return magic to those who deserve it and strip it from those who don't. Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with temperature. You're talking about stripping magic from millions of people. Muggle-borns, half-bloods, anyone you deem unworthy. I'm talking about healing a wound that has festered for 1,000 years. Ashworth spread his hands. You carry Peveril blood, the blood of the original thieves, yes, but also the blood of the original masters. The Hallows respond to you. Combined with the ritual we've prepared, you could restore everything that was lost. Or you could use me as a battery for magical genocide. Perspective matters. Ashworth's smile didn't waver. You can join us willingly, Harry. Use your power to shape the new world rather than being consumed by it. Or you'll take me by force. You're young. Powerful, but young. There are 47 of my finest here, each trained for decades in combat magic your ministry has forgotten exists. You cannot win this fight. Harry looked at the assembled Covenant forces, counted their numbers, assessed their positions. Ashworth was right, he couldn't defeat them all. Not alone. But he wasn't alone. Let me tell you what I think, Harry said, his voice carrying clearly across the grounds. I think you've spent so long planning this moment that you forgot to account for variables. I think you expected to find me isolated, vulnerable, easy to take. I think, he smiled. You forgot that I have friends. The first strike came from above, a massive silver wolf, Sirius's Patronus, diving through the Covenant ranks with devastating effect. The second came from the Treeline, where jets of light announced the arrival of the Order of the Phoenix. And the third came from beneath the earth itself, as Gringots-trained goblin warriors emerged from tunnels they'd been digging for weeks. The Covenant's perfect formation shattered into chaos. Harry moved. The battle was everything Harry had trained for and nothing like he'd imagined. Combat magic flew in every direction, curses and shields and transfigurations that defied conventional understanding. The Covenant fighters were everything Ashworth had promised, ancient magic flowing from their wands like water. But Harry's allies were prepared, coordinated, fighting with desperate determination. Sirius carved through enemies with the savage efficiency of a man who'd spent years dreaming of revenge. Remus Lupin fought beside him, their old coordination returning as if 12 years had never passed. The Order members, Moody, Kingsley, Tonks, dozens of others, held their positions with professional discipline. And the goblins were something else entirely. Ragnarok led them personally, his silver armor gleaming in the magical light. Goblin combat magic was different from wizard magic, older, stranger, brutally effective. They targeted ward anchors, disrupted magical formations, created openings that the wizards exploited. Harry found himself near the center of the battle, dueling two Covenant warriors simultaneously. They were good, better than the Death Eaters, more disciplined, but Harry had trained against Cyrus Greengrass, against Sirius Black, against combat instructors from 3 different nations. He was better. The first warrior fell to a combination strike, a feint with his wand hand covering the knife his left hand drove into a gap in the man's wards. The second died trying to avenge his companion, Harry's cutting curse opening his throat before he could complete his incantation. Impressive. Ashworth's voice came from behind him. I've watched 1,000 warriors fight. You're among the finest I've seen. Harry spun, wand raised. Ashworth stood alone, his robes unmarked despite the chaos around them. He held no wand, but power radiated from him like heat from a furnace. Your allies are doing well, Ashworth continued. Better than I expected. But it doesn't matter. The ritual is already prepared. All it requires is your blood, given willingly or taken by force. Then take it. Ashworth moved faster than Harry had thought possible. Ancient magic flowed from his hands in patterns Harry couldn't recognize, couldn't counter, couldn't even comprehend. He raised his shields and felt them shatter like glass. He tried to apparate and found the space around him locked solid. You're strong, Ashworth said, his voice almost gentle. Stronger than I expected. But strength without knowledge is nothing. The old magic requires understanding, and you have barely begun to learn. Harry felt the binding spell settling over him, pinning his limbs, freezing his voice. Ashworth approached with measured steps, a silver knife appearing in his hand. Don't struggle, the Ash Lord said. This will go easier if you accept the inevitable. Harry couldn't speak, couldn't move, couldn't fight. But he could think. He thought about his parents, who had died protecting him. About Cyrus and Evelyn, who had raised him as their own. About Daphne and Astoria, about Sirius and Remus, about everyone who had stood beside him through years of danger. He thought about what he was fighting for. What he was willing to die for. And he thought about the power in his blood, the power the Covenant wanted so badly, and wondered if he could use it himself. The ring on his finger warmed. The resurrection stone, hidden in plain sight, responding to his need. Harry reached for it with his mind, with his will, with everything he had. And the world shifted. The old magic roared to life inside him. Harry felt barriers breaking, barriers he hadn't known existed, walls inside his own mind that had kept his full power contained. The binding spell shattered like spun glass. The frozen space around him cracked and fell away. Ashworth stumbled back, his eyes wide with shock. Impossible. You can't have, the Peverills weren't thieves. Harry's voice came from somewhere deep, somewhere ancient. They were guardians. Protectors. They sealed the old magic away because it was too dangerous for any one person to control. They had no right, they had every right. Because they understood something you've forgotten. Harry raised his hand, and power gathered around him like a storm. Magic isn't meant to be hoarded. It's meant to be shared. Used. Passed from generation to generation, teaching each new age what the last one learned. Philosophy won't save you, boy. No. Harry smiled, and there was something fierce in it, something that had been waiting his entire life to emerge. But this will. He released the power. The blast of pure magical force tore through the battlefield like a hurricane. Covenant warriors flew backward, their defenses worthless against energy that predated defensive magic itself. The very earth shook, the sky darkened, and for a moment, Harry felt what his ancestors must have felt when they'd first grasped the Hallow's power. He felt infinite. Then the moment passed, and he was just Harry again, exhausted, drained, barely standing. But the battle was over. The Covenant forces were scattered, broken, fleeing into the distance. Only Ashworth remained, climbing to his feet with ancient stubbornness. You think this changes anything? The Ash Lord's voice was rough with pain. I've waited centuries. I can wait centuries more. Someday, someone will know. Harry's voice cut through the words. Someday ends today. He raised his wand, and Ashworth raised his hands, and for a moment, they stood frozen, two powers, two philosophies, two visions of what magic should be. Then Harry fired. The spell wasn't a curse. It wasn't designed to kill or wound or destroy. It was something else, something Harry had found in the deepest parts of the Potter Vault, something his ancestors had created for exactly this purpose. A seal. A binding. A prison that would hold for eternity. Ashworth screamed as the magic wrapped around him, compressing him, containing him. His physical form dissolved into pure energy, then compressed further into a small stone sphere that fell to the ground with a soft thump. Harry picked it up. The sphere was warm in his hand, pulsing with trapped fury. Centuries, he said quietly. You can wait in there. The aftermath was complicated. The battle at Greengrass Manor had been too visible to hide, too significant to ignore. The ministry came with questions, demands, threats that crumbled when they saw the coalition that had defended the estate. Wizards and goblins, fighting side by side. Old families and muggleborns, united in common cause. A network that spanned houses and nations and species. Harry's network. His creation. His power base. The Covenant is broken, Harry told the assembled leaders in the Manor's Great Hall. Their greatest warriors are dead or captured. Their leader is sealed in a prison he'll never escape. But they weren't the only threat. Voldemort, Dumbledore said quietly. Voldemort. His horcruxes are nearly destroyed, only the snake and something hidden remain. When those fall, he becomes vulnerable. Mortal. Harry's eyes swept the room. We have an opportunity to end this war before it truly begins. To destroy the Dark Lord while he's still rebuilding his forces. The ministry won't support open warfare, Amelia Bones said. Fudge is still pretending everything is normal. Then we work around the ministry. We coordinate the Order, the goblins, the neutral families, anyone else willing to fight. Harry's voice hardened. I'm done waiting for permission. Done hoping the institutions will save us. We save ourselves, or we don't get saved at all. You're talking about revolution, someone muttered. I'm talking about survival. Harry stood, and despite his exhaustion, his presence filled the room. Everyone in this hall has a choice. Stand with me, and we fight together, for a world where magic belongs to everyone who can wield it. Or stand aside, and watch while I do it anyway. Silence fell over the assembly. Then Sirius stepped forward. I'm with you, pup. Till the end. As am I, Remus added. One by one, they declared themselves. The Order members. The neutral families. Even representatives of factions Harry had thought would never ally with him. By the time the sun set, he had an army. The war against Voldemort began the next day. Harry moved with ruthless efficiency, applying everything Sirius had taught him about strategic warfare. They struck Death Eater safe houses, disrupted supply lines, captured high-value targets. The Dark Lord's forces, still rebuilding after their own losses, couldn't respond fast enough. Within a month, Voldemort's inner circle was decimated. The final horcrux, Nagini, the serpent, died during a raid on Malfoy Manor. Harry drove the basilisk Fong through her skull himself, watching the last anchor to Voldemort's immortality crumble to ash. Now the Dark Lord was mortal. Vulnerable. Now he could be killed. The final confrontation came at Hogwarts. Voldemort attacked the school directly, gambling everything on a decisive victory. Harry had expected this, had planned for it, but the scale of the assault still took his breath away. Giants. Dementors. Acromantula. Death Eaters beyond counting. The Dark Lord had gathered every force still loyal to him, and he'd sent them against the castle with orders to destroy. Harry stood on the battlements, watching the horde approach, and felt something unexpected, peace. You're ready for this, Daphne said beside him. I've been ready for years. I just didn't know it. And if you die? Harry turned to face her, and something in his expression made her breath catch. I'm not going to die, he said quietly. But if I do, if somehow Voldemort wins, don't stop fighting. Don't ever stop. The world I want to build, the future I can see, it's worth fighting for. Even without me. There is no future without you. Daphne's voice cracked. Not for me. Harry reached out, touching her face with gentle fingers. Then I'd better win. He kissed her, a brief, fierce gesture that said everything words couldn't, and then he was gone, launching himself into the battle. The Battle of Hogwarts raged for hours. Harry fought through waves of enemies, his allies at his side. Sirius and Remus carved a path toward the gates. Neville led the DA against a giant, bringing it down with sheer coordinated fury. Hermione and Ron defended the younger students, their magic combining in patterns they'd practiced for years. And the goblins were glorious. Ragnarok's warriors tore through the Death Eater ranks like silver lightning, ancient war magic burning through shields and defenses alike. Finally, near midnight, Harry reached the castle grounds where Voldemort waited. The Dark Lord stood alone, his snake-like features twisted with fury. Around him, the bodies of his fallen followers testified to how thoroughly his army had failed. Harry Potter. Voldemort's voice was a cold hiss. You've destroyed everything I built. Killed my followers. Shattered my immortality. I did what I had to do. You think you've won. But this ends the same way it always does, with your death. Voldemort raised his wand. The prophecy said neither can live while the other survives. Tonight, we find out which of us lives. I already know. Harry raised his own wand, feeling the familiar weight, the connection to his magic, his heritage, everything he was. I've seen the future you want, Tom. A world of fear and domination, where power belongs to the ruthless and mercy is weakness. I've also seen the future I'm fighting for. A world where magic belongs to everyone who can wield it. Where strength protects instead of destroys. Where people like you are remembered as cautionary tales, not conquerors. Pretty words. Let's see if you can back them up. They dueled. Harry had dueled Voldemort before, in the graveyard, when he'd barely survived. That had been desperation against overwhelming power, luck against skill. This was different. Harry had grown. Learned. Trained with masters of magic from a dozen traditions. The power that had awakened during the Covenant battle still flowed through his veins, ancient and terrible in his. He matched Voldemort curse for curse, shield for shield, strategy for strategy. The Dark Lord was powerful, perhaps the most powerful dark wizard in centuries, but Harry had something Voldemort had never possessed. Purpose. Connection. Love. You're nothing, Voldemort snarled, his attacks growing more desperate. A half-blood child, thinking you can challenge the greatest sorcerer of all time. I'm more than you'll ever understand. Harry's countercurse shattered Voldemort's shield, driving him backward. I'm the son of Lily and James Potter. The adopted heir of Sirius and Evelyn Greengrass. The brother of Daphne and Astoria. The friend of everyone who ever stood beside me. Another exchange, another retreat by Voldemort. I'm the ally of goblins, the champion of Muggleborns, the leader of a coalition that spans the world. I'm everything you tried to destroy, and I'm still standing. Voldemort raised his wand for the killing curse. Harry recognized the motion, knew what was coming. He didn't try to dodge. Instead, he released everything, every spell he'd been holding back, every ounce of power his bloodline contained. Avada Kedavra. Voldemort screamed. Expelliarmus. Harry shouted. The spells met in a blaze of golden light. The Elder Wand, which Harry had traced to Dumbledore, which Draco had unknowingly claimed, which Harry had won when he disarmed Draco months ago, recognized its true master. Voldemort's own curse rebounded. The Dark Lord crumpled, his body falling to the ground, his soul, what remained of it, finally, completely destroyed. Harry stood over the corpse of the most feared wizard in history, and felt nothing but exhaustion. It was over. The dawn broke on a world transformed. Voldemort was dead. The Death Eaters were scattered, their leadership destroyed. And everywhere, people were waking up to realize that the nightmare was finally over. Harry sat on the steps of Hogwarts, watching the sunrise, feeling the weight of everything he'd done, and everything that remained to be done. Daphne found him there, settling beside him without words. They sat in comfortable silence, watching the sky lighten. What happens now? She asked finally. Rebuilding. Reform. Creating the world we fought for. Harry's voice was tired but steady. The ministry needs to change. The laws need to change. The way wizards treat goblins and house elves and muggleborns, all of it needs to change. That's a lot of work. I have a lot of allies. He smiled slightly. And a lot of time, apparently. According to Dumbledore, defeating Voldemort might have side effects. Something about mastering all three Hallows, becoming the Master of Death. Daphne went very still. What does that mean? I'm not sure yet. Something about not dying unless I choose to. Harry shook his head. It's complicated. We'll figure it out. Together. He looked at her, at the face he'd known since childhood, the person who'd stood beside him through everything. Together, he agreed. Always together. The years that followed were everything Harry had promised. The ministry transformed under new leadership, with Amelia Bones as minister and Harry as the power behind reform. Laws changed. Attitudes shifted. The Goblin Alliance became permanent, the first step toward a magical world that treated all beings as equals. The Covenant's remnants were hunted down and destroyed, their philosophy consigned to history. The sealed sphere containing Ashworth was hidden in the deepest vaults of Gringots, guarded by wards that would hold until the sun burned out. And Harry's network, his coalition of houses and species and ideologies, became the foundation of a new magical order. Not perfect, never perfect, but better. Fairer. More worthy of the magic they all shared. Harry and Daphne married in a ceremony that drew representatives from across the world. Their children, 3, eventually, grew up in a world their parents had fought to create. Sirius lived to see it all, finally free of the shadows that had haunted him. Remus found peace, acceptance, a place where his condition was treated as illness rather than curse. The friends who had stood beside Harry at the beginning stood beside him still, bound by loyalty that had never wavered. Dumbledore died peacefully, years later, having seen his own visions of the future finally realized. His portrait in the headmaster's office offered advice that Harry sometimes followed and sometimes ignored, which was exactly as it should be. The prophecy had been fulfilled. The war had been won. And the future stretched ahead, bright with possibility. 50 years later Harry stood at the window of Greengrass Manor, his home now, the only home that had ever truly mattered, and watched his grandchildren playing in the gardens below. He looked the same as he had at 20, tall, dark-haired, his eyes still holding that particular intensity that had always marked him. The Hallows gift had proven permanent, as Dumbledore had suspected. Harry would live until he chose to die, watching generations grow and pass while he remained unchanged. It should have been lonely. Sometimes, in the dark hours, it was. But Daphne had found a way. Ancient blood magic, Peveril secrets, the combined knowledge of Greengrass and Potter and Goblin archives. She had tied her life to his, bound them together in ways that even death couldn't break. They would face eternity together. Just as they'd faced everything else. You're brooding. Her voice came from the doorway, warm with decades of shared history. I'm reflecting. There's a difference. Is there? She crossed to stand beside him, her hand finding his with the ease of long practice. What are you reflecting on? Everything. The war. The peace. All the things we've done, and all the things that remain to do. Any regrets? Harry considered the question seriously. He thought about the people he'd lost, Cedric, others who'd fallen in the wars, and the choices he'd made that had cost lives. He thought about the power he'd accumulated, the influence he still wielded, the responsibility that came with both. Some, he admitted. But not the important ones. Not the choices that made us who we are. Good. Daphne squeezed his hand. Because I don't have any. Not one. Every step brought us here, to this moment, to this life. I wouldn't change any of it. Even the dangerous parts. Especially the dangerous parts. She smiled, and after 50 years, it still made his heart skip. Those are what made us strong. Below, in the gardens, their grandchildren's laughter rose into the summer air. The sound of joy. The sound of peace. The sound of a future worth fighting for. Harry pulled Daphne close, holding her as he'd held her since they were children, discovering what family really meant. Thank you, he said quietly. For what? For choosing me. For standing beside me. For being my partner through all of it. Always. She looked up at him, her gray eyes soft with love. That's what family does. Harry smiled, and for once it was neither political nor calculated nor strategic. It was simply happy. He was Harry Greengrass Potter. The boy who lived. The serpent's heir. The man who had reshaped the world. But more than any of that, he was loved. And in the end, that was all that really mattered. Chapter 6 End the End. Thank you for joining me on this journey, Ayush. Harry's story as the serpent's heir is now complete, a tale of found family, political cunning, hard-won alliances, and the kind of love that shapes worlds. If you'd like me to write a sequel series covering future adventures, or if you have another story concept you'd like to explore, I'm ready when you are.